then it was like, well, hang on a minute, I really need that quilting to stand out. So even though it was negative and I thought, okay, there was a lot of space there, I still needed it to say, look at me, look at me. So I came back and I put the bias around it, and then I decided to needle turn some of these little circles and to put the bias on. So I actually had a lot of fun doing that, and it was a great thing to learn. I used the marking tool to draw the circles so I could do the perfect placement of the design, and it really was a lot of fun. Then on the edges here, all of this work I just did with ruler work, and I did it with just free motion.
And I am in cruise mode, and I'm using pearl white thread to tack it down so you don't really see it. And I'm just traveling kind of slow up it. And I'm going to go that point there, and then I'm just going to turn, okay? And tap my hexagon across the top. So I'm going to stand on my tippy toes. This frame, when you set up your frame, don't set it up so tall, but this is one that everybody uses. We have tall people, short people, and you know, I'm in between. So I'm just going to stand on my tippy toes, which is fine, and I'm just going to move across, tacking it down as I go. But notice how it's just, oh man, it's going to keep it. And then I get to that corner, then I'm going to turn my ruler.
So the quilt has a lot of the teals and turquoises and blues and purples that I love. It gave it an overall cool tone read, which is my favorite colors. Very little of the warm tones, and then it fades back into green at the bottom. So this has become my favorite quilt that I made during 2020. I actually leave it out all year long. The quilting on it, the snowflake itself has kind of a wavy, irregular line. You can see that in the picture. And then in the colored part, it's got snowflakes that just kind of swirl around. So it maintains that holiday theme, but looks really fresh and crisp. So consider that if you've never made a holiday quilt. Go find a pattern you like and see what you can do to make it your own. Now, if you're in the holiday mindset and you're thinking about gifts, next year, this is a quilt that you could gift to someone. This is my Fantasy Flights quilt. It uses my fantasy fabrics.
So when you touch on this, your little pop-up window will open up, and that's where you can put your measurements in. Okay, so notice right over here it says the Panto mode. That's the pantograph mode they're using. I'm using basic mode. For this one, I could use Power Panto. I could use Easy, so either one of them will work. Let's use Power Panto mode and show you what it's like. Okay, so I've selected my Power Panto mode, and I have my total width is 82 and my total height is 82. So let's go in and now select our design. So I'm going to come over here and I tapped on Select Pattern, and now it's going to open up my library, and I'm just going to scroll down and see if I can find a design. Now, remember, this is an edge-to-edge quilt, so I want a design that's called a continuous line design. A continuous line design is a design that has a start point and a stop point that allows you to connect your next design to.
So you may wonder, how can a quilt you just quilted have so many memories? So that's what I want to share with you is this Christmas quilt, and I'll hold it up where you can see it. So this quilt was pieced by a very dear friend. Her name is Lynn Hall. We've known each other since first grade. We went to school all 12 years together in college. I would go over her house and ride horses with her and have so much fun. Her mom became like a second mom to me. Her name's Violet. She's a very special lady. So just so many memories with Lynn, and we've stayed friends all these years. She's the oldest friend I have, and by that I don't mean age-wise, just longest running friend. Very special. So I love her dearly, and that I would be able to quilt her quilt is just really special.
And I'm using this light green as my center, but I need 2 more pieces for my petal, and I don't want my fabric to go to waste, but I'm just try to show you my technique. So usually, because I have broken my hand, I would use a ruler and make it nice and straight. But with this extreme paper piecing, you don't have to be exactly straight. You can come up and go right there. So give yourself at least from 1/4 to 3/8 to 1/2 inch, depending on what you want to do. And then I'm just gonna come here on this other side. You know, in fact, because I'm so right-handed, I'm just gonna turn this around. Now you can do this method your way. You can use a ruler if you want to be nice and straight, or you can do it how I'm doing it. So I'll use the ruler, and I just got a 9-inch square ruler, and I'm just gonna come right here.
Fabric requirements and cutting measurements are listed within your scalloped placemats pattern. Once you've gathered your supplies, you'll take your accent pieces over to the ironing board. The accent pieces are these skinny strips. Fold these pieces lengthwise, wrong sides together. Once you have all of your accent pieces starched, folded, and ironed, you'll pin the accents to the border pieces. Pin all of these in place and then take these units over to your sewing machine. Sew these pieces together using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And I just love my 1/4 inch seam presser foot for jobs just like this.
I love 60-degree triangles. They are fun and so versatile. If you don't have a ruler that is a 60-degree, you need to get one, because there are so many ways that you can use it, so many designs that you can make, and this is just one of them. In an earlier segment for Tuesdays, I did a quilt called So Easy. So if you're wondering of what else you can do, you can check that video out and see what else you can do with the 60-degree triangle. But today I'm going to show you this little tree skirt. Now I did do a tablecloth as well. It's a little bigger and it's going to be a lot of fun, but I'm just going to show you on this little segment how to cut and what I did. So it all started with my little hexagon right here in the middle, and I used the 60-degree to sew them together. So as you'll notice, I was going to make it a hexagon tree skirt, but as I was piecing it together, I started changing my mind.
So first quilt is one I pull out in the fall, and I leave this on my table. This is a tablecloth quilt, and I use this from pretty much August through to the end of November. And I'm really looking forward to making more tablecloth quilts because it adds so much character and beauty to my dining room table. So this particular one, this is basket weave with QCT. I created this for Grace Company's Fantastic Fall Festival in 2020. And I mostly used QCT, that is Quilter's Creative Touch, to stitch the designs. Now, if you'd like to make a tablecloth quilt too, I have learned from trial and error, you want to use a really thin batting for tablecloth quilts. Otherwise, when you put your glass down, it gets all wiggly wobbly. So I found flannel was really the best batting to use. It's very thin and you're not going to get a very good quilting definition.
I'm going to open it up and let's look at a couple different designs. I don't want a half hexie, I want a full hexagon. Let's do this ripples and pearls. That's kind of cool, but it's a little more modern than I want. So I'm going to come back in here and let's try this one. Open. That's pretty. I like that. And that's the kind of design that will look gorgeous on your hexagon, okay? And see the little points and everything, so it's going to come up. So we want to place this hexagon on the design on a quilt, but I don't want to use 4-point placement. So let me just show you what it would look like. So we have a cool feature in here, and it's called the marking tool. And the marking tool allows you to mark around.
And then it was like, well, hang on a minute, I really need that quilting to stand out. So even though it was negative and I thought, okay, there was a lot of space there, I still needed it to say, look at me, look at me. So I came back
so
and
excited
I
to
put
be
the
with you.
bias
I'm
around
Lawler
it.
Cosmic,
And then I
this is
decided
How's everybody
to
doing
needle
this
turn some of
wonderful
these little
Monday?
circles and to
get
put
it
the
started
bias
here.
on.
Yeah, so welcome everybody
So
to our
I
Jolly
actually had a
Holiday.
lot of
We're
fun
super
doing
excited
that,
to do
and
this. We're doing some
it was a
big
great
giveaways throughout
thing.
today, doing a little bit different giveaways, some live giveaways as well. So we're super excited to be here with everybody. And I know I just kind of want to do a shout out to everybody who's here as well and say welcome to everybody that's here. I know a lot of you are visiting or watching from different states, so welcome. I know there's good morning from Charleston, South Carolina. Mary, welcome. Yes, welcome,
Louisiana.
Mary. Thank you. Yeah, everybody. It's so fun to have all of you here, and I hope it's sunny where you are, or maybe if you want it to be winter-like,
Cold, yes.
maybe have it be cold. Good morning, Jennifer Goodwin. Thank you. Good morning. Just tuned in, going to keep it on my television while I sew from Montgomery.
That's perfect.
Woo, that's a perfect
That's
way
a great way to do it. It's an exciting day. I saw, Corey, exciting day. It is an exciting day. We have so much throughout this day that we want to cover. So many giveaways, like Laurel said. You watch a lot of these from different places, and I just love being a part of this jolly holiday where we can introduce winners, prizes, sales, everything that's going to make your quilting a whole lot easier and funner.
Yeah, it's going to be great. I know Marcus mentioned we do have some great products that we'll talk about today. We'll also go over some of the deals that we do have specific for today for you guys watching. And then we do also have a couple of educational pieces just to help, break it up and give you a little bit more, to do with your quilting and all of that. So we're super excited to be here. And thank you everybody for being here. Now, I know when we were advertising this, we did advertise a secret giveaway that we're doing for it.
Yeah,
it's pretty exciting. Now, Mark, why don't you tell us a little bit about what that is, and then really what is maybe included in that secret giveaway?
Oh my gosh. So Laurel, this is the ultimate cutting collection. So ultimate cutting collection. There are so many tools out there that allow you to cut your fabric. Why not start with the best? TrueCut is the best cutting system out there on the market. It is easier, it is safer, it is more accurate. You're going to find that your cutting woes will be eliminated, whether that's your wrists, whether that's your elbow, your shoulder, just in general. When we think about cutting, it can get, you get frustrated, or you're like, oh, I gotta cut again just to get my quilt top piece. And yes, you do need to cut again, but let's give you an opportunity to use these products. So this is the ultimate cutting collection. So as you can see, there are a lot of items that come in this ultimate cutting collection. We have our ergonomic 45 comfort cutter. We have a 5-pack of blades. We have a cutting mat, a non-slip pad. And so just those first four, so the cutting mat, non-slip pad, that's going to give you the cutting mat has both sides, and the non-slip pad will keep the mat from sliding. You got your ergonomic cutter. Blades are not cheap, so you get a 5-pack of blades. We get the circle cutter. You also get a 3-pack of our triangle rulers. Outside of that, you also get several other rulers. You get the 3x18 ruler. You get the 6.5 by 12.5 ruler, the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, the 6.5 by 6.5 square ruler, the 9.5 square, the 12.5 by 12.5 square, and you get 5 packs of True Grips. This is the ultimate cutting set. I mean, it's ultimate.
Woo.
Everything you need, Laurel, is in that cutting. So if you haven't heard of TrueCut before, please go to our website. We have the ergonomic 45 cutter that's included in that. What it is a cutter that is shaped, curved with the blade pointing down to the fabric. Allows you to keep your wrist straight. It has a guide that interlocks with our ruler's edge.
Yes.
You're going to find that this system, if you don't have a great cutting system, which if you don't have the True Cut, I already tell you, you don't have a great cutting system. Sorry, but it's true. So the ultimate cutting selection. So we're going to give away one of these ultimate cutting selections. And how excited is that?
Yeah, that's super exciting. And I do want to I know Mark had talked about it, but I know that really it makes a huge difference with having that ergonomic cutter. I was even, I was at my grandma's house who quilts, and I was going to pick out some fabric. And I saw, the cutter she has, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
I was like,
what
is it? Yeah, it's just a straight cutter. And I was like, what? I don't like my grandma. I'm letting my grandma use a straight cutter, right? So I was like, no, I got to get a comfort cutter for her. But it makes a huge difference with having that blade turned down. So instead of having to, actually try and move that blade down yourself, it's already down at that angle for you. So that makes a huge difference with that.
That's right. Rulers too. There are so many rulers in this. I can't just tell you how many times we ask a question, how many rulers do people already own? And there are a lot. So this adds to your cutting. You get many nice rulers in this selection. Different perspective of the rulers. You're going to find our rulers have holes in them for marking, for holding. But the biggest benefit of our rulers is the the track that runs along the side of the ruler, which is a taller edge for safety, and then it interlocks with the guide. So just so many awesomeness going in that ultimate cutting selection, and we're going to give that away.
Yes. And I do want to say as well, so this winner was actually chosen from those that have registered. So we took all the names and we did, a number generator and chose it at random that way. So this is a winner chosen from those that registered, but we will also be doing some live giveaways. So those that are watching now, we will be doing those as well. And then I do just briefly, before we announce the winner, I know we're keeping everybody on edge here, but we do also, and we will have some awesome giveaways and gift cards that we'll be doing that are also chosen from those that are registered. So if you haven't registered, register now, because that is, well, again, we'll talk about it here after we announce the winner here, but it's like, it blows my mind.
Yes.
It blows my mind on what we're doing for you guys today. But let's go ahead and announce the winner of that ultimate cutting collection.
Drum roll.
Woo! Sandy Ho. Congrats, Sandy. Congrats. So that's like what Mark had pointed out there. Again, really is going to give you everything you need when getting into cutting. You have that cutter, you have blades, you have the cutting mat, the non-slip pads, the rulers. Really, we're giving you everything you need there. So congrats, Sandy. And we will be reaching out to you, Sandy. So keep an eye out in your emails for that, so we can look at getting you that wonderful collection. So wonderful. And now I know we're kind of getting into it. We just did a giveaway, but I kind of maybe want to do a live giveaway. I want to do some interaction with you guys. So let's go ahead and get into it. So let's see, let's kind of kick this off and let's ask, what are you all most excited for when it comes to the holidays, whether it's Thanksgiving, Hanukkah, Christmas, New Year's? What is it that you guys look forward to or are most excited for about the holidays?
I love that type of question because I get to see some wonderful maybe traditions or just excitement that I just love to see. Maybe I could roll in with my own family.
I know. So. I love seeing what everyone does. So yeah, wonderful. Seeing the grandkids, spending time with family.
Family's a big one, which is good. The lights for Christmas, which is nice to go around.
I love doing that.
Family food, time in family, displaying family time.
Yeah, family.
Man, you guys all love your family, which is awesome.
That's good. That's a good thing. I mean, my family, I'm just kidding. They're great. I love my family.
Putting up, the lights. Hope to see family. Yeah.
Wonderful. Perfect. Well, we're going to go ahead and choose 3 different winners. So how it's going to work is we're going to choose a winner from Facebook, YouTube, and then from watching on our Grace platform. So it's going to be awesome to choose 3 different winners. And really quickly before we do that, for anyone that wins here for the live, we need you to reach out to Melinda@graceframe.com. Okay. She's going to be the one you want to reach out to be able to claim your prize for that. So again, it's Melinda, MELINDA @graceframe.com. So make sure to reach out to her so we can get you guys your prize. So this is going to be exciting. Well, let's go ahead and we're going to choose in 3 different winners. One from YouTube, one from Facebook, and then one from our Grace platform, because this is exciting. And then we'll show you, do a little bit different as well. We usually have Plinko, but we'll kind of go into what this is once we choose that winner. But all right, let's go ahead and choose our first winner here.
Susan. Decorations that remind me of family members no longer here. So that's
very
awesome.
sweet.
Yeah, remembering those who passed, and that's great.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Well, congrats, Susan. So,
Yes.
Mark, why don't you tell us kind of what this is and what we're doing a little bit different for the giveaways today?
Yeah, so because we're in that holiday season, we wanted to have these presents, and inside these boxes are what we're going to give away. They could be True Cut items, possibly some Grace Company items as well. Maybe like the quilt clips, mini quilt clips, possibly. This is a surprise to Laurel, myself.
This is
I don't
exciting.
know what's in here myself. I just know what we've given away in the past has been the True Cut items, some of the Grace Company items. And so this is going to be a surprise to me when I open up the box to see what is in there. So we've done a little different. We wanted to have these boxes out here. So what we'll do is open up the lid, and inside will be what we're going to be giving away. So since I've described what that is, Laurel, why don't you pick a box, any box, and let's see what Susan wins.
Susan's gonna win.
Yeah.
This is exciting. This is like Christmas. I'm like, what present should I open first? I'm gonna do a small one because I like tiny things. So let's go ahead and open this one. Woo! Awesome. Okay, so Susan, it looks like what you got here is the 360 cutters. So awesome! Congrats, Susan. That's wonderful. That's a great.
And Laurel, I have to say, so Susan, if you haven't done circles, or you're looking to do circles, or now that you're going to win this, you're going to probably do more circles. This is one of, or probably the easiest way to cut circles.
Absolutely.
If you haven't seen a circle cutter, please go to our website. You'll find how easy it is. You can cut from 2 to 12 inches.
Yes,
right?
That's huge.
That's
People
big.
I know ask that often. So really, you do have a huge range in what size circle you're able to cut.
That's
there,
right.
So.
And it has the wide base, and that wide base keeps the fabric from wanting to bunch or slide or move. And it has a nice rotary blade on there, and it just allows you to cut circles much easier. So great win on that circle cutter. So I'm looking forward to seeing some circle quilts, Susan.
Yeah, so congrats again, Susan. All right, so let's go ahead and choose a different winner here. All right, so that was Facebook. Pat Young, congrats. Cute puppy there as well, adorable. That's part of the family too, right?
Yeah, they have to be.
Yeah,
Animals have to be, right?
For sure.
So
fun. Okay, family time, right? Mark, why don't you go ahead and choose one? Not this one though, because I already chose that one.
Yeah, I'm going to move and go to the bottom.
Whoa, calm down
there,
Mark.
The one without the bow on there. So.
Okay. Can you tell? What's in it, Mark?
Tell.
What's in it?
How many of us do that, right? Do we shake like,
for sure.
what's in there? What's
I
in
do.
there?
Or I like go like this and I'll hold like a different present or
yeah.
something. I know I'm like, yeah, I do that.
This feels like a frame.
In the box.
All right, Pat, here we go. Nice. This is our finesse thread. I'm going to show the paper. So finesse thread. So this is the wonderful 4-pack. And so finesse thread, if you haven't seen on our website or heard, finesse thread is our line of thread. It's fantastic too. It's wonderful in our machine. So if you own a Unique, Pat, it's great. If you don't, even it works with your home sewing machine. It is 50 weight and it's 100% polyester, 1,500 yards in the spool of thread, which isn't too big, just the right size. See, we get too big of a thread, it sits around. So this is just the right size to get all your quilting done. So 1,500 yards, polyester, and it's 50 weight. So congratulations, Pat, on that 4-pack of thread. Now, again, remember to email melinda@graceframe.com.
Yes, perfect. That's a wonderful reminder. Thank you, Mark, on that. So we're going to choose one last winner. This is going to be from our Grace platform. So just really quickly before we do that, because I like to keep people on edge. I just want to say thank you for everybody for watching, whether it is on YouTube, Facebook, or even our Grace platform. We are so excited to have all of you with us, joining in any way you can. So thank you, everybody. Well, let's go ahead and I'm going to choose the winner. Okay, so it looks like from our Grace platform, it's Nancy Snyder. So congrats, Nancy. So that's Nancy, and then on that last name, it's SY or SNYDER. So congrats, Nancy, on that.
Yes. All right, Laurel. That's up to you now.
All right, I'm going to do this middle box.
Middle, yeah.
Done from top, the bottom.
We're
I'm
going
going to choose middle now.
Shake it.
Nothing. Sounds empty.
It's empty, Nancy.
It's empty. I'm excited for this. All right, let's see. Oh, okay. This is a good one. This is our Quilters combo.
Ooh,
so this one, this is a great one. This one you can see on here actually says our bestseller because this is something that gives you, it's not necessarily the ultimate cutting collection, but gives you really good selection when getting started. So in this one, you get our 45 millimeter comfort cutter. You get a pack of true grips, and then you get our 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler. So Mark, why don't you go ahead and tell them why is this such a good starters kit?
Well, it's perfect because it gives you the three main products that people need to use when they're cutting. You have the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, so that's a popular size ruler. Then you have our comfort cutter. Our comfort cutter, again, if you have those cutting woes or elements in your wrists that you have pain and I don't want to use the word suffering, but you just have this you're not relaxed when you're cutting essentially. And now you can use that comfort cutter with the ruler and then the true grips. The true grips are the #1 item we sell, period. Okay, everybody owns rulers. You want those rulers to stop from sliding. So these go on the back of your rulers. They are clear adhesive rings. It doesn't distract the view of your ruler. It doesn't raise it up. It doesn't damage what's underneath. They are a perfect solution on keeping your rulers from sliding. So for all those who are still watching, which are a lot, true grips, again, if you own a lot of rulers, go and get some of these true grips because they will keep your rulers from sliding. So Quilters Combo is just a perfect way to start your quilting. Whether you're a new beginner, whether you've been cutting for a long time, this Quilters Combo is the best items that we sell as a package. So congratulations on that, Nancy.
Yeah, and I know it's always funny when people are looking to get True Cut and they're like, well, maybe just throw an extra pack of that True Grips in there, right? Because even if you have them, right, you always have a whole ton of rulers like Mark had pointed out. And then you always can, use them on other things. I've had people even use them when you're actually sewing. So using it on those rulers as well to help give it a little bit of grip there as well. So really, they are very versatile in what you can use them for. So congrats. That is wonderful.
Yes.
And I just want to say thank you again, everybody, for joining us. I know there's even people still coming in. So thank you. And make sure to stick with us because actually we're going to do, in this first segment, we're going to do, not yet, but we're going to do our first $1,000 gift card. Now, this is huge. We're actually going to build on it.
How much is that again? Say that again.
$1,000, $1,000. And that's like, oh my, like that's so much, right? And so that can be put towards any Grace product that we have. And we're going to build on it. So for this first hour, we're going to do 1,000. Then this next segment, we're going to do 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. And we're going to go all the way up to $6,000. $6,000, Mark.
That's big.
That's huge. That's
big.
Like, I'm like, oh crap. Like, yeah, I put my name in there or something. Yeah, Jennifer, I'm with you. I'm with you right there.
Yeah, fingers crossed. So with these giveaways, Grace Company, like the LJ mentioned. So on our Grace Company site, we have our machines, we have accessories, we have frames. If you've been considering upgrading your frame or maybe upgrading your machine, now is a perfect opportunity to do so during this jolly holiday with these wonderful giveaways. We have promotions on our site. So take advantage of it. Like LJ mentioned, This is today. So take advantage of it today and get what you want.
Yes.
Christmas is coming up. It'll be a perfect Christmas gift. And so it's just a wonderful opportunity to upgrade or to get something a little better than what we currently have.
Yeah, it's going to be great. And again, it's huge. You can put it towards anything that we have on our Grace website. So like Marco said, like accessories, you want a frame. If you're ready to get that automation system, really like that's, it's huge. It's so much. It's just like, it blows my mind. And when we were doing this, we were just thinking of you guys. We were thinking, hey, you know what? It's getting to that holiday season. We want to do something for you guys.
Want to have a special.
Exactly. And so this is something, again, when we thought about it, we're like, well, can we do that? Like, I don't know, right? Like that's quite a bit of money there, but we're like, you know what? Yes, absolutely. And we're really excited to do this for you guys. So it's going to be great. And it's, again, we won't quite do that 1,001 yet, but we will kind of get to it at the end of this segment here. But just thank you again, everybody, for joining us. I know this has been wonderful, and we're super excited to talk about some of the deals that we have, and again, share some education pieces as well. So it's really going to be a wonderful day, and we hope you guys can stick with us throughout the entire day, because it's going to be great. But what we're actually kind of going to move into before we get into some more about our products and kind of the deals that we have, is we actually are going to bring Karla on, and she's going to talk about her wonderful advent calendar that she put together. And this is really sweet. I don't know, Mark, if you've seen this, but she actually has thought of some really cool ideas about giving back to people for the holidays. And so it's a really fun video and fun design that she has for this advent calendar. But let's go ahead and bring that on for you guys.
Hello everybody, welcome. I'm Karla Jerome with the Grace Company, and I'm really excited to talk to you today about Christmas. I love Christmas. I love the decorations, I love the time of year, I love the whole spirit of Christmas, and most importantly, I love bringing my family together and making it fun and enjoyable for them. And so, to spark your creativity, I came up with an advent calendar, and it's right here. And it's a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to make. And the reason I felt like I needed to do an advent calendar is we kind of lose sight of Christmas. And this will help bring us back together as a family, and it'll have activities that you can do throughout the season, you know, for those 25 days, so that you can stay close and just remember the importance of the little things that you do during Christmas time that are so important for Christmas. It's not just so commercialized. There's a lot more to it than just the presents and getting the presents and, you know, wanting. There's a lot of giving, and that's what this advent calendar is going to pull in. So let me tell you where I started, okay? So let's just jump over here to the advent calendar and notice that right here at the top, I came up with this cute little saying that says, Santa is coming, wait and see just how good I can really be. Christmas comes once a year, and with each day, fun and cheer. And so that kind of leads you into the little pockets and everything. So I want to talk to you about how I made this advent calendar. It was real easy. I wanted it to be simple because I wanted to be quick and fast so that everybody could jump in and just quickly sew it together and give it, or gift it, or even just have it hanging for Christmas. So anyway, what I did is I figured out my sizing, and I will have instructions, don't worry, online for the sizes to make each of the panel areas and the pockets, and it's just went together really quick and easy. So the first thing I did was I cut out my white background up here and my blue, and I sewed those together, and then I sewed my border on, but I went and did something a little different that I don't usually do. I quilted it. I quilted everything, the background, because I wanted it to have some sort of movement and just be really fun and whimsical. So that's what I did. I used the automation, and I quilted the background. This is a little bit different background than what's on back here, because it kind of reminded me of the sky, and so I have the swirls and the stars and everything. And this has just got ornaments and gifts and, you know, tops, and it's just really fun. And then I quilted the border with just ornaments all the way around. So I did all that before I sewed the pockets on. Then I went and I cut out all my pockets because I had this nice layout and it was very empty, so I could, you know, kind of play with the pockets and size them how I wanted. And so what you do with the pockets is you need two pieces, or one long piece that you're folding over. See, on this little pocket here, there's a fold right there. So then I'm just sewing around the edges right here, but make sure that you leave a little gap. so that you can pull it right side out. And that's what I did on this little pocket here. Okay, so I sewed around it, left my little gap, and let me show you where the little opening is. It's right here. And so I didn't even whip stitch this closed. So when I took the pocket, after I quilted everything, I just took my pocket, put it back on the frame, and then I just sewed real close around the edges. Sewed it to it. But before I did that, I sewed my ribbon on to make it look like little presents. That was really easy. And then this came together so quick and so fast. I thought, oh God, it needs something. It's looking a little bare. So I had all this cute little ribbon. I just pulled a pocket and did the ribbon one direction or another, and just kind of decided as I was pulling each pocket and sewing it on, what direction I wanted the ribbon to be. So it was kind of random. So you may see two that are kind of the same, but that's okay. That's what makes it fun. And that's how it came together really quick. And you'll notice that on the 25th, I did that just different because that's the real special day. So after the pockets are all sewn on, we have our lettering. And don't worry, I'll have a PDF on the number, size, and the lettering. And so you guys can just adjust the sizing. You could make it bigger, you could make it a little smaller. It's all up to you on how you want to do it. So I used what we call heat and bond. And I like the heavy duty heat and bond because I think it irons on a little more secure than the intermediate stabilizer. And so use the heavy duty, and then you'll write and make sure that when you're writing, you're putting it on the right side. So see this shiny side? This is the side that you're going to iron to it, but you don't want your numbers to be backwards. So you're going to write on this side, okay? So if you're going to write on the side that you're going to peel, you're going to have to turn the number so it's backwards, so that as you're ironing on, it's going to iron on correctly. Okay, learn that the hard way. So just make sure that you're ironing. Don't go to all that work and then all of a sudden decide, oh, you ironed it on all wrong. So just make sure that you watch that, and maybe even do a little sample number or letter before you go and do all of them, so that you have in your mind how you're going to write it down and make it, so you don't make the mistakes that I have. So after that was all done, I just ironed all my numbers and my saying on there, and then I found some buttons. I thought, hey, it needs a little something else, so I found some buttons and I just glued it on, and I used just tacky glue to glue them on, but it turned out really cute. So then my next little thing was like, what are we going to do every day? Because I have 25 days to fill with fun activities and things like that. So I love Christmas. So it wasn't hard for me to quickly sit down and decide, hey, what activity could we do today? So don't worry, I have a whole list of fun activities, and you can tweak and change these if you want. It's all up to you. You can personalize it, add your traditions in. Really important for you to make it so it's conducive to your family. Now, I'm a religious person, and if you are not, you don't have to add the religion side of it into it. It doesn't matter. This is completely up to you. So for my 25 days of Christmas, here are the ideas. So I want to just make sure that you understand what this little box here and the gnome peeking is for. Okay, I felt like I needed a little box to fill with all the items or supplies that you'll need for that day's activities. That's why he says gnome peeking, because the night before that activity, you're going to fill the box with all the supplies, and they're not supposed to peek till the next day, till they go up to the calendar and they pull out. Day one. Okay, so day one is December 1st. And on December 1st, it's time to get the tree and decorate it. And so what you'll put in the box right here are some cute ornaments. And so ornaments are a big deal. I love Christmas ornaments, okay? But I love to personalize Christmas ornaments. So when you're going out there, don't just purchase them. Think about the person. that you want to hang that ornament on the tree. So my son, he just got back from Florida. So this year, and I'm sorry I left him home. So this year I found him an ornament, and he went and he tried to see the alligators and he couldn't see them. So I found this Christmas ornament that's an alligator. And so he's going to hang that alligator on the tree. So that will really make that fun. Then my daughter, she just really likes different odd things. And so I found something that's kind of quirky for her, an ornament for her. And then my other son, he loves motorcycles and cars. So I found a motorcycle and car for him. So just personalize them, and it'll make it have a lot more fun decorating the tree if it's something that they enjoy. So that's day one, okay? And inside each of these is a little candy. So you can change it up a little bit as well. So on one of the days, you can have a different kind of candy, and that person who gets it, they get to pick something fun to do that day. It just really is so much fun. Just make it. And be excited about Christmas, because sometimes it can get a little daunting, and we can all get a little frustrated. And this is supposed to pull you out of the doldrums and make it fun and happy occasion. So on day two, okay, this is the day that we are going to clean the house and get ready for Santa. So inside your little box here, you're going to add cleaning supplies. And it'd be fun maybe if you get the rubber gloves that fit the kids so that they really feel like they're involved. Just fun. And then maybe you could take markers and mark on the gloves that that's their, that's their pair, or a dust rag or something. Just make it fun. And they like to squirt, so maybe Windex and clean the windows. Who knows? So Santa can see your house. All right, so on December 3rd, we have set up the Nativity Day. And this is a really important day. It's a day that you can stop and reflect, and as you're setting up the Nativity, you can maybe think about the Savior, but if you're not religious, just fill it in with something else. Then day 4, and notice that I have the pockets kind of random, and this is a fun day. It's the Good Deeds Day. So you're going to look for ways to do good deeds, and you're going to do them secretly. You're not going to tell everybody what you're doing for them, because that just diminishes the thought of doing the good deeds. So, and you have to remember Santa's watching. So we really want to emphasize how important it is to do the good deeds without being told that you are doing it. So that's 4. And then number 5 is, it's a twofer, okay? So it's a Christmas Story Day and make Snowflake Day. So Christmas Story Day, you could watch the movie Christmas Story. You could also read some of your favorite Christmas books and Christmas stories. We all have some favorites. And then you can make snowflakes as you're sitting and watching them. And on my PDF, I have a couple websites that you can go to find some fun ways to cut out snowflakes and decorate the house. But it's a fun way to keep the kids engaged and, get them using their hands and making new things, being creative. That's important. All right. Number 6. That's how the cookie crumbles day. So you want to make sure that in your box, you're putting in the items to make the cookies, maybe some flour, sugar, or even chocolate chips. I don't know, whatever you want, or decorating tools, things like that, to make sure that the kids are going to be engaged and have a lot of fun. And even the older kids, hey, who doesn't like a good cookie? Now, you could also have them look on the website to find cookie recipes and, make their own and then get the supplies together. But those are just fun ways that everybody can be involved. And then, number 7. And I don't have to go to this every time, so I can read right here. So then now, December 7th is All I Want for Christmas List Day, okay? So this is to get you out of the house and going to your favorite stores and just wandering. You're not buying anything, you're just wishing. okay? And they can write down, they can use their camera, take a picture of it, and it's kind of get them just thinking about what they want for Christmas. But it also gets them thinking, it's what I want, but is it really what I need? Because sometimes we don't want to be impulsive purchasers and just go out and buy. So it makes them stop and wait and really think about what their wish list is all about and how it's gonna, and if that's really what they want. So that's December 7th. So December 8th is Make a Snowman Day, okay? If you don't have snow, like I know a lot of you don't, you could use marshmallows, put them in here, and pretzels. There are lots of ways. But notice here, I made a snowman out of batting. So yeah, there are fun ways that you can be creative and make a snowman. You don't need actual snow. So number 9 is one of my favorites, because who doesn't like a good cup of hot chocolate? Hot chocolate tasting day. So you could go and purchase different hot chocolates or just use one recipe and add spices into it and make it fun and try different ways and figure out your family recipe for hot chocolate. That's a fun day. And you want to make sure that you're adding the marshmallows and all those good tasting things, maybe even a peppermint stick to make it a lot of fun. Then 11 is a good one. It's learn about other countries and their religions. So this is a fun way to get them on the internet researching about other countries, other religions, and then you want to have them try some of the games or tell some of the stories that they learned. So that's a real fun one. Number 12 is Secret Santa. We want to find somebody to do something really nice for and do the little gift, and it's their Secret Santa gift. We don't want them to tell, so Santa's going, shh, don't tell anybody. All right, and then 13, we want to think about our sweet little animals, and so it's Make a Bird Feeder Day. And so you'll just get a little pine cone, but you can look on the internet for great ideas of how to get them involved in the environment and the animals. So number 14, Skating Day. Now this one I had a lot of fun with, because sometimes you don't have an actual skating rink that you can go to. So I figured out that you could get a fun pair of socks and put them in the box, and then they could put the socks on, and on your linoleum or your wood floor you can have a skating contest and see who's the best speed skater or who's the best twirler or whoever does the best, and then you can award them with something fun. So you don't have to have a nice skating rink, and if you're not going outside, the weather's bad, just stay inside and make it fun. So Try Something New Day is December 15th. We want to look and try something new. This is a good way to introduce maybe a vegetable or something that they need to try and get used to, but it's just a good way to introduce something new. And now it doesn't even have to be a food, it could be an activity, something that you have never done before, and you could go and do it as a family. So, and then day 16 is Superhero Day. Superhero Day is great because I want you to watch the show Jingle All the Way. And if you've never seen it, it's a fun, cute show with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he's kind of the superhero dad. So we wanted to find their superhero. So it could be somebody in the neighborhood, it could be a grandpa or grandma, it could be just somebody who's done a lot of good, and it doesn't even have to be somebody in the family, it can be somebody outside the family. So find that hero and just kind of award them and tell them why they are your hero. And then 17 is the day that you're going to make your neighbors a treat. I don't care what it is, it's just that you get all the supplies and you could go on the internet and decide what is the neighbor treat going to be this year. I know at my house, we decide something different every year. And it's a lot of fun to engage the kids, and then they get to go around and leave them on the doorsteps or knock on the door, and it's a good way to meet your neighbors. So, and then a nice important one on December 19th is to write your letter to Santa Day. So in here you're going to put markers and paper, but we did my Christmas list so that you could cut it out, and it says, something I want, something I need, something to wear, something to read, and something from Santa. So it's not all about games or anything like that. It's introducing the reading and clothing. So we've put that in there. That's a nice little template as well. Then number 20, and I've added the recipe for this as well, is to make gingerbread cookies or a gingerbread house. This is a really fun activity that gets the kids excited and maybe a little sick from all this, from all the sugars, but it's a fun day. And so I have a little template of the gingerbread house, and I also have the recipe for the gingerbread. So you can decide if you want to make cookies or if you want to do a complete house. It's a lot of fun and something that the kids will love. All right, then day 21. Okay, we have wrapping it up day. We're getting close to Christmas, so this is the day you're gonna get all your wrapping paper and all your bows and wrap them all up. Then day 22 is light it up day. This is a fun day where you'll go around the neighborhood and decide whose house is lit up the very best. So it'll probably be an evening project, so you can go, or even decorated. It doesn't have to be lit up. And then award them with an award that they're the best decorated house in the neighborhood. That could be really fun. And then 23 is clean up the toys and gift to charity day. This is a really important one. Who doesn't have an overstock of toys all around the house, and how important it is to remember those who are less fortunate and gift them. So it's time to go through and weed through those toys and have them really think about, do I want it? Can I gift it? And then day 24 is get ready for Santa. This is the day that you're going to make his milk and cookies, and you're going to make sure your bedroom's all clean. You're extra good this day. And then you're going to sleep under a little blanket that, in my house, I have this little blanket that they sleep under. And it's a special little blanket, and it's for the one kid that's been especially good and this year. And so you kind of want to change it up. If you have that one golden child, that's great. They get it every year. So, and then the 25th is the opening day, and you want to remember to bring back the Savior into it, because it's what it's about, his birth, and then talk about, and just make it a fun day. I love Christmas, and I hope that that you could see how much it means to me. I love family traditions, and I love how important they are to my family now. As they move away and go their separate ways, they always can feel that warmth and love throughout the year, and especially at Christmas time. So thank you for joining me, and if you have any questions, please leave a comment below, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also follow our Instagram and visit our website at graceframe.com, or contact your local dealer. I'm Karla, and thank you for joining me here at the Grace Company. Have a happy Christmas.
That was wonderful.
Yes, it was.
Very sweet. Thank you so much, Karla. I know all the comments that were saying, oh, thank you so much. Love that idea.
Great idea.
And it really is a very sweet, very kind of cool way to do an advent calendar. Yeah. Thank you, Karla. Again, yeah, Lynn, wonderful. That was really, again, wonderful idea of doing an advent calendar on that. That was very cool.
Especially, with the holiday, you have different ways maybe do. I saw one of the comments about having electronics, getting away with the electronics,
Yes.
so it's good to do something that is different, to make a calendar. And that could be a fun tradition with, the kids just make a calendar of the holiday. So that's great idea. But next,
Exciting.
So we're going to talk about our True Cut rulers, right?
Yes.
They have so many wonderful features about our rulers, and they're through all of our rulers. And so let's just get right into talking about why our rulers are so different and so much needed in the quilting as you cut your fabric, right?
Yes.
So let's look at, we have how many rulers? We have, I want to say, I don't know, 9 or 10, 11.
Quite a few.
Yeah, we have several rulers.
3 rectangular, 3 triangle, 3 square. So that alone is 9.
That's right.
That's a lot.
And as you can see, the rulers, they have holes in them, Laurel. So the holes, they're good for holding through and for marking. The rulers are easy to read. And so
Yes.
one of the things we hear all the time is how easy you want rulers to read easy. You want to line them up
Absolutely.
easy. And our rulers are really
Absolutely.
easy to line up. We have different variety of rulers, from the rectangle rulers to square rulers to triangle rulers. Pretty much every ruler you need in your arsenal to keep you cutting.
Huh.
But one thing that makes our rulers unique is that they are flexible, right? So how many rulers that you know that you can just bend the rulers without it snapping, right?
Yeah, just like that.
Yep. And the reason why they are so flexible is we inject our rulers. And so all of our rulers, we inject instead of an overlay to keep them strong, durable. They won't crack, they won't chip. And so if you're looking again to build your rulers, TrueCut is the best ruler on the market for many purposes, outside of being durable and strong. We talked about the holes, right, LJ?
Yes.
Holding through to keep them from sliding. Also to mark through on your fabric, right? So if you're cutting,
Yes.
marking through is big.
Yeah, and I know, Mark, you had also mentioned that you want to make sure that when you have rulers that it's very readable, and that's why with having them clear and even having those holes, it allows you to very easily go through and make those marks without having to line it up and then move it over, quickly mark it, line it back, and like it's super easy. You can have that ruler there and easily make that mark when you're cutting. And actually for you guys, we have some amazing deals we're doing.
Yes.
So for today and for today only, for Cyber Monday, and our Jolly Holiday event we're doing with you guys, we have 40% off any ruler or any ruler bundle. That is awesome. So if you're looking to get anything, today is the day to get it because they are 40% off. And if you're looking, hey, I want something that's, I want a triangle, I want a square, I want a rectangular, get that bundle. And again, you get that 40% off. And Mark, why don't you tell them kind of what else we're also doing for them today with the discounts?
Well, outside of the 40%, like LJ said, make sure that happens today. So again, today, 40% off the rulers. Sorry, what was your question again? I was just like, I was about to go on the next. Yeah.
Well, I was just going to say, what is another, or what's the other special that we're giving them today with, the discount that we're giving them today?
So free shipping.
Yes.
Free shipping on orders over $30. So if you've been adding to your cart, or if you're close to getting around $30, that's not a lot, Laurel.
No.
$30. Get that $30. Get the free shipping. Build your cart up. Holidays coming up. You may know family, friends, relatives. You get free shipping. So take advantage of that free shipping. $30 isn't a lot of money to get that free shipping. And then again, like Laurel said, today, 40% off, which is really, really big. The other nice benefit of our rulers is that guide, I keep saying guide. That guide's on our cutter, the track. And so you'll notice that the track on the ruler is 1/4 inch tall. You put our guide of our cutter right on there to keep the blade, like you can see right there. So that guide goes right along the ruler's edge. You're going to be cutting straight. You'll be accurate every single time. Putting that guide on the ruler, that automatically puts the blade against the ruler's edge automatically.
Yes. Yes.
And you can see right here on this one, cutting straight. So you won't have to worry about going off to no man's land, getting those inaccurate cuts. With that guide system, you'll cut straight every time. So yes, this is rulers. We're talking about rulers. Buy your rulers. Also, it doesn't hurt to throw in there that comfort cutter, or those true grips, or any other item that you want. But again, today, 40% off and free shipping over orders of $30.
Yeah. And then just a quick reminder as well, again, it's that 40% off, but that's whether it's an individual ruler or a ruler bundle. So if you're thinking, hey, I just, I have a bundle, I'm looking to get just this one ruler, 40% off. Or if you want, do that bundle, get a little bit over that $30, right? And you get that free shipping, and again, still get that 40% off today only.
That's right.
Huge, huge discounts that we have for you guys. So, and again, yeah, our rulers really, everyone has rulers, but really if you use our rulers, you will find that it makes a huge difference in what you're able to do with your cutting process. So they're wonderful. Again, you have a whole bunch of different sizes, whether it's a triangle, rectangle, square, we have rulers for anything you're looking to do. So wonderful discounts that we have for you guys.
Take advantage. So outside of our rulers, our next segment, Leah Day, she's going to be doing a trunk show for us. And she's awesome. She's been an ambassador of Grace Company for a very long time. Love what she does. Very smart. A lot of wonderful things that she provides the quilting community. And she has been kind enough to be a part of this Jolly Holiday by doing a trunk show.
Yes.
Can't say enough about Leah Day. So watch her video. And when we come back, we'll be doing our $1,000 giveaway. $1,000 giveaway to use any product on the Grace Company site. So again, we talk about our machines, our frames, accessories, automation. You know, $1,000 towards automation is a big chunk. So if you're looking at adding any of these accessories, stay tuned. After this trunk show from Leah Day, we'll be doing our $1,000 giveaway. So with that said, let's go ahead and turn it over to Leah Day.
Hello everybody, welcome. I'm Karla Jerome with the Grace Company and I'm
Hello my quilting friends, my name is Leah Day and this is Baby Betty and we are here for Grace Company's Jolly Holiday Quilting event. And so I want to share with you two beautiful quilts that I pull out during the holidays and I hope to have really wonderful memories with Betty and my son and husband this year. So first quilt is one I pull out in the fall and I leave this on my table. This is a tablecloth quilt and I use this from pretty much August through to the end of November. And I'm really looking forward to making more tablecloth quilts because it adds so much character and beauty to my dining room table. So this particular one, this is basket weave with QCT. I created this for Grace Company's fantastic fall festival in 2020. And I mostly used QCT, that is Quilter's Creative Touch, to stitch the designs. Now, if you'd like to make a tablecloth quilt too, I have learned from trial and error, you want to use a really thin batting for tablecloth quilts. Otherwise, when you put your glass down, it gets all wiggly wobbly. So I found flannel was really the best batting to use. It's very thin and you're not going to get a very good quilting definition, but it's going to result in a nice flat quilt that will go on the table and really act just like a regular tablecloth. So I hope that you will enjoy making mini tablecloth quilts too. Now here is another very special quilt that I pull out in December usually. I usually keep this on the wall from December through March or April because, you know, at any point in time in North Carolina, we can get snow. This is called Winter Wonderland and it looks like applique, but this is actually a reverse shadow trapunto technique that I played around with, and I made way back in the day in 2009, 2010. So the snowflakes are actually white felt on a black background, and then there's a layer of silk organza on top, and then I really densely quilted it, and this was entirely done on my home sewing machine, and then I did everything separate. So all of these blocks in the center medallion were done separate pieces, and then I put them together with a quilt as you go technique in order to make the whole quilt. I know, pretty complicated, lots of little fiddly steps, but I absolutely love how this turned out. And it ended up being one of my best show-winning quilts. I believe this won a Best Machine Quilting Award at AQS Knoxville. This was many, many years ago, but it's still a delightful quilt to be able to pull out during this time of the year and enjoy seeing all of these bright, beautiful snowflakes. And one last bonus quilt. This is a giant Christmas tree quilt. I absolutely love this. I have been wanting to get this quilted for years, so it is on my list to try and get this on one of my Grace frames this year and get it quilted so I can enjoy it on my wall. The story behind this quilt is I had a whole bunch of green batik fabrics, not really any idea what I was going to do with them, and I just started playing around and came up with the Christmas tree. And then I also started playing with some Angelina fibers, some glittery fabrics, and began making the stars, and then kind of went off on a crazy tangent with the presents. That was a really complicated piecing job. And then magically, this checkerboard red and white glitter fabric border fit perfectly. I mean, it was nuts that it actually fit 100% perfectly in that red and white checkerboard pattern. I mean, if I had planned it, it of course wouldn't have worked out, but this was just kind of fly by the seat of my pants kind of piecing. And yes, this is one of my favorite quilts, and I have been wanting to get it quilted. So this year I'm going to make it happen. I cannot wait to get this on one of my frames and start playing. I'm thinking feathers through the center of the Christmas tree, really simple quilting over the glitter fabrics. I'm not sure how my needle or thread are going to really like that, so I'm going to have to take it pretty easy through those areas. And then some really fantastic background fills in this black background. And I know that black background was kind of, is that going to really work? But I think it just illuminates everything. It just really makes the glitter fabrics and the green fabrics really pop. So I absolutely love this quilt. I cannot wait to get it finished. I am planning on using a wool batting for this one, so that way I get really nice puffy feathers, really nice quilting motifs, beautiful quilting definition on this quilt. So that's it for this video. I hope you enjoyed learning more about my basket weave with QCT and Winter Wonderland quilts. I wish you a very happy holidays, and until next time, let's go quilt!
That was awesome.
Yeah.
And you know what's awesome about that is her little baby.
So cute.
Yes.
I was just thinking cute little chubby cheeks.
Yes.
Adorable.
But Leah Day, so hopefully you guys enjoyed that trunk show of Leah Day. Again, very wonderful. She's a wonderful person, been ambassador of Grace Company. So hopefully you enjoyed that. But now let's get into the $1,000 giveaway, what everybody's been waiting for, right? Just kidding. You guys all just wanted to watch the rulers and everything else that we were doing because this is a wonderful segment. So well, let's do the $1,000 giveaway.
Yeah, so this is big. This is, again, we're going to build on this. So this is the first one. We're getting into it. Welcome, everybody, So this is $1,000. And like I said, we're going to build on it. So this is already a whole chunk of money. We're going to do $2,000 this next segment, $3,000, all the way up to $6,000. Okay. So huge giveaways that we're doing, again, for you guys who really want to do something for you for this holiday. But again, this one is going to be the $1,000. And Mark had mentioned earlier in this segment that it is for anything on the Grace side of it. So if that's any accessory, a new quilting machine, a new quilting frame, looking at automation, or maybe the Pattern Perfect, anything on the Grace platform can be used with this $1,000.
That's right. And there is a time limit.
There is, but it is a good chunk of time.
Yes,
for sure.
December 31st, right? You have until December 31st to use this $1,000 towards any purchase of Grace site. So Grace Company, frame, machine, accessories, anything that you looking to improve on or to add to, now's the time to do it for whoever won the $1,000. So I just want to throw that out there. December 31st is when you have to use that by.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, let's go ahead and announce the winner here of this $1,000. Woo!
Tamara Peterson.
Congratulations.
$1,000. $1,000. So that is awesome. So Tamara, whatever you want to like to go by, please use it by December 31st and then take advantage of what we have going on.
Yes.
We have so many sales, especially today, Jolly Holiday. If you already know what you're wanting, take advantage and go get it.
Yeah, do it today. Because like Mark said, there are some deals that we are doing specific today for you guys on this Cyber Monday for our Jolly Holiday event that will end, at the end of today. So make sure if you're thinking of anything like Mark had just said, get it today. Now is that time, especially with that free shipping. Today is the perfect day to do that. So wonderful.
That's right. Well, we talked about our rulers. We talked about the 40% off. Please take advantage of that. Go to the site. You can call in as well. But 40% off of the True Cut rulers. And like LJ had mentioned, if you have it in a bundle with rulers, and then over $30 free
Free shipping.
shipping. So take advantage of that today. The Jolly Holiday sale that's going on, 40% off, free shipping over $30 today only.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thanks everyone for joining us. We're going to take a quick break, but then we'll kind of come back on here and we'll kind of move into this next segment with you guys. So thanks for joining, and we'll be right back.
We'll see you right back.
Hi everybody, welcome. Thank you for joining me for part one of my tree skirt and my tablecloth. So in part two, I'm going to show you how to quilt it, but in this one, I'm going to show you how to cut it and piece it. I'm really excited because it turned out really cute. And it was a lot of fun and very easy. Even with my arm, it turned out my husband did the cutting, so I just want you to, I will show you how to cut, but I'm not actually going to cut on this segment here. It was just 2 weeks ago, so I want to explain that I broke my arm. Dang it, wish I hadn't, but I did. And so I can't apply any pressure yet. That's the word, yet. I can't wait for the day that I can use my ergonomic cutter, and I know it will really help me as I transition into starting to cut again. And you know I can piece, because he only did the cutting. I wouldn't let him do the piecing. So anyway, let me jump in and tell you how this idea came about. I love 60-degree triangles. They are fun and so versatile. If you don't have a ruler that is a 60-degree, you need to get one.
Well, that was a preview, sneak peek of what's coming up. We're going to cue in that break. We have a couple things we need to change around in here. Bring a new person on who you haven't seen, so we're going to bring that person on. So that's a little sneak peek of what Karla will be doing in the next segment. And we just wanted to make sure you guys are all awake. As we said, break, we went to Karla, keep it on your toes. And so we'll go ahead and take that break now. If we're ready, Bryant, are we good on that break? All right, we're giving a thumbs up. So go ahead and take that break and we'll bring the new person on.
And then it was like, well, hang on a minute. I really need that quilting to stand out. So even though it was negative and I thought, okay, there was a lot of space there, I still needed it to say, look at me, look at me. So I came back and I put the bias around it. And then I decided to needle turn some of these little circles and to put the bias on. So I actually had a lot of fun doing that, and it was a great thing to learn. I used the marking tool to draw the circles so I could do the perfect placement of the design, and it really was a lot of fun. Then on the edges here, all of this work I just did with ruler work, and I did it with just free motion.
And I am in cruise mode, and I'm using pearl white thread to tack it down so you don't really see it. And I'm just traveling kind of slow up it. And I'm going to go that point there, and then I'm just going to turn, okay? And tack my hexagon across the top. So I'm going to stand on my tippy toes. This frame, when you set up your frame, don't set it up so tall, but this is one that everybody uses. We have tall people, short people, and you know, I'm in between. So I'm just going to stand on my tippy toes, which is fine, and I'm just going to move across, tacking it down as I go. But notice how it's just, oh man, it's gonna keep it. And then I get to that corner, then I'm gonna turn my ruler.
So the quilt has a lot of the teals and turquoises and blues and purples that I love. It gave it an overall cool tone read, which is my favorite colors. Very little of the warm tones, and then it fades back into green at the bottom. So this has become my favorite quilt that I made during 2020. I actually leave it out all year long. The quilting on it, the snowflake itself has kind of a wavy, irregular line. You can see that in the picture. And then in the colored part, it's got snowflakes that just kind of swirl around. So it maintains that holiday theme, but looks really fresh and crisp. So consider that if you've never made a holiday quilt. Go find a pattern you like and see what you can do to make it your own. Now, if you're in the holiday mindset and you're thinking about gifts, next year, this is a quilt that you could gift to someone. This is my Fantasy Flights quilt. It uses my fantasy fabrics.
So when you touch on this, your little pop-up window will open up, and that's where you can put your measurements in. Okay, so notice right over here it says the Panto mode. That's the pantograph mode they're using. I'm using basic mode. For this one, I could use Power Panto. I could use Easy, so either one of them will work. Let's use Power Panto mode and show you what it's like. Okay, so I've selected my Power Panto mode, and I have my total width is 82 and my total height is 82. So let's go in and now select our design. So I'm going to come over here and I tapped on Select Pattern, and now it's going to open up my library, and I'm just going to scroll down and see if I can find a design. Now, remember, this is an edge-to-edge quilt, so I want a design that's called a continuous line design. A continuous line design is a design that has a start point and a stop point that allows you to connect your next design to.
So you may wonder, how can a quilt you just quilted have so many memories? So that's what I want to share with you is this Christmas quilt, and I'll hold it up where you can see it. So this quilt was pieced by a very dear friend. Her name is Lynn Hall. We've known each other since first grade. We went to school.
Welcome back. That was a nice short little break. Happy to be with you. I haven't left. I'm still here, but we do have a new person. I'll let her introduce herself.
Hi, everybody. My name's Melinda. You may have seen me or my email being posted as who you would email.
That's right.
If and when you won any of our awesome giveaways.
That's right. So this is a person. So everybody's been winning the giveaways. Melinda has been the person we've been emailing. So we thought we'd bring her on and like show her face and who she is and let her be a part of it. She's so awesome. She's been with Grace Company for a little while and it's just fantastic. So she's excited to be part of this, as we all are. And hopefully that last segment was awesome. The giveaways. You know what, Melinda? Let's go ahead and start this segment with a couple giveaways.
Awesome.
3 giveaways. Yes.
Let's do it. Do you want to pick first, or do you want me to pick first?
Well, let's. You know, I would love to pick first, but you know what? Let's go ahead and throw a question out there. What is a question we want to give the viewers?
You know, one thing I always love asking customers when they call in: how many quilts are you making for the holiday?
That's a big one. How many quilts? Around the holidays, that's probably a little tougher because family's around, you're on vacation or what have you. That's a great question. How many quilt tops will you be quilting during the holiday? That's a fantastic question. And none. None. I'm not doing any quilting this holiday season.
23. Wow, Kemi. Wow.
Are you sure that's 2 or 3? 23?
4 to 6. A bunch of 3s.
10, 3, hopefully 3, 1.
2 for me from Jennifer. Nice.
3, yeah. Just finished up my binding on the quilt. I'm making at least 5 quilts for family. So yeah, there's a lot of quilting going on this holiday season. And we'll pick 3 winners again from our platforms, Facebook, YouTube, and our Grace Company site. And one of the things that we wanted to change up is have these boxes here, these presents, and inside is a wonderful gift that we're going to give away. So we'll go ahead and let these roll in just a little bit. Not this year. One person says, I wish I had time to do quilting for gifts. Yeah, time gets away from us and around this holiday season. Yeah. Lovely day. Yep. 5 table runners. Stopped counting. So that's a lot. So
17
Liz,
quilted vests.
17. So Liz Grace, congratulations. Well, not yet, because we don't know what you're going to win. So Liz, let's find out what you will win here. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do this candy cane. Look at my box. Oh, there is something in this one. Liz, let's see what you won. All right, so perfect. This will be our ruler. So we talked about in the last segment. So fitting for the prize will be ruler. So this will be our triangle set ruler. So the 90 degree, 60 degree, and kite ruler. So the triangle rulers that you will get. So keep in mind, Liz, to email Melinda at graceframe.com. We'll get that on the screen here. So Melinda at graceframe.com. Send her the information and we'll be able to send that out to you. But congratulations, Liz, on that. So let's go ahead and we'll get another winner from the YouTube.
Winner.
Yeah, so we'll see here.
I will pick the snowflake box.
All right, and let's see.
What
so
do
Cynthia,
we have?
so Cynthia says planning to all the UFOs, but one at a time. That's right. Don't go further than you can. So if you have a lot of those unfinished quilt tops, then start at least with one and build from there. So good job, Cynthia. All right.
Awesome. Cynthia, to help you with all of those quilts, you will get our quilters combo. So it comes with the 6x24-inch ruler, the comfort cutter, and a package of 2 grips. So that's going to be an awesome help to finish those quilts.
That's right. And so Cynthia, as Melinda pulled out, you're going to find that your cutting system or your cutting process is going to be easier. It's going to be safer, more accurate. So again, Cynthia, you as well, please email Melinda at graceframe.com, and hopefully all your UFOs will be able to have plenty done before the holiday season. So congratulations on that. So last but not least, we'll go to our Grace site and to find out. And so on the Grace platform, we have Belinda Sue. So Belinda Sue, congratulations on that one. So I wish you could point out, Belinda. It'd be nice for you to be like, hey, do this one, do that one. So I'm going to act like it's you pointing, and we'll see which one you wanted. Oh, you want this one right here? Okay. We'll grab this one for you, Belinda. You called it. So let's see what's inside this one. Open the lid here. We talked about earlier in the last segment how exciting it is for you to win. Opening up these gifts is exciting for me. I was like, oh, what is she going to get? All right. So this one, we have our Quilters Creative Design Pro. So
wow.
The Design Pro software. Melinda, what can you tell us about the Design Pro software?
So if you're doing pantographs, the Design Pro software has a library of wonderful designs that you can browse through, choose. You can print those designs. And as you're completing your quilt with the pantographs, and if you have your machine laser or Gracie laser for whichever machine that you're using, you can trace those beautiful designs right from the rear of your machine and ultimately transfer those to the quilt. So it's a wonderful library of designs. Again, just awesome. A wonderful, awesome gift.
It is awesome. You could also design your own too, which is awesome. You can design your own, print what you design, and then use that for tracing ability, put it underneath your needle, and you could do the stitching underneath your needle with the paper as well. So Creative Design Pro on that. So congratulations, Melinda. Congratulations to all of our winners, as you can see right there. So it's a $400 value, which is pretty awesome. You get that, which is a nice gift. So congratulations to all the winners. We love doing the giveaways, Melinda, as we do these wonderful events to be able to participate with the viewers. So again, everybody who won, please go to Melinda or email Melinda at graceframe.com. And this Melinda will be the one who's getting all your input, and we'll be happy to send those out to you. So congratulations again. So we have a fun segment, this segment. So as LJ said earlier, this segment, now we're going to do $2,000 giveaway.
That is awesome.
Yes.
That is awesome. You can definitely buy a lot for $2,000.
You can. So stay tuned. That'll come at the end of that giveaway. We're going to have Karla. We're going to talk about her tree skirt. Karla did awesome with the tree skirt. And then after her, we're going to talk about the Cutie frame. So if you've been wondering about the Cutie frame or have questions about the Cutie frame, stay tuned, because Melinda and myself, we're going to be talking about the Cutie frame and why it's so fun, so important to have and so easy to use.
Yes.
So, but before we do, let's go ahead and get with Karla, who talked about who's doing a tree skirt, and let's go ahead and bring her on.
Hi everybody, welcome. Thank you for joining me for part one of my tree skirt and my tablecloth. So in part two, I'm going to show you how to quilt it, but in this one, I'm going to show you how to cut it and piece it. I'm really excited because it turned out really cute. And it was a lot of fun and very easy. Even with my arm, it turned out, my husband did the cutting, so I just want you to, I will show you how to cut, but I'm not actually going to cut on this segment here. It was just 2 weeks ago, so I want to explain that I broke my arm. Dang it, wish I hadn't, but I did. And so I can't apply any pressure yet. That's the word, yet. I can't wait for the day that I can use my ergonomic cutter, and I know it will really help me as I transition into starting to cut again. And you know I can piece, because he only did the cutting. I wouldn't let him do the piecing. So anyway, let me jump in and tell you how this idea came about. I love 60-degree triangles. They are fun and so versatile. If you don't have a ruler that is a 60-degree, you need to get one, because there are so many ways that you can use it, so many designs that you can make, and this is just one of them. In an earlier segment for Tuesdays, I did a quilt called So Easy. So if you're wondering of what else you can do, you can check that video out and see what else you can do with the 60-degree triangle. But today I'm going to show you this little tree skirt. Now I did do a tablecloth as well. It's a little bigger and it's going to be a lot of fun, but I'm just going to show you on this little segment how to cut and what I did. So it all started with my little hexagon right here in the middle, and I used the 60-degree to sew them together. So as you'll notice, I was going to make it a hexagon tree skirt, but as I was piecing it together, I started changing my mind. So I decided that I wanted it to be a star-shaped rather than a hexagon. If you like the hexagon look, and it'll be a little easier to quilt, you could just continue on and add 2 extra triangles right here and right here, and make it a hexagon. And then you'll just leave this open right here and make your little circle. All right? So that's what you do to make a complete hexagon all the way around. Not hard to do at all, just a little different look. If you're going to do that, I would change the color and not make this one color so you can actually see the star. So I'd change the tips and maybe make them this gold color, whatever you want. You guys know what you like. And that's just a suggestion. So let's start out and talking about cutting out our little 60-degree triangles. So the best way to do this, because there's a little bit of waste and we want the least amount of waste as possible as we're cutting. So the best way to do it is decide what size you want your center to be. Now I cut these using the 5.5 inch on the 60-degree. So I just used this as my mark. And so when I was cutting my little triangles out, I cut out strips of fabric. Okay, you'll cut out strips of fabric and you'll use your 5.5, okay, because you want a nice straight edge. So you'll cut a nice straight edge all the way across, but then you want to go up just 1/4 of an inch higher or wider than what you're cutting, so that as you're cutting, you can go up and off, and you'll have the least amount of waste because of my fabric. So you want to use both sides. So you'll cut up one side and then down the other like that, and then you can go all the way across, and then you can flip it and come back this way. So you're using your 5.5 as well. So there's not as much waste. And I will tell you in the instructions how many of each color you'll need to make your star. Notice that I did my center, the lighter gold, because I was going to cut it out because I really liked this little red fabric. And then I sewed it together so that I could cut out my circle, and I'm just going to unpick right up in here after I cut it. So anyway, that's what you'll do right there. So let's talk about, now that we're cutting, notice one thing on my ruler I'm missing, and I'm missing my true grips. You need to have your true grips, especially on these 60-degree rulers, because they really slide around a lot. And you want to stabilize them as you're cutting, because especially if you're cutting up one side and coming down this direction, it will help you so you don't have to make it so hard as you're cutting down. I've done it both ways, so I've gone up one side, gone over to the other side of the counter and cut it this way, but I've come back down this way, so whatever works well for you. So let's make sure that we put our true grips on, and really what you'll want to do is put one in the center and on all three sides. So I want one up here at the top, because as I'm pushing gently on the ruler, I don't want it to veer off. So this will really anchor that top point. And we also want to anchor right here and right here. So you might want little stickers all the way along, all true grips all the way along, depending on what you're using. So these little inner dots are great for that. So if you wanted to put them on the number, they're clear so they don't impede the number as you're doing that. So it will really help you stay right there on as you're using it. So make sure you're using both sizes, the larger size and the smaller size. And like I said, the smaller size, I did it on that 7, but you can't even tell that I have a little true grip on there because it's clear and you can see right through it. So it's not going to diminish any of the lines, so you have clear sight and seeing all the way as you're cutting. So great product here. So don't just buy one package, buy more than one, because you will use them all the time. All right, so that's how I cut them. So I cut them in strips. Make sure you're not cutting any more than 4 layers. On this one, I like you to be a little more accurate. There are some cutting designs out there, like a log cabin or strips or like that, that can have a little bit of a variance, and you can adjust that as you're sewing. But these, we want to be as accurate as possible as we're cutting, so that it makes our piecing that much easier. And so just make sure that you do it, and always make sure that you cut your selvages off. Let me show you what it looks like when you leave your selvage on. Because like I said, I had my sweet husband, he cut, and he was trying to maximize the waste of my fabric, so he's trying to make it work. He kept saying, yeah, you won't be able to see this, will you? Yeah, you will. So cut your selvages off before you, even though you're going to have less to work with, it's really important, okay? So now this one I can't really use, but I could use it as a smaller triangle, so I don't really want to throw it out. So you just want to make sure. He did the same thing on this one too. Had that little selvage on there. So make sure you're having a full 60-degree triangle that you're cutting. Okay, so let's talk real quick about the piecing. After you've cut them, let's talk about the piecing. So I laid this out. I laid out my whole quilt, and then I started from the edge and worked my way in. But on this one, I worked from the center out. So I did this row first, okay? So I sewed up this row and laid it down, and then I sewed up this row, laid it down, and then this one. And I sewed these on after I had my little hexagon all pieced together. So I sewed my center section. This one first, this one second, this one third, then I went over and did this side, the same thing. And notice how it has a star within a star. That's pretty cool. And it's not even a circle, it's a hexagon. So it turned out really cute. So anyway, and then I sewed this together, and then I sewed on my outer pieces. So as you're piecing these together, okay, you're going to take one, you're going to pick up the ones that you've laid out on the table. So say I'm doing these two right here, okay? This row here. you're going to pick up these two here. And once you have the rhythm down and how it's done, then you can pick up more pieces. I just don't want you to get confused, and that's my biggest problem as I'm quilting. That's why I lay it out first and then go and pick it up. I think it's easier for me to go and take more time picking it up, doing a section at a time, than having to unpick because I screwed it up. So just learn from my mistakes that this is actually easier, and then once you have it, you can move on, okay? So anyway, or you could number them, I don't care, whatever works for you. So what you're gonna do is you're going to put right sides together. So right sides together is the beautiful side of your fabric, and this is the wrong side. It's the faded, dingy side. So what you're gonna do is put your right sides together, like that, and then you're just gonna sew your 1/4 of an inch all the way down, from point to point. And then when you open it up, you have what looks like this. So you open it up, and you think, oh, how's that gonna work? So you just have to lay it like this. Okay, so it'll go like this. So this is this little section, and then you're gonna do the same thing to the other side. And notice that if you'll do this one at a time, how you'll get your little seam allowance right there. So after you've done the first one, the first two, then you'll lay this next one, your third one, this one right here, on top of it. But you're going to use the little points. You're gonna match them up point to point. So see that? How I have my little points matching up, and then you're gonna sew all the way down, and you're gonna do that all the way across. It's as easy as that, and you will be done in no time. So you're gonna sew up this row first, doing that method, then you're going to go to this row, and then you're going to sew the rows together. So when you're sewing the rows together, let me show you what I did. I matched up the points again. So I took my little points and I pinned them into place, and I went right through so that I was making sure that my points matched up, so I had a point. There's nothing worse than to see a triangle that its point is 1/4 of an inch down in because your seam allowances aren't correct. So just use your little points on your 60 degree and match them up, and you'll be good to go. And then I just sewed straight across, really easy, then opened it up, and then I just did it at a row at a time, okay? After I did all the center section, I had, because I wanted a little different look. Yes, I could have continued on with this look right here, because notice that this is the same size triangle as this one out here. But I wanted to change it up a little bit. So I used this as my template, this triangle here, and I made this full triangle to sew on the edges. And it just turned out really cute. So there are lots of options and lots of different ways to use the 60 degree triangle and cut it out and make your tree skirt or a tablecloth. It doesn't matter. There's so many different designs that you can make. I have even more, but we're waiting till next year. I don't want to show you all my tricks and all my ideas right now. I have a lot of classes to fill in then, and so next year I'll even have more ideas and more ways for you to use the 60 degree triangle for your Christmas tree skirt or a tablecloth as well. A table topper, it doesn't matter how fun and how cute it will be. So another thing I just wanted to mention real quick is make sure that as you're cutting, this fabric here was a little directional. Let me show you a little bit about what I mean. So with my solids, I did a tablecloth, and I did it out of these two colors because I really liked them. But this, notice how the reindeers are up, and if I turned them this way, they'd be upside down facing you, or on the side or anything like that. So make sure that as you're cutting and turning it the right direction for you. Okay, so let me just show you. I have a couple of 60 degrees, and I'm just gonna use the ones that with the selvages, but notice how when I put them together, the trees are going this way. If you don't like that look, then change it around, okay? So that they're at least going the same direction, they're not gonna meet up. It would take too much time for me to make the Santa come out and actually piece out. I don't care. But if this bothers you, that the Santa isn't in the right way, don't use this fabric. If the fabric's not right for you. So, you know, as you're deciding on what fabrics to use, if this is going to be a problem, choose a different fabric. Maybe choose a solid, or choose something like this one here that has a smaller, denser design that you're not going to really notice what direction I have to turn it. So really important, and just something to think about for any quilt that you're quilting, is the fabric that you choose and how it will look as you're quilting. And then you can decide, hey, that's the right piece for this. But I really liked it, and it didn't bother me. But if it bothers you, don't do it, because it takes a lot more time unpicking, and it's a waste of your beautiful fabric. And fabric is too expensive to cut it out and finally decide, I can't use this because it's not the right fabric or the right designed fabric for this project. So let's just talk about this triangle here. You'll use this triangle right here as your template, because I said I did earlier because I learned, okay? But I didn't, and I thought, hey, I was being really smart, but that's just gonna be the easiest way for you to cut out this triangle and make it the right size. I tried to be really smart and do a paper template, but notice how much bigger it is. So the 60-degree triangles, trying to figure out the sizes, it's a little tricky. So just use this one with the sewn seams as your template, and you're good to go. So anyway, really excited about this. So join me at the quilting frame when I am going to show you some ideas and ways to quilt these fun tree skirt and tablecloth. I'll see you there. I hope you enjoy it. We'll have some great instructions for you, and I look forward to seeing all the ways and ideas that you have to use this fabulous tool, the 60-degree triangle, and how you would use it. So make sure that you send me your ideas and thoughts. It's Karla with a K, K-A-R-L-A, at graceframe.com. And if you have any questions, please leave a comment below. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also, follow our Instagram or visit our website at graceframe.com, or contact your local dealer. Really important. I'm Karla Jerome, and thank you for joining me here at the Grace Company. See you next time.
Well, Melinda, that was awesome watching Karla with her tree skirt.
It was, and her choices of fabric, they were all beautiful. As many of the comments, you know, suggested, beautiful choices of fabric and pattern.
That is, yep. What a great opportunity. I mean, having that tree skirt with those colors, I saw a couple comments, you know, make a couple for the kids, you know, another great pattern to be used around the holiday season. And speaking of patterns, there are quite a few questions coming in on how can they get this pattern.
And that's a great question, Mark. We will have the pattern uploaded on our site by tomorrow. So if you go to the events.graceframe.com website, from there, you'll be able to see the pattern under the segments from today's show. So you'll want to look for the Cutie segment. You'll be able to see Karla's skirt pattern right there listed on the website, free to download, and you know, be creative with it, be beautiful with it, do what you want with it. It's really a wonderful pattern.
It is, yeah, thank you for that. So tomorrow, so check it, we should have on there tomorrow for that pattern. Now, Melinda, the next frame we're talking about is one that has taken the quilting community by storm. A lot of comments are coming in with the Cutie already, and what can I use with the Cutie? And we'll get into all of that during the segment, because there are pretty much anything that you can do on a larger frame, you can do on the Cutie frame. And so we'll start from beginning to end talking about the Cutie frame, how wonderful the Cutie frame is. Just like you see there, it's just a beautiful, easy, light frame to be used with your quilting. And so I know we're both excited to talk about this. I know you're excited to talk about it because you had a chance to see this frame up in person at the show that you're at, and probably had a lot of questions and stories coming in.
Yes, we did. So we took the Cutie frame with us to Houston. Well, all of our frames. But I really do think the Cutie stole the show.
It did.
There were tons of questions, lots of people test driving the Cutie with the various different machines, whether it was one of our unique machines or a domestic machine. People were just really just mind blown about the Cutie and the capabilities, the versatility of it, the convenience of it. People are in love with the Cutie, and I can't blame them.
No, you can't. You know, we came out the Cutie frame to really give you an opportunity to do large quilts, small quilts, to put it in a room that you may not have room for, right? As you can see here, one of the things that they're going to be doing right here, Melinda, is moving the fabric. And so they're going to be shifting the fabric. That's how you can do large quilts on this Cutie frame. But more importantly, that you can do large quilts is you can do this quilting into any really space. It's a frame, or what I call like an accessory that's non-dedicated. You don't have to have a dedicated spot for this frame to be in. You don't have to, find room. You don't have to move stuff. Let me take the back. You may have to move a little, move a little in your quilting room, but the Cutie is a tabletop frame. And so being a tabletop, what does it allow them to do with having a tabletop version of a frame?
So essentially that allows you to take this frame pretty much anywhere, whether you're outside on your deck, whether you're going up to the cabin for the weekend, or I would say boating, but I couldn't picture a quilting frame on a boat. No. Maybe a pontoon boat, maybe. But we have a customer that calls in periodically, and she goes on the road with her husband. He's an long haul trucker, and she takes her Cutie frame with them on these trips, but she'll call in periodically for needles and thread and a few other items, but she's on the road quilting. How amazing is that?
Amazing.
And it just gives the testament you can pretty much take the Cutie frame anywhere.
Yeah, you can. The Cutie right now is on sale, so take advantage of that opportunity. It's on sale for $689.
Wow.
$689, Melinda. That's super doable in the hobby world, right?
Oh, definitely.
And again, I like to look at the Cutie as an accessory. So don't think of it as the word frame. So those who are watching and you're looking to finally have something for your quilting, don't think of the Cutie as a frame, because frames can mean a lot more when you hear the word frame, right? So the Cutie frame, what a great accessory it is for your own machine or the Unique machine. You can do so many things with it, from quilting large quilts to using automation to ruler work. As you can see here, we're doing automation on the Cutie frame. So really the sky's the limit with what you can do on the Cutie. But more importantly, it is your best friend to your quilting. If you're looking to do large quilts, you can absolutely do large quilts with the Cutie frame by hooping around, right? So if you have a large quilt top that you're looking to do, you can do this by hooping the fabric. And what do we mean by hooping the fabric?
So, Mark, we're all taught as quilters that we should quilt from left to right. So as we're loading our fabric on the frame itself, we're going to load again, just as we would quilt left to right. When you have that larger size quilt, initially on the right side of the frame, you're going to have more fabric hanging over that side. And that's perfectly fine. As we're quilting, we would normally quilt in a row. With the hoop frame, we're actually going to quilt in zones. So as we complete the zone or within that quiltable space that we have within the frame parameters, once we've reached that far right side, then we're going to hoop or shift our fabric and move it to the left so we can complete that zone and eventually complete that row of our quilt. Once we've completed that row, then of course we'll hoop the fabric and roll it up and from there begin
Yeah.
going into our next row where we're completing the first zone within that row.
That's right. Now, there's a couple other questions that I know you think of when you're quilting. One is the throat of your machine. If you're using a large or a small throat machine, one of the questions that we get all the time, and probably what people get most afraid of, is how much throat would I use if I'm doing a large quilt? How much would I end up losing with a smaller machine? Mm-hmm. Well, the best part about the Cutie frame is you won't lose any throat space outside of what you will lose with the take-up rail. What I mean by that is on the take-up rail, where most fabrics will build, you are going to, you'll lose that throat space. Well, with the Cutie, because the fabric is not rolling on the rail, it's a soft roll, you will be able to move that to the front of your machine or move that forward. So whatever you are missing as you're bringing your fabric or your quilt machine up, I can guarantee that the fabric that you have in the throat of your machine, Melinda, won't build up to where you'll lose your throat space, if that makes sense, because you're going to be able to have a soft roll that you're going to be able to move that forward so it won't sit on top. The other one is heavy, right?
Right.
Super not heavy at all, if that makes sense. It's very light. But before we get into that, let's, Thelma, if Cutie is under my tree, there will be hubby. So hubby, Thelma, this better be underneath their tree, or looks like there's gonna be a consequence there. So that better be coming. So 689, Thelma's husband. I know he's probably not watching. So Thelma, you got to get to him and say, hey, 689, get under the tree. And the best part is we're talking about a box that's only really, I forget how big it is.
It's about 4 feet wide.
Yeah, and it's not very tall. Yeah. But let's get back to the weight of this Cutie frame.
So again, it's a very lightweight frame. When you think of a frame, I personally think of something big and bulky that takes up a ton of room that I don't have available in my house. But the Cutie, the width, it's only 4 feet wide. Yeah, I would say it's maybe about 3.5 feet deep, but that's the size that you need your tabletop to be. So tabletop, countertop, anywhere that you're going to place the Cutie frame on a flat, smooth surface. So again, your table 4 feet, we'll say at least by 3 feet deep would be the best parameters to set up the frame.
That's right. And because it's a tabletop, the other concern we get a lot of is my machine. Will my machine fit on it? Will it make it tipsy? Will it fall off whatever platform it's on? Well, it's going to be secured. It's going to be right up to, so you can see right there on the table. And as long as the bottom of that frame is on a table, you will have no worries whatsoever with your machine on there. So the machines that can go on there are any of your home sewing machines up to a 19-inch Unique machine. And that's right, Melinda, you can use your own sewing machine all the way up to a 19-inch Unique machine. So that gives you a wide range. And if you're not happy with the small throat, then go ahead and upgrade. You can go all the way to a Unique 19 with the Cutie frame.
And that's awesome, Mark. In dealing with our customers, with our phone calls, with their online inquiries, there's always tons of questions about all of our product. But I think the most common question about the Cutie frame is, will my machine fit? Now, keep in mind there's literally hundreds of different machines that are out there, older, newer, everything in between. So the best question you can, kind of do it yourself to find out is taking measurements of your machine. So the base of your machine would need to be 11.5 inches wide or less. Your machine, the length of the machine, or the length of the carriage, I should say, is 23 inches long. If your machine happens to be a little bit longer than that 23 inches, that's fine. because the back of the machine can hang over the end of the carriage itself. But I think that the biggest point being the width of your machine being that 11.5 inches wide or less, and your machine will work.
That's right. So again, the weight of this Cutie frame too is just on its own, probably about 25 pounds maybe. So it's very light, which allows it to be portable. So earlier, Melinda, you talked about pretty much putting it anywhere you want. So when we went to the Houston show, we just had them on lifetime tables. So in your quilting studio, if you have a cutting table, if you have a just regular table, or if you don't want to put it in your quilting area and you have a dining table, your coffee table, picnic table, pretty much any table that's a flat surface, you can put this Cutie on there, and you can do large king size to queen to table runners. There's no size that's going to be too big or too small for the Cutie. You can use your own machine. So it's a comfort level, right? We want you to be comfortable quilting. So use your own machine and then possibly upgrade. You know, a lot of comments are coming through with the 19, the 15. Absolutely. If you're looking to upgrade your machine, now's the time to do it, especially when this Cutie is on sale. Go ahead and get the Cutie frame, get it underneath your tree, get it now while it's on sale so you can do your quilting. It'll just save a lot of money down the road, possibly some headaches because you have to pack all your stuff up, or you're traveling, or you're having other people quilt it. So the Cutie frame is one that's gonna be awesome. And yes, it is, you know, it's a dream, you know, but $689, that's a dream come true.
It is. It is. It makes quilting and the hobby that much more affordable and attainable for more at-home quilters.
That's right.
At that price point.
Yes, it does, Melinda. So $689, again, wonderful tabletop, what I call accessory frame for your home machine. But what a wonderful way to start off your quilting. You know, those of you who are watching, and ask yourself, you know, like, oh, I will love one of those. I see comments like, oh, better be on my tree. I want to get one. Buy one for yourself for Christmas. Again, $689. You can get your own Cutie. We have plenty of them in stock. So order now to get it. Alice says, I purchased in Houston, and that is a well-built product. Well, thank you, Alice. It is. You know, it's a very simple, easy product to go. So thank you, Alice, there, and who bought it in Houston. So yeah, dear Santa, sure, right, Santa. Tell him that you want the Cutie. I did a flannel queen quilt on my Cutie, and it took a while, but it is great. And you're right, Jerry. So, you know, doing these large quilts or doing something, it may take a little longer, but it beats it's a lot better than sitting down and in your quilting, because we all know some of the stress that sitting down brings from your shoulders to your whole body. So it does be the alternative.
Yes.
So with that, Melinda, the Cutie frame on sale. What a wonderful thing. So again, if any questions you have, please bring them in the comments. Please go to our website. But to bring all this back around again, the Cutie frame can fit from your home sewing machine up to 19 inches. Okay. It will fit on any flat surface. That's about like 23 inches wide, 24 inches wide on the base of your flat surface. You can put it on there. You can do king size quilts. You can do queen or smaller, and up to 19 inches of machine on there. Keep in mind, it is a hoop style frame. So yes, larger quilt projects may take a little longer because you are hooping the fabric around to get all of your quilting done. So keep that in mind. So the Cutie frame, wonderful, easy, very inexpensive, lightweight, perfect for the holiday season. Get the Cutie frame.
Yes. And again, a true statement, whether you're a new quilter or an avid quilter that's, you know, been doing projects for a long time. So it's a great, just like you said, accessory or standalone frame for anybody that's interested, whether taking up the new hobby or, again, like I mentioned, an already established quilter.
That's right. Okay, so we also want to quickly, an accessory. Before we get into the thread, we have prices for the thread. Any accessory from ruler work to lasers to automation, those can still be done with the Cutie frame. So you're not sacrificing to do with the smaller, getting the Cutie accessory for your machine. Now, with that said, Melinda, we have our thread. So our finesse thread is also 40% off. Pre-round bobbins as well, the thread, 40% off, and free shipping over $30. A question earlier came through about the costs. Is it already discounted? Our website reflects that when you add it to the cart. When you go ahead and add it to the cart, you'll see that these discounts have been applied already for both the Grace Company stuff and the True Cut items. So keep that in mind. But 40% off our variegated solid thread and our pre-round bobbins. Now, I know you're itching. You know, Melinda's first time here on camera. We're going to get her to talk about the finesse thread, because I know she's itching to talk about our finesse thread. Why is our finesse thread so wonderful?
So, Mark, first and foremost, I want to say I love our thread colors. They're vibrant, awesome. That there's so many options to choose from. I was never the person, you know, going to the store, walking up and down the craft aisles, looking at thread or anything like that. But now I find myself doing those things just to compare, you know, see what else is out there. But time and time again, I come back and I'm thinking, you know what? Our color would look so much better, you know, paired with this fabric or what have you. But there's tons of colors, solid or variegated to choose from. It's a polyester thread. It's a 50 weight. I apologize. It's a 3-ply thread. And again, coming in solid colors, variegated colors, beautiful options to choose from. And with our machines, we have found, you know, the polyester thread having less breakage, less lint coming off the thread as it's moving throughout all the mechanics within the machine. So it's been a great fit, especially with our machines. But you know, certainly you can use this thread for any project that you're out there wanting to make and create. Yep,
that's right. And as you can see, there's 40% off. So we all know thread can be very expensive. And if you buy too big of the spool of thread, you're sitting on that thread. So take advantage of this 40% off for your pre-round M-class bobbin. So these are pre-round M-class solids, variegateds, 40% off. Perfect stocking stuffer. You know, or you can put it underneath the tree and box if you want to buy a lot of it. Go ahead and put it underneath the tree. But our solid and variegated, like Melinda was saying, 50 weight, polyester, 1,500 yards. So it's going to be perfect for your large quilts and your small quilts, but 40% off. So go ahead and add that to your cart, and you will see that the discounts will be applied. 40% off. That's today only. So if you want your thread, today only 40% off. So take advantage of that right now. And you'll have thread for your quilting. Just like you said, the vibrant colors, there's a lot to choose from. I call them like flavors, if you will. So there's a lot of flavors, colors, what have you. Take advantage of that now. So go ahead and add that to your cart. Well, Melinda, let's go ahead and move on. We have another trunk show by our wonderful friend, Lizzie Allen.
And she's amazing.
She is amazing. Love her. Yes. So we have another trunk show, but stay tuned. After Lizzie Allen trunk show, we're going to give away $2,000. $2,000.
Woo!
That's right, $2,000. So stay tuned to that. But let's go ahead and get it over to Lizzie Allen.
Hi everyone. Thanks for joining us at the Grace Jolly Holiday Trunk Show. So this is just a little show and tell of one of my favourite quilts. So I'm Lizzie Allen, I'm a Grace Ambassador and I live in Australia, and I have a Unique Pro 21. So the quilt I have hanging up here is called Bonnie, and Bonnie is supposedly Irish for bright and happy, and that's what I was trying to do when I made this quilt. So it's actually Dresden plates, and they are vintage Dresdens. They were made by my great auntie Olga, and she was really instrumental in shaping me as a patchworker. So as a little girl, I used to watch her do all these beautiful quilts, and I just so wanted to do it. Well, she left me 12 of these Dresden plate unfinished blocks, and I'm almost ashamed to say it, they were in the UFO box for a long time. Then, like all good shoppers, I was then inspired by the new reproduction fabrics they had. So, of course, I bought some. And then I finally decided I would do this quilt and I would finish her and I would put it together. One of my favourite things is the Dresden plates aren't perfect. So she didn't have enough fabric. So she took the time to painstakingly piece some of them together just so that she had enough fabric to get one of these blades out. And they're not all perfect, and I actually made sure that I didn't fix them. And the other reason it's one of my favourite quilts is I put this on my spare bed and it's in my guest room. And what it is it is bright, and hopefully when friends and family come and it's for holidays and they walk into the room and it's bright and it's on the bed, they go, oh, wow. And hopefully, with all quilts that, there's some love, there's some comfort, there's some warmth there. So in a way, I'm hoping that it greets the guests. So with me, when I design a quilt, I have this thing that there has to be some wide open negative space, like these big areas here and big borders, because I'm obsessed with quilting. I love free motion quilting, so it's like I just needed to have a go where there was some feathers, and I wanted to do some background fills, and I wanted it to be dramatic, and hopefully that's what the red and white has actually given me. The other thing is I am very spoiled. I do have a QCT5, so I have the automation software on my Gracie machine. And, that allowed me to do something different, like put the Dresdens and actually inset them into the circle blocks, and then sort of be adventurous and place circle designs perfectly within here. So I'll just pause it and hopefully I'll show you a couple of close-ups of the quilt. Okay, so this is a close-up now of one of the circles. So using the QCT5, I put these really great feather designs in there, and you can see it does perfect little circles. And then it was like, well, hang on a minute, I really, really need that quilting to stand out. So even though it was negative and I thought, okay, there was a lot of space there, I still needed it to say, look at me, look at me. So I came back and I put the bias around it, and then I decided to needle turn some of these little circles and to put the bias on. So I actually had a lot of fun doing that, and it was a great thing to learn. I used the marking tool to draw the circles so I could do the perfect placement of the design, and it really was a lot of fun. Then on the edges here, all of this work I just did with ruler work, and I did it with just free motion, and I made sure that I used a much brighter red thread than the homespun. I was sort of hoping that the red thread would create another surface design with the quilting on the red. Then with the Dresdens, basically they were easy. I just did ruler work to ditch each of the blades and outline the center circles. Then I did a nice little background fill in here in the white, and I can't even tell you how many circles are actually on it. I sort of lost count. I would just sit there and make the little circles. On the sides here, I didn't use the rulers. I just eyeballed it and just made sure that I did the red on the red and the white on the white. And then this is where I decided I needed a fair bit of space to put the feathers in. So I put a feather border right round the outer edge. And then just to finish it off, I decided I just didn't want to do a plain binding. So I did a little 1/8 peeper on the side there. And because I didn't have enough of one of the fabrics, I just cut it up into lots of little strips and join them all together, and it just changes colour as it goes round the quilt. So it was actually a lot of fun. It took a little while to do, but I was really, really happy with the end result. I hope you like my Bonnie quilt as much as I do. I wish you all a really very safe and happy holiday season and a wonderful Grace event, and hopefully I'll see you all soon. So thank you for watching.
Well, thank you, Lizzie Allen. You know, she's always awesome to be part. She's always happy, and you can just tell from what she's doing. She loves what she does. And I saw a lot of comments from the quilt that she was working on. Beautiful, wonderful pattern, and that's, you know, Lizzie Allen for you.
It is. It is. She's one of my favorites that we see regularly with our live events, and you know, there's no doubt in my mind that she doesn't. You know, it's obvious that she loves what she does,
Yes.
and you can see it.
Yep,
So.
she does. Okay, well, now this is the moment you all been waiting for, the $2,000 giveaway.
Woohoo!
And so again, these were the registrants of this fall or this Jolly Holiday, $2,000 giveaway. So keep in mind, $2,000 can go a long way. We have these wonderful promotions today only. Now, this does last till December 31st. So if you wanted to find out if you want to go something bigger, or if you're looking to get your automation right now, now's the time. You can put $2,000 towards your automation or towards a machine. So $2,000 goes a long, long way. But $2,000 giveaway. Are we ready to do this?
Well, we're ready. Let's get it going.
Let's do a drum roll.
All
ready?
right.
Drum roll on the giveaway.
Woohoo!
And the winner is
Susan Gale. Congratulations,
Yes.
Susan.
So $2,000. So Susan, if you were thinking through this whole time, like, oh, it'd be nice to get a Unique machine, or I got to upgrade my frame or automation, now is the time to do it. Put that $2,000 to good use. And what a wonderful opportunity for you to grow in that. So $2,000, Susan, congratulations.
Congratulations. Merry Christmas. Don't forget to email me, Melinda@graceframe.com. Again, Melinda@graceframe.com. Send me an email, Susan, with your information, and we'll send you all the details about how to use that gift card.
There you go. Well, thank you. So we're going to take another break right here to bring in more people in this next segment to talk about automation. So we'll bring those two in. Thank you for watching up to this point, and continue to watching, because we have more giveaways and more prizes to hand out through this whole Jolly Live segment. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Together in college, I would go over her house and ride horses with her and have so much fun. Her mom became like a second mom to me. Her name's Violet. She's a very special lady. So just so many memories with Lynn, and we've stayed friends all these years. She's the oldest friend I have, and by that I don't mean age-wise, just longest running friend. Very special. So I love her dearly, and that I would be able to quilt her quilt is just really special.
And I'm using this light green as my center, but I need 2 more pieces for my petal. And I don't want my fabric to go to waste, but I'm just trying to show you my technique. So usually, because I have broken my hand, I would use a ruler and make it nice and straight. But with this extreme paper piecing, you don't have to be exactly straight. You can come up and go right there. So give yourself at least from 1/4 to 3/8 to 1/2 inch, depending on what you want to do. And then I'm just gonna come here on this other side. You know, in fact, because I'm so right-handed, I'm just gonna turn this around. Now you can do this method your way. You can use a ruler if you want to be nice and straight, or you can do it how I'm doing it. So I'll use the ruler, and I just got a 9-inch square ruler, and I'm just gonna come right here.
Fabric requirements and cutting measurements are listed within your scalloped placemats pattern. Once you've gathered your supplies, you'll take your accent pieces over to the ironing board. The accent pieces are these skinny strips. Fold these pieces lengthwise, wrong sides together. Once you have all of your accent pieces starched, folded, and ironed, you'll pin the accents to the border pieces. Pin all of these in place and then take these units over to your sewing machine. Sew these pieces together using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And I just love my 1/4 inch seam presser foot for jobs just like this.
I love 60-degree triangles. They are fun and so versatile. If you don't have a ruler that is a 60-degree, you need to get one, because there are so many ways that you can use it, so many designs that you can make, and this is just one of them. In an earlier segment for Tuesdays, I did a quilt called So Easy. So if you're wondering of what else you can do, you can check that video out and see what else you can do with the 60-degree triangle. But today I'm going to show you this little tree skirt. Now, I did do a tablecloth as well. It's a little bigger and it's going to be a lot of fun, but I'm just going to show you on this little segment how to cut and what I did. So it all started with my little hexagon right here in the middle, and I used the 60-degree to sew them together. So as you'll notice, I was going to make it a hexagon tree skirt, but as I was piecing it together, I started changing my mind.
So first quilt is one I pull out in the fall, and I leave this on my table. This is a tablecloth quilt, and I use this from pretty much August through to the end of November. And I'm really looking forward to making more tablecloth quilts because it adds so much character and beauty to my dining room table. So this particular one, this is basket weave with QCT. I created this for Grace Company's Fantastic Fall Festival in 2020. And I mostly used QCT, that is Quilter's Creative Touch, to stitch the designs. Now, if you'd like to make a tablecloth quilt too, I have learned from trial and error, you want to use a really thin batting for tablecloth quilts. Otherwise, when you put your glass down, it gets all wiggly wobbly. So I found flannel was really the best batting to use. It's very thin and you're not going to get a very good quilting definition.
I'm going to open it up and let's look at a couple different designs. I don't want a half hexie, I want a full hexagon. Let's do this ripples and pearls. That's kind of cool, but it's a little more modern than I want. So I'm going to come back in here.
Welcome back again. Nathan Erznosnik now stepping in, and
Laurel Erznosnik.
I know you've had a chance to see
Yes.
Laurel here a little bit. It's fun to be here. We have an amazing team, so thanks to all those behind the scenes that have been really helping make sure Cyber Monday can happen. Thank you, Quilters, for joining us. It's been really, really fun. We have a lot more to go. We have a few more hours.
Yes.
The prizes continue to get bigger as the day goes on. We're going to do more lives, and we have actually in this segment too, LJ, some really, really amazing items. Karla, she went and spent quite a bit of time. Now, just so you know, we'll get in here into a minute, but she has a great idea that has to do with paper piecing, and we're going to get into that. And we're going to be talking about automation along with deal dashes. So now, LJ, I know that earlier we've talked about a couple other key deal dashes.
Yes.
You remember what the first one was that we did earlier today?
Yes, this was on any TrueCut ruler, whether it's a standalone ruler or in a bundle. We're doing 40% off.
So that's an amazing deal with free shipping right now. So now is the time, if you've ever thought about TrueCut, and I think you saw some of the amazing features of those. You guys talk about how they have the holes and the edges for safety. And yes, you can partner it with one of our My Comfort cutters. So one of our ergonomic cutters, which would be a fantastic combo. If you've ever thought about yourself, or you think about those around you that you're like, man, I would like to make their life a little bit easier, then right now, TrueCut is one of those great items for you to take a look at. As we've gone through the show, if you're on the Grace platform, you're also going to see that there's a quick, easy way to buy now also when we talk about and demonstrate some of those different products. Again, if you haven't had a chance to log on to the event platform, we're going to recommend you do. There's a lot going on in that platform, direct access to the sales, easy access to purchase, some of those things that we have on sale today. LJ here for Cyber Monday. A big online day, which is kind of what we're doing, right?
Yes.
Are you picking up anything for Cyber Monday?
Heck yeah, I might get a TV today.
Oh, there you go. That's good there. They're looking like a really pretty good price. I know that the second deal dash day that we had was on finesse thread.
Yes.
And LJ, why, if somebody has not thought about finesse thread, why should they consider finesse thread today as part of this deal dash bundle?
Well, it's a great question, Anthony, because I actually think there's a lot of things that makes the finesse thread unique and great to use. One of them is actually we have a huge variety of colors. So on our variegated and our solids, and we even have now pre-wounds, which is super nice to use. So you don't have to wind the bottoms, you don't have that tension nice on there as well. But it's just huge. And then it's 1,500 yards, 50 weight, and then it's polyester. I'd say that that's probably a key ingredient into what makes the finesse thread great.
And let me talk about that. It's what we call a 3-ply soft polyester. So it actually looks and feels like cotton for those of you that like some of that traditional look. However, it doesn't have any of the fade, so the thread won't fade over time, and it doesn't have the lint. So it's a low lint thread. It's also a little bit more forgiving. So if you are also thinking, I like the 1,500 yards. In fact, I know this because I went and helped put this program together, is I wanted to get what I call project-sized threads. And so what that means, like you love buying your patterns, like you love buying your fabrics, and we know the thread's in there somewhere. And so what we wanted to do is you start getting in working on any of the frames, and you start completing the mid-sized projects, you're buying multiple 500-yard spools, or you've probably looked for the large cones, but they're 3, 4, 6,000 yards, which is way more than one quilt. And so part of the finesse has been, it was created to help be more of that project-based size. And so you can be buying threads for your projects. It's the right amount for those large projects, great for a couple small. And then again, LG, as you mentioned, a little bit more forgiving. So if you're getting into the machine quilting with mid arms and long arms, it's a little bit more forgiving. So it does a little bit more for what that is. Good question. Is it for unique machines? No, it is not. In fact, Karla will tell you she loves it for piecing because it's in between. It's a 50 weight, so it's not quite a 40, but it looks and feels like that because it's the soft polyester. But it works with domestic machines. You're going to want to run a thicker needle, like a 14, which we would consider more like a denim if you're going to be doing quilting on a frame or even independently, so that needle's a little bit more stiff. But it works on all brand of long arms, even those domestics. And so it's a great thread. Right now, 40% off is the special with free shipping on that as well. We've never done that, by the way. We've always had, if you buy 3, you can get 1 for free. So it's like 25% off to 30. Right now, Cyber Monday, if you wanted to go, it's easy to browse. We have really high resolution pictures on the site as well, so that you can determine what threads, what colors you think you want to get. Buy up a bunch of them, add them into your cart. In fact, I know I overheard a call, and I think there might have been 20 spools. It wasn't today, but in the past, where everybody's like, give me solid, variegated, very variegated. So we have a lot of selections out there, and it's wonderful. LJ, getting into today, let's do a giveaway. I'm talking a lot about what Cyber Monday is and what you can hand into, but LJ, go ahead and let's work through what that giveaway is going to be.
Yeah, so I kind of have a question, kind of maybe just reaching back to what this holiday was we just celebrated, or anything, just because we're kind of getting into that giving season. But I want to do, I want one thing that you're thankful for this time, either this time of year or just in life in general, but just one thing you're thankful for. Whether it has to do with quilting, outside of that, but again, just something that.
What are you thankful for? I have a lot of things I'm thankful for. I was thinking one this weekend I did last week was my wife. The other thing I was really thankful for, I'll bring it up since we're kind of looking at these right here. was actually the relationship my children have with each other. They're best of friends, and you can't always say, think about this. If you have brothers and sisters, are you best of friends? And I hope some of you are. If not, you might be working on that. I felt very fortunate that my children are best of friends. And so that was something that I shared here earlier over Thanksgiving, actually, LJ, with what I was really grateful for. So looks like we have a lot of people participating. A lot of people are saying families, freedoms,
Friends, health.
families, health is another one.
Their new cutie.
sweet Bubby. I'm guessing that might be baby, or it might be hubby. I'm guessing Bubby. Thankful for my savior, families, again, health, a lot of those things. That is true with what's going on. So thanks for joining us today.
Yes.
I wonder, we'll give this away, and I'm wondering how many people are at work watching this, or how many people are at home. That's another one.
Oh, that's a great question. Yeah.
But let's go ahead and let's choose some winners.
Yeah. So we're gonna choose 3 different winners. So it'll be one from Facebook, from YouTube, and then from our Grace platform. So let's go ahead and pull up our first winner here.
And what are we giving away? How do we do this? This is my first time.
That's a great question. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have pull it up, and then we're actually gonna choose a box here.
All
so
right.
Karen.
So Karen Stanaland. Woo, congratulations. Thank you for their son will be home for Christmas. That is a great
wonderful.
one. Yeah.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do now for Karen is Nathan, I'll actually let you choose a box, and then in there you get to choose an item that they win, and you're gonna show them what it is.
So now, Karen, sometimes you're
Big
like, it's the biggest, it's the smallest. You think it might be wrapped.
They're all pretty good. They're all got pretty good prizes.
I'm going midline right there. Let's go that one for Karen.
Go for it. Go ahead and take it.
Okay, here we go. What's in the box? We're gonna be popping it up. Oh, I'm just kidding. That was pretty easy, to be honest with you. But there you go. So what we have is, nice. This is a great one. So this is the My Comfort, what we call our Quilter's combo.
Yes.
So the ergonomic 45 millimeter comfort cutter. By the way, it does work left or right-handed. It also comes with our largest ruler, which is the 6.5 by 24.5, the set of true grips. And then LJ, I'm going to up the ante on this because that's actually the same ruler. If you're okay, we're going to add the 6.5 by 12.5. And then we'll also add in the 3 by 18 ruler as part of this combo, which we're going to do, which is a pretty good ruler combo. In fact, the rulers are on sale. If you go look at the combos, this would be what we call the rectangle combo, but she's also getting, in addition, the My Comfort cutter, so the 45 millimeter My Comfort cutter, and some true grips that go along well with that. Congratulations,
Congrats,
Karen. All right.
Wonderful.
Next winner. And we got a winner from, here we go, Janelle Hinton. Thankful for her granddaughter. Wonderful. I'm guessing just super fun to be with. So congratulations. LJ, you're choosing for her. You're picking her poison right now. What's it going to be? What's the giveaway?
This box.
Okay, what is it?
It's got a cute little bow on it too. I'm going to open it because it's, I've got pretty good muscles, better than Nathan over here. So it's not that hard for me. All right. So in here, this is a pack of true grips. So this is part of what Nathan just mentioned, the comfort or in the Quilters combo. So pack of true grips, that's a wonderful thing to use. You can use on any rulers that you have. And then also the 45 millimeter comfort cutter. Now this one is great because it's the ergonomic. So it helps bring that blade down so you don't have to do that movement. It already is pointed down for you. So that is wonderful. Congrats.
So now really quick with the winners, they need to reach out to Melinda.
Yes, Melinda at graceframe.com.
If you're just joining us, also know we're going to ask if you're a winner on some of these live giveaways. We're going to have you reach out to Melinda, MELINDA at graceframe.com. Again, Melinda at graceframe.com. All right, LJ, let's go ahead and choose one from the Grace platform. So if you're streaming with us live on the events at graceframe.com, thank you for joining. And the winner on this one is going to be Debbie Weatherhead. WEATHERHEAD. So thank you, Debbie. Congratulations.
A room to quilting.
Her thing that she's thankful for is, what is it?
A room to quilting.
A room?
That's huge. That's huge.
That's a good one. I would say out there, throw me a comment. How many of you wish you had more space to put your quilting supply? Give me a number 2. I'm pretty sure everybody's going to be putting in a number 2. So congratulations. Let's go ahead and do a selection. I want to go ahead and choose this bottom one right there. That's the one I want. We're choosing the bottom one.
All right.
Choosing the bottom. What's the winner? So here we go. This is going to be for Debbie. Congratulations, Debbie, on winning. Woo-woo! Yeah. And this is our electric rotary blade sharpener. So this does sharpen most all brand blades, 28, 45, and 60 millimeter blades. Now, if you're okay, we have people helping watch this so we can track this.
Absolutely.
So really quick, what I want to throw right now is if you're interested, this is on sale. By the way, it's on sale, and we're including 2 free rulers with the purchase of the electric sharpener. So Debbie, what we're going to do is we're going to up the ante. We're giving you the electric sharpener we're giving you the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler and the 3 by 18, which is currently on sale. And I don't know what the price, I think that price is right around, I want to say like $55. We'll have to take a look at that. But normally that package is over like 125. So it's an amazing deal. If you ever thought you wanted an electric sharpener because you were cutting with dull blades, you don't have to. You no longer have to cut with dull blades. Get the True Sharp 2. It's an amazing sharpener, works fantastic, has diamond grit stones, which are kind of meant to be worked with the life of that. Hones that blade back into a near factory edge. So congratulations, Debbie, on that one. Ooh, that was awesome. That's a good deal.
Wonderful.
All right. So I think we're going to move into our segment with Karla.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yep. Her paper piecing.
Paper piecing. Now, some of you might be familiar, right, with paper piecing, where you're going to take and cut the shapes, and we're pulling our fabric around to start using those to piece together. Karla had this amazing idea, by the way, and it's a different kind of a way to do something on the frame with paper piecing. And I love part of the name that she calls this. She calls this extreme paper piecing. Now you'll see why, and she goes through, and in fact, this morning she was super excited. She showed me her little pillow that she finished with her extreme paper piecing techniques. This is new. This has never been shown. Nobody else in the world, by the way, has done anything like this. I'm just being honest with you. Karla is an innovator. She has new ideas and solutions, and then what we end up finding out is about 2 months down the road, everybody else is doing what Karla's been doing. So no, you see it first here. Karla Jerome, thank you very much, Karla, for spending your time. She works weekends and nights. She can't get enough quilting in, and sometimes it's her personally, and sometimes it's because of the business. So let's go ahead and go to, but do you have any other thoughts on that? Do you know, have you seen any of this?
I haven't. No, I'm excited to see it now. I'm like, yeah, let's play it.
And then coming up, we've got that Deal Dash. Remember, coming up here, we're going to be doing the 3,000 giveaway. We're going to be talking about the Deal Dash, the new item that we're adding now during this hour. So stick with us. Stay with us as we watch part of Karla's extreme paper piecing.
Hi everybody, welcome. Thank you for joining me for part one of my tree skirt and my tablecloth. So in part two, I'm going to show you how to quilt it, but in this one, I'm going to show you how to cut it and piece it. I'm really excited.
All right, we're getting that queued up. Give us another minute. That was, I think, the tree skirt one, right?
It was, yeah, that was kind of an interesting one too. If you haven't watched it, or I know a lot of people were asking about the pattern on that as well. That will be available tomorrow morning on our
Grace platform.
Yep, Grace platform there. In that segment, we'll have it broken out on each segment that we did today. So you'll be able to go in there and scroll just down below, and we'll have that pattern.
Let's talk about that with the audience. As everybody's watching this today, and this is one thing that we've done. We did this during Fall Festival. We're doing this now. Is if you want any of these patterns, they are free, but you would just come and register for the event. Like right now, it's the Jolly Holiday Cyber Monday event, and that platform is available. And we do keep that open, but go register. You can actually watch any one of these clips, and anything that we do that has education as part of the pattern inside of that video down at the bottom, you can actually download. There we go. You can kind of see, partly play the event, and then you can download the patterns there. All right, so now we're ready for Karla's paper piecing. Yes. Here we go. Woo-hoo. Exciting stuff.
Hello everybody and welcome. I'm Karla Jerome with the Grace Company Education, and I'm really excited to introduce today my extreme paper piecing. Now when you think of the extreme project, you think of taking it to the next level. We've got our extreme makeover, and another thing with extreme, it's a time crunch. So this should be a time saving and give you a beautiful effect on your quilt. So I'm going to jump in and show you the first step in the extreme paper piecing. So first of all, you need to make your template. Now I made these about 9-inch hexagons, and I'm going to use the hexagon on this, but just know for future projects I'm going to even make it a little more extreme. I'm just starting off a little easy to introduce you to the steps. So you need to decide what size you want your paper piece to be, or your hexagon. Mine is 9. However, you need to also, it is determined by the throat of your machine as well, so that you can reach and sew. So just take that into consideration. If you have a 15-inch machine or a smaller machine, you may want to reduce the size to maybe 5 or 6 inches. So let me put my little template down. Now, I only need one template for 7 hexagons to make my little flower, like a grandmother's flower garden. And we're going to make a little pillow. It's going to be quite a big little pillow, but it's going to be beautiful. So I'm going to place my hexagon onto my fabric, and notice right here I've already cut some out. I've already cut out 4. You need 6 of your floral fabric or your petal fabric for the petal part of your flower, and then you'll need a center. And I'm using this light green as my center, but I need 2 more pieces for my petal, and I don't want my fabric to go to waste, but I'm just try to show you my technique. So usually, because I have broken my hand, I would use a ruler and make it nice and straight. But with this extreme paper piecing, you don't have to be exactly straight. You can come up and go right there. So give yourself at least from 1/4 to 3/8 to 1/2 inch, depending on what you want to do. And then I'm just going to come here on this other side. You know, in fact, because I'm so right-handed, I'm just going to turn this around. Now you can do this method your way. You can use a ruler if you want to be nice and straight, or you can do it how I'm doing it. So I'll use the ruler, and I just got a 9-inch square ruler, and I'm just going to come right here at 1/2 and then just cut along the edge, just to show you how that works. So you can go all the way around. And I'm just going to come right here and then just cut the rest. Okay, so there are my hexagons that I've cut. Now I just need to cut my center. Now I'm going to lay this over on my ironing board because that's the next step. So let me cut my center piece. And don't waste your scraps. Make sure that you can use them for another project. So I'm just going to set those over there. But for this hexagon, I only need 1 hexagon because I only have 1 center. So I'm going to open it up, and I'm just going to place my hexagon, and I will show you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it right up there next to that edge so I don't have to cut that edge, and I'm going to move it over so that I'm just cutting off here. And on this, it's okay if you don't have your selvages cut off. That's just fine. So I'm just going to hold it down like this. And make sure you have your true grip so you're not wasting a lot of fabric. But you know what? It doesn't even have to be exactly straight. So you don't have to be exactly straight on this because we're just cutting off our edges. But it does help to have a nice sharp blade. And notice, that's how much I've left on my little hexagon. So I'm going to come up right here. There. And then I'm just going to come around. It's actually a little quicker if you don't use the ruler. But like I said, you do it the way you want to do it. Because this is all about just giving you the ideas and then letting you run with it and come up with your own method. And last but not least, this last one. There we go. So now I have my hexagons all cut. And you can see what it looks like. It doesn't have to be perfect. So now I'm going to use this same piece of paper several times. And I'm going to get my glue stick over here, and I'm going to jump over here to my ironing board because I'm going to show you what I do next. So let's start with the center first, okay? So I'm going to take my glue stick, and you don't want to have a lot of buildup of the glue stick, but what you want to do is you want to run along the edge just right here, along your fabric. Now, if you're a purist, you can use a different type of glue. Doesn't matter. This is just to help with putting the creases in the fabric so you get that beautiful hexagon. So I'm just going to fold it over right along the edge of my template. This is where the paper piecing side of it comes in. And I'm going to come down here to the bottom, do the same thing, and then go all the way around, tacking it down where I put the glue. Then I'm going to take my iron and iron over it and set those creases in there. You don't need a lot of glue to hold it down. You just need some. Okay, so notice there's my hexagon. So now I'm going to take my iron. It has to heat back up here just a second. And you'll want the steam on. I think the steam really helps. So notice that my steam's on. How I'm going to go over my hexagon. See how fast this is? Man, so much faster. And I increased the size of it so it'll be a little quicker to piece and quilt. Okay, so there's my hexagon, but now I have to take it out of my paper. So what I'm going to do is, because I have my creases now, I can just hold it, pull it open, and it's going to be a little sticky, but that's what we want. And you're just going to go all the way around, open it up. And just open it up, and then we're going to re-tack it down in place. And because you already have that crease there, it's going to hold and be really stable. So now I can take my template out and use it again on my next one. Make sure that you remember which side, because the other side will get really sticky. So now I'm just going to go back around and go over my creases again. And then I'll turn it over. And I have one hexagon done. We'll do one more, and then we'll get up and we'll start quilting. So it's that quick. Okay. So I've gone around my hexagon on the wrong side, okay? See where all my little seams are, how I folded it over, and I glued it down. Now, and I took my paper out. Now I'm going to turn it over, and I'm just going to set those creases in place just by going over it and over it. And now I have one beautiful center hexagon. So let me do a couple more just to show you how it works, okay? So there's one hexagon. I'll set it on my frame because that's the next step. See how quick this is? Okay, so this is the right side of my template. This is where I glued. So I'm going to grab one more, wrong side up, put my hexagon back on, and I'm going to go along the edges again with my glue stick. Now I have used tacky glue, which is a fabric glue, because I was really curious if you could actually quilt with gluing fabric in place, and lo and behold, you can. You just have to let it dry really well. All right, so I'm just going to go around and tack this down. But see how quick that is? This isn't days, this is just hours. All right, and this is a little short on this side, but that's okay. And if you need a little more glue, just make sure that you tack it down a little bit more. And make sure that as you're pulling it so you get a nice crisp edge. See, that's pretty close to the edge, but that's okay, because we're going to sew that down. It doesn't matter. Okay, got a little off there, and there we go. So now I'm just going to tack it down, get my little creases in there with my extreme paper piecing, and just set my hexagon shape. Okay, now that I've done that, I can go lift it up, go around it one more time, and then pull my paper out. And then I'll reset my edges. Sometimes it gets a little caught down. Just pull it with your fingernail. Pull it in, and then you can just pull it up, just like that. Easy peasy. You can crank through a lot of these in no time whatsoever. As a girl, I used to we used to have this huge ironing closet. I mean, it was huge. And it would fill up with clothes. Oh, like crazy, because there were 9 in my family. If you can imagine how many clothes there were to iron. And one of the things I thought was really fun, I would challenge myself on a Saturday, because that was my job, was to get through the ironing closet to the very bottom so you could see the floor again. So that was a lot of fun. So I enjoyed the ironing process. And that was another thing. My mom used to like to take my grandma's fabric and fold and iron all of her fabric pieces and put them together in colors. So my mom really enjoyed that. And I'm sure my grandma appreciated it because she would have nice, crisp, ironed pieces of fabric. Okay, so see how I did this one? I'm just turning it over and I'm just gonna set my hexagon again. So that was 2 down in no time at all. So what you're gonna do, I'm gonna do 3 more and then I'm gonna show you how to quilt them. So another way you can do it, you can kind of do it as you go, okay? But you have to be careful that the iron doesn't go over the glue section, so make sure you're turning it down, then ironing it. This is just another way rather than folding it all down. So that works too. So however you want your process to be, because you'll make it your own way of doing it. You can tack this down, kind of go around it. I didn't use a paper that was just like a regular piece of paper. This one is like a photograph paper. It has a little waxier buildup. So use something that your fabric's not going to stick to, like cardboard, because you don't want the cardboard to come up off onto it. And I haven't had a problem with part of my templates coming up off. So you don't want to use regular paper, and you might want to use a little heavier, like photograph stock. You don't need that many because, like I showed you, you can reuse these over and over, so you can invest in a decent type. This is something that we put in the printer, so I thought it would work out really well. So I'm just going to go around this one more time. Okay. Right, notice that I folded that one over. We don't want that. So just keep going around it over and over again till you get it just how you want it. And then I'm going to turn it over. See how pretty my hexagons look? They look great. And this fabric is a lot of fun. It kind of reminded me of an old-fashioned grandmother's flower garden. And I should have brought my grandma's quilt that inspired this. It's little teeny tiny hexagons that she spent hours and hours and months piecing together and then hand quilting. My grandma was a beautiful quilter. Yeah, she inspires me. I just hope that she's smiling down on me and saying, oh, that granddaughter of mine, what is she doing? She's taking that grandmother's flower garden and machine quilting. That's a no-no. Yeah, she's kind of a stubborn lady. She had a mind of her own. But that's kind of where I get some of those genes from. So just one more, and then we're going to go to the quilting. And even if it's kind of just barely, when we quilt it, you're not even going to know that that's just barely a little tip, because it's not even going to make a huge difference whatsoever. But you don't want a lot of glue buildup. That's just really important. See, in this area, I pushed it over too far. So we're just going to have to be really careful right here. And pull it and turn it. One more. Right here. There we go. And there we go. Okay. So this one's going to be done here. And then I'll have 3 down. And I'll do the other 3. And I can't wait to show you the pillow when it's totally finished. Okay. I want to turn it over, and sometimes I'll turn it over if my edges are just really close, and iron it with the cardboard still in it. Or not the cardboard, the cardstock. I should call it cardstock. So anyway, and now I can just open it up real carefully. And look, you can do several pieces of fabric with just this one hexagon. Now, have a lot of steam. You can turn your steam down if you want to. Ooh, nice. Okay. Okay, so all right, I have 3 done. Well, 4 done with my cincher. Thanks for joining me in this video just to see the process of how to make your hexagons, how to cut them, and how to glue them on to make them a beautiful hexagon. So join me in my next video when I'm going to show you how to actually put it on the frame and quilt them, how easy peasy it's going to be. I'll see you at the frame.
Welcome, welcome. By the way, that's part 1.
Yes.
1 of 2, I should say. And the other one is coming up here directly following this. So stay with us as you can see how that all comes together and what the finished simple project is with that. It is pretty cool. In fact,
cool.
I didn't quite know. I didn't know we had the
He was
other
getting
section
ready
coming
to
up.
jump the gun.
I was like all excited. Let's show the finished project. So it's really exciting. So that's an exciting one to see with Karla. I think it's a great idea. I have not ever physically paper pieced, but being able to watch that with the way that she actually has with part of the glue, pulling it up and putting it down, that allows that to be very easily created. Again, different than what you've seen, right? You're going to see the finished result, which is pretty amazing, coming up here following it. But LJ, I know this next section, one thing we're going to talk about, one of my favorite items is our automation.
Yes.
And stay with us. We're going to talk briefly about the automation. It is on sale right now. And then we're going to talk about this hour's deal dash. And then we're going to get into a little bit more with automation here following up. And then we're going to do our big giveaway with our $3,000. We're in the $3,000 hour right now.
Yes.
So that's exciting coming up. But LJ, with automation, have you had a chance to use the automation at all?
I have. I love the automation because I haven't had the opportunity to do a whole ton of quilting, so I'm not as good at the free motion. So I love the automation because I feel like an absolute professional quilter, even though I haven't really done much. So I love the automation.
It's one of my favorites. And let's start playing part of the clip that we have. And I'm going to talk through how easy it is. It is my go-to way. One of the things I love about that I'm demoing here is how easy it is to simply select a pattern. You can see me sizing it. So literally you can increase its size or decrease its size. And the software allows you to actually create designs with patterns that already exist, or you can use the pattern as it is. And I just love how simple that is by touching a couple buttons. So literally choose a pattern. You can size how big the quilt is, top to bottom, left or right. You can then decide how small or how large you want those patterns to create a design. You can see here that was just what the pattern looks like on its own. And it's really fun once you take that pattern and you start to change how it looks on your finished quilt to know that you can actually create something that is completely different than where you started. And LJ, as you're looking at this too, doesn't that look pretty easy?
It does. I think it's super easy. I think one thing that's great about the automation too is it will walk you through the steps as well. So when you're looking to actually go and quilt it, it literally will tell you the steps you need to do it. So if you're ever like, oh, I forgot whatever, absolutely no worries. Again, it'll walk you through everything you need.
One of the things I love is that we have, it actually can connect those lines, and it has the smarts that it actually walks you through from the top of your quilt down to the very last row also. And that's one of the other big things that we have. And looking at this next one, our professional version has a design tool that allows you to create any pattern you want. One of the things I love about this software is, again, now this is not for everybody. I do like this. I'm a person that likes to create my own patterns, and I'm one that as I get more comfortable with the system, I've wanted to understand and know what else can I really do. And so this is an example of where we had Amanda, one of our educators, walking through, and she just simply cut out a snowflake. She took a picture with her phone. She laid it in the background, and then you can trace around it to create that exact same snowflake that was, again, first physically and convert it digitally, LJ. And then that means you can actually automatically output it on your quilt.
That's super cool. I haven't had the chance to mess around with some of this more designing things with it. And so I was amazed, and it was super cool too, because Amanda is newer to our education team. So she actually was able to pick up on this pretty quick too. And that just goes to how, again, how easy and simple it is to use the automation system.
So that's a really fun thing. Again, that comes in the Pro. And as we continue to look at the automation here at the next feature, one of those things we look at are different versions. And so depending on your comfort level and your budget, we always like to talk about Grace Company providing an automation that would hopefully fit into the budget of where you're at. We end up with what we call a basic beginning one. We have what we call our Pro. And this one is also showing special access to our top of the line system on our Pro, which has the gold features. So again, you can see, you can go in, depending on which software set you buy, you can actually demonstrate the one above it at any time to decide if you're wanting to upgrade or not. Now, LJ, right now, I know we have automation on sale.
Yes.
And what is that? What do we got going on? Do you know what the percentage off is that we're honoring right now for part of our Cyber Monday?
Yes, right now I believe we have it at 20% off for everybody. So that's any tier. So that's where if you have beginnings or Pro, and that's even that upgrade. So if you're deciding, hey, I have beginnings, but I want to go to that Pro, that is also 20% off. We are also doing free shipping for you guys. So that is a huge discount we are doing for you guys today on that automation system.
So here's what we're looking at. The upgrade starts right around the 2,000. Our beginning version, I believe, is on sale for just a little over 4,000. Our Pro system is also on sale. So again, right now, if you have a unique system and you've thought about upgrading and you're during this holiday season, I can free motion quilt, just not as good as I can automate because the automation system does it. So I can very precisely place patterns and end up with a really nice finish. Let's kind of just roll this last clip here, showing you how easy it is and what that finished pattern can look like here. So, you know, you can go into the system, you can choose a pattern that you want. You simply can go define where on that quilt you want it, whether it's an edge to edge or in a specific area. Like this one we're looking at is putting it into a block. Once it's been placed, the system knows exactly how big it is, and it knows, and it's automatically sized it. And literally it is that simple. So we like to say you first choose a pattern, you place that pattern somewhere on the fabric. When we're done with it, the automation then sews and quilts that all out. So I really kind of wanted to take a brief look at what and how automation can change partly the way you quilt. Now, the thing to understand is that our systems allow you to kind of use them more like they're modular. So when you're ready, you can add them. So it's not something that you have to buy a compatibility component. If you have one of the 15s, if you have the 19, if you have the 21, in fact, with several of the domestic home machines, we also are compatible. If you have questions on the domestic, reach out, call us at our 800 number. We're more than glad to walk through and see if your machine is compatible. But again, if you were to buy even that Cutie frame and you have a machine and you buy the automation, it will work on the Cutie. It works on the Q zone. It works on the Queen frame. It works on the Continuum frame as well. So those are some things I wanted to. Really quick before we kind of look at getting into Janet George, and we're going to talk about the Dill Dash.
Yes.
I had some people asking, LJ, where can we go? Literally, it's events, events, events.graceframe.com. Or the easy way to get to where we're at today, if you're on another platform, is go to graceframe.com. That's www.graceframe.com. Up on the top, we've got a banner that shows part of the holiday festival. If you're not there and you can't find it again, events, events, events@graceframe.com. But that's an easy way to get right into this main platform to download the Karla, her extreme paper piecing piece. So, all right, let's announce the Dill Dash that we've got going on right now.
So the Dill Dash that we have for you guys, again, this is for today on the Cyber Monday and for our Jolly Holiday event, but it's actually with our light bar. So it's on our 5-foot and 10-foot. So we're doing 40% off. So this is a great one. You can see that 5-foot right there. So again, usually it's right around that 450, but again, 40% off. So that puts it right around $359 right there. And so this is on that 5-foot, and that 10-foot is also 40% off with free shipping for you guys as well.
They're LED lighting. So it has like over 20,000 lamp life hours, which is forever. They're low heat and they're adjustable. They also come on caster. So you might use it over a cutting station. You might want to use it over your quilting station. You might want to wheel it out. Your husband will come probably take it out to the garage. You can tell him no. So it's very easy to use. Again, LED lighting. It's true light. So it gives you that daylight look, low heat, low wattage. So it's a perfect gift to get 40% off free shipping. You're not going to see this again any other time. We've never done this. Cyber Monday is the day. Today is the day if you thought about this accessory, and we're really good to see that. So now stick with us. We're going to go to Janet George. Then we're going to come back and we're going to give away the $3,000 giveaway for this hour. So here we go. Thank you, Janet, as part of her trunk show that she's put together for us for this wonderful Cyber Monday event.
Hi, I'm Janet George from Swanee, Georgia, and honored to be a Grace Ambassador. I join with all the others in welcoming you to the Grace Company Jolly Holiday event. To tell you a little bit about myself, I grew up in Martin, Tennessee. It's a small town in Northwest Tennessee. I went to the university there and majored in biology and worked for the campus post office. So it was there that I fell in love with the Postal Service, and instead of pursuing anything using my degree, I started working for the Postal Service when I graduated, and that became my career. In 1984, I moved to Atlanta. I accepted a position there, which was a wonderful decision because I met my wonderful husband, Doug, there. When we said I do, we had no idea we would ever learn anything about long arms or frames, and certainly not automation, never. But we did, and it's been great. So today I want to share with you a quilt that I only recently quilted, but it has a lot of memories in it. So you may wonder, how can a quilt you just quilted have so many memories? So that's what I want to share with you is this Christmas quilt, and I'll hold it up where you can see it. So this quilt was pieced by a very dear friend. Her name is Lynn Hall. We've known each other since first grade. We went to school all 12 years together in college. I would go over her house and ride horses with her and have so much fun. Her mom became like a second mom to me. Her name's Violet. She's a very special lady. So just so many memories with Lynn, and we've stayed friends all these years. She's the oldest friend I have, and by that I don't mean age-wise, just longest running friend. Very special. So I love her dearly, and that I would be able to quilt her quilt is just really special. So just to kind of break things down, this was actually her first quilt to just piece and quilt by herself. And when we were growing up together, we never dreamed of being quilters back then. We didn't talk about it. We talked about horses. So because it was going to be her first quilt to cut and piece, I wanted her to do a fabric cafe pattern. So, and I'll tell you why. This is the Fabric Cafe pattern. It's called So Quick, and it's quilted with Ann Bright decorations. So that's the quilt pattern and the quilting pattern. So just to tell a little bit more there, the fabric itself. So we'll start with the fabric itself. That came from a shop called Backyard Fabric. Of all my aunts, I had only one who was a big quilter, and she was the one who told me about Backyard Fabric. The owner is Dana Hughes, and it's not far from the town I grew up in. And the first time I went, I fell in love with Dana because she has such a heart for her community. It's not a very wealthy community, and so she doesn't charge a whole lot for her fabric, and she's so great at what she does. So just a lot of great memories there at Backyard Fabric. So that was where Lynn got this fabric from. So I love that. And then with Fabric Cafe, as I learned how to quilt, the Fabric Cafe booth at the Atlanta Quilt Show became my very favorite booth. I would go there first. So I would make sure I had money to buy there what I wanted to buy. And I got to know Donna Robertson, who was the owner of that booth, fell in love with her. She's a wonderful lady. And in the process of getting to know her and her booth growing, she asked me if I would want to work in her booth. And I'm like, let me think a second, yes. So I got to work in her booth, and then got to work at Paducah, and then the big one. She said, would you like to work at Houston? And I was like, yes, yes, yes. So got to do that. And in the process, I also became the pattern proofreader. So that's been great. I still do that for Donna and for her daughter, Fran. So been doing that for a number of years now. So a lot of Fabric Cafe love in my life. So for Lynn to use a Fabric Cafe pattern, see, that was just thrilling to me. Okay, so Doug and I went to the Houston show. So this was my first time, and you know, if you've been, it's thrilling there. And so this was on Sunday. I actually had Sunday off, and that Saturday night before, I was so tired. Donna let me go a little bit early, and she said, Janet, go walk the show. And I thought, I can barely walk 2 steps. My feet are so sore. So anyway, when I walked past the Grace booth, someone named Lisa was working there by herself, and she looked at me and she saw I had the vendor badge on, and she goes, do you want to sit down? And I'm like, I sure do. So I sat down, and she let me play with a Cutie 14 Plus, and I had so much fun just sitting there. So glad to be sitting. So sitting there playing on that 14 Plus, and then she was just so sweet. And I said, I want you to meet my husband, Doug. So Sunday, it was getting close to being time for the show to end, and we came, and so Nathan was there, and Lisa must have told him to watch for us. I don't know. But he walked up, and he handed Doug this sheet, and he said, this is my offer. And so him and Doug kind of went back, and I thought, oh, what's going on? And so to make a long story short, Nathan sold us Esther, the Cutie 14 Plus, and the original continuum frame, and the light bar, and I learned how to quilt that following year. And then the next year, I got to come back to the Houston show and bought the beginning software, and Marie Nelson sold it to me, and she said, you need to buy the standard. And I said, I can't afford it. So bought the beginnings. I had no idea that there wasn't any PDF tutorials written just for beginnings, and there also weren't any videos. So I had to learn, but because of that, I learned so much about QCT that I would have never learned. Beginnings has a little bit more challenging things about it. You would think beginnings would be the very easiest, and in some ways it is. And I want to be very quick to say, if that's what you can afford, get it. And then one day later you can get pro. So that's why this quilt is just a culmination of so many things. And one other thing, I had wanted to learn how to quilt with Minky. People shared stuff about Minky and how hard it was, and so I've learned how to quilt on Minky, and it's with just for certain little things you need to be careful with. You can quilt so easy on Minky. So now I've gotten comfortable with it. So I told Lynn, I said, oh, we have to do Minky on the back. So it turned out so pretty, and I'm so happy with that. So so that's why this quilt is just a culmination of all of my quilting life, and just people that when I look back, I just want to thank. And Christmas, of course, is a very special time, so I want to thank Jesus for guiding my steps to where I am today. I'm just amazed. I couldn't have dreamed it. I thank my husband, Doug, for all his support. I thank Lynn for being such a dear friend, her mom, Violet. My mom has passed away. And I thank Lisa and Nathan and Dana and Donna, just all these people, and they're all represented in this quilt. So that's why this quilt is so special, and I'll be giving this to Lynn pretty soon, so she will enjoy it for Christmas. So thanks for joining me, and I wish you all a very Merry Christmas.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you, Janet George, for taking us down and giving us a little bit of some history and some chance there with your beautiful quilt and talk a little bit about your pattern. It was fun to sell her first machine, and to work with her as an ambassador has been fantastic. She does a wonderful job. Reaches out to a community that we don't even really connect with. She has a lot of followers that follow her, and I just appreciate everything she's done. We did that specifically following. She does a lot with automation as well, so it's fun to have her with that. LJ, I know everybody's waiting because right now we've got the big giveaway. And so let me go ahead. Let's go over to you. What do we do?
So right now we're going to get ready to give away our $3,000. Now, if you were joining us earlier, the first segment or the first hour we did 1,000, and then previous we did 2. So now we're at the third hour, so we're gonna do 3,000, and that's huge. So this is, you can put it towards any Grace product, whether you're, hey, I'm ready to get some automation out, great, put it towards that. I'm looking to upgrade my machine. I want a little bit bigger frame and accessories. You're like, you know what? I want to get every single thread color you have. Great, you can do that. You know,
that plus some accessories.
Yeah,
plus
like
some
you
frames,
could do,
plus some stuff.
you could do anything you want. With this $3,000, and then stick with us as well, because we're actually going to go all the way up to $6,000 that we're giving you for a gift card. But let's go ahead and we're going to do a drum roll now for this $3,000.
All right, and the winner of the $3,000 giveaway gift card is Karen McIntyre. That's what I'm going to say. Congratulations, Karen McIntyre. Now, with that, Karen, we're going to be reaching out to you to get some details, to get you access to this gift card that we have. So thank you for playing along with us and entering and being with us on this Cyber Monday. So congratulations, Karen McIntyre, for that $3,000 gift card that we have here at Grace Company. With that, just remember, we got the deal dashes going on. We had earlier the ruler combos that we have from TrueCut. We have the finesse thread that we still have on that deal dash. And right now, this hour, we just announced the luminous light bars. So thanks for being with us. Stay with us as we move into the next hour, because we've got the $4,000 combo coming. We have part 2 with Karla, as she's going to be talking about, and she's actually going to be on set with us and going through part of what inspired her to do this. And you're going to see her finished project. So stay with us as we do so. Again, you have access to those patterns by going to events.graceframe.com, events.graceframe.com, sorry. Or you can actually go onto graceframe.com, our main website, and click on events from there to get access to those patterns and to rewatch her tutorials on that. So thanks for being with us. Stay with us, as we'll be right back to bring you more and part of the 4,000 giveaway hour. So wonderful gift card giveaway.
And then it was like, well, hang on a minute. I really need that quilting to stand out. So even though it was negative and I thought, okay, there was a lot of space there, I still needed it to say, look at me, look at me. So I came back and I put the bias around it, and then I decided to needle turn some of these little circles and to put the bias on. So I actually had a lot of fun doing that, and it was a great thing to learn. I used the marking tool to draw the circles so I could do the perfect placement of the design, and it really was a lot of fun. Then on the edges here, all of this work I just did with ruler work, and I did it with just free motion.
And I am in cruise mode, and I'm using pearl white thread to tack it down so you don't really see it. And I'm just traveling kind of slow up it. And I'm going to go that point there, and then I'm just going to turn, okay? And tack my hexagon across the top. So I'm going to stand on my tippy toes. This frame, when you set up your frame, don't set it up so tall, but this is one that everybody uses. We have tall people, short people, and you know, I'm in between. So I'm just going to stand on my tippy toes, which is fine, and I'm just going to move across, tacking it down as I go. But notice how it's just, oh man, it's going to keep it. And then I get to that corner, then I'm going to turn my ruler.
So the quilt has a lot of the teals and turquoises and blues and purples that I love. It gave it an overall cool tone read, which is my favorite colors. Very little of the warm tones, and then it fades back into green at the bottom. So this has become my favorite quilt that I made during 2020. I actually leave it out all year long. The quilting on it, the snowflake itself has kind of a wavy, irregular line. You can see that in the picture. And then in the colored part, it's got snowflakes that just kind of swirl around. So it maintains that holiday theme, but looks really fresh and crisp. So consider that if you've never made a holiday quilt. Go find a pattern you like and see what you can do to make it your own. Now, if you're in the holiday mindset and you're thinking about gifts, next year, this is a quilt that you could gift to someone. This is my Fantasy Flights quilt. It uses my fantasy fabrics.
So when you touch on this, your little pop-up window will open up, and that's where you can put your measurements in. Okay, so notice right over here it says the Panto mode. That's the pantograph mode that you're using. I'm using basic mode. For this one, I could use Power Panto. I could use Easy, so either one of them will work. Well, let's use Power Panto mode and show you what it's like. Okay, so I've selected my Power Panto mode, and I have my total width is 82 and my total height is 82. So let's go in and now select our design. So I'm going to come over here and I tapped on Select Pattern, and now it's going to open up my library, and I'm just going to scroll down and see if I can find a design. Now, remember, this is an edge-to-edge quilt, so I want a design that's called a continuous line design. A continuous line design is a design that has a start point and a stop point that allows you to connect your next design to.
So you may wonder, how can a quilt you just quilted have so many memories? So that's what I want to share with you is this Christmas quilt, and I'll hold it up where you can see it. So this quilt was pieced by a very dear friend. Her name is Lynn Hall. We've known each other since first grade. We went to school all 12 years together in college. I would go over her house and ride horses with her and have so much fun. Her mom became like a second mom to me. Her name's Violet. She's a very special lady. So just so many memories with Lynn, and we've stayed friends all these years. She's the oldest friend I have, and by that I don't mean age-wise, just longest running friend. Very special. So I love her dearly, and that I would be able to quilt her quilt is just really special.
And I'm using this light green as my center, but I need 2 more pieces for my petal, and I don't want my fabric to go to waste, but I'm just trying to show you my technique. So usually, because I have broken my hand, I would use a ruler and make it nice and straight. But with this extreme paper piecing, you don't have to be exactly straight. You can come up and go right there. So give yourself at least from 1/4 to 3/8 to 1/2 inch, depending on what you want to do. And then I'm just going to come here on this other side. You know, in fact, because I'm so right-handed, I'm just going to turn this around. Now you can do this method your way. You can use a ruler if you want to be nice and straight, or you can do it how I'm doing it. So I'll use the
All right, thank you everybody for sticking with us. As you can see now on set, I have a couple new faces with me. So over here I have Karla.
Karla, yeah, sorry, I didn't know she was pointing this direction.
That's great. And then over here we also have.
Hi, I'm Jana.
Yeah, so thank you. We're so excited to be here. And as you can see, just a little sneak peek, we'll have Karla talk a little bit more about it. But if you watch our schedule, we actually are going to kind of switch what videos we're watching. So right now we're actually going to watch part 2 of the extreme paper piecing, so Karla can talk about kind of what she did for that and show you her finished product here. But let's go ahead, and we're actually going to go ahead and just kind of move right into that here so you guys can see that part 2 of that extreme paper piecing.
Hi everybody, welcome back for part 2 of extreme paper piecing. Okay, so in the first video I showed you how to cut out and make your hexagons. This video I'm going to show you how to sew them down to make your pillow or your quilt. So notice I have a backing underneath. I just want to show you my backing, and I have my batting, and then I have my top. Now, you may want your top to match the background fabric. You choose whatever you want. I'm just going to do one hexagon in the center because I want to make this one big pretty pillow. So I'm going to start up here. Notice I have two machines. I have one connected to the automation and one that's a free motion. The free motion is what I'm going to tack down the edges of my hexagon to my quilt, and then I'm going to take the automation and quilt the hexagon, a design on each of the hexagons, just to show you something a little different, mix it up a little bit. Notice back here, I sewed a straight line. So how I did this is I put my foot, the back of my foot against the back of my take-up rail. And then I turned on my machine and I just did a straight line all the way across. Notice also I'm using my Wonderfoot 360 with my Stitch in the Ditch lens in it. That's going to help me tack down my quilt. I have a ruler base on this, so let me bring it off to the side. I have a ruler base. You can see right here I have the ruler base and I have my ruler. Now, you don't necessarily need to use the ruler but I'm going to, because I'm a little more wobbly right now with my hand broken. So I'm just going to notice how I have aligned my first hexagon. This is the first one I'm going to sew. I'm going to sew across the top. So I'm going to pull these away. I just wanted to show you how cute it's going to be, how much fun. So I'm going to pull those away and I'm going to sew this first hexagon down. And I'm going to kind of align it so that this is nice and horizontal. All right, so it's matching this line here. So I pulled it down. I'm going to put my Wonderfoot right on it. I'm going to come down to this point right here. I'm going to turn my Wonderfoot so I'm right along the edge right there. And I want to pull up my thread. I just want to make sure it's nice and straight. I'm going to take my threads and I'm going to do my needle up, needle down. Right there on that little corner, if you can see it. Okay, and go pull it up. See how nice that little Stitch in the Ditch, oh, it makes it so nice that I'm right there on the corner and I'm going to use the lines and my ruler. So I want to get back on. All right, so notice how I've got the little crosshairs. It's going to turn a 360 turn, but with my ruler being lined up right here, it's going to make it so it's nice and straight and on the edge because, like I said, I'm a little wobbly. So I'm just going to turn it on, okay, and have it travel up my hexagon right there on the edge to tack it down. And I am in cruise mode, and I'm using pearl white thread to tack it down. So you don't really see it, and I'm just traveling kind of slow up it. And I'm going to go that point there, and then I'm just going to turn, okay, and tack my hexagon across the top. So I'm going to stand on my tippy toes. This frame, when you set up your frame, don't set it up so tall, but this is one that everybody uses. We have tall people, short people, and you know, I'm in between. So I'm just going to stand on my tippy toes, which is fine, and I'm just going to move across, tacking it down as I go. But notice how it's just, oh man, it's going to keep it. And then I get to that corner, then I'm going to turn my ruler. Now, if you wanted to baste and tack down your hexagon, be my guest. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly move along this one right here, just traveling down just the edges of it. You're going to go all the way around your hexagon. There we go. So look at, pretty cool. So I'm going to come this direction now. And you know, you'll get into the rhythm, getting right there on the edge, but boy, this sweet Wonderfoot just makes it really easy for me to get right there on the edge. Notice how And I think I might want to do this side, just pulling it down, but I don't know. I may change it up and come to this side. Not sure. So that's what you do. You experiment as you're quilting so you can get to know it. So just move right along the edge there. And we're just going to go right back up to the corner. And notice I have my needle in the down position as I'm moving across. And I just have one last little hexagon to do, edge, as I'm quilting. And this one I'm kind of not using the ruler because I want to kind of pull it as I'm moving, but I'm just making it nice and straight. There we go. One hexagon down. I'm just going to put another one butted up next to it and then put my center on, and then I'm going to show you how to quilt it with the automation. Notice I kind of was off here, but with the automation, you're not going to see that. And I quilt one right here in the corner. All right, I'm going to come down this direction. Notice with my Wonderfoot, just really keeps me right there on the edge. But I've got my ruler base on, so I'm hoping I can make it all the way to the edge. Now this time, let me see how it works coming this way. That's the beauty of it. You can try different ways. So that was probably a little easier. Probably would do that more often. So let me just hurry and go around this other little edge. And this time we're going to go up. I'm just trying to make sure my ruler's angled so I can keep it right there on the edge. And I can use my finger to keep things down and in place. There we go. All right. And across the top. Let's do this one. That one turned out pretty good. Okay, there we go. All right. So I have sewn 2 down. Yes, I have several more to go, but I'm going to show you how to quilt in with the automation, how some cool features to help make your quilting that much better. So we're going to jump machines. So that's the beauty of it. You know, 2 machines are awesome if you want to purchase. We've got fabulous sales going on. One for automation, one for free motion. Just saying. Might want to think about it. Anyway, I'm going to move this one off to the side and I'm going to put my channel lock in place on it so it's not going to move. And I'm going to bring my automation machine over. And I'm just going to put it up and over. I'm going to turn my automation on. I was trying to conserve battery. We're going to turn it on. We're going to set our safe area. Because I'm sewing a block at a time, I just kind of wanted to show you. So jump right in here and kind of see how close to the edge I am. It's not a blind stitch or anything like that, but as I quilt over this with a design, nobody's ever going to notice. All right, it says make sure your sewing machine needle is up. I've moved my machine to the center of my frame so it can engage, and I'm turning on the software. And it's going to engage to make sure it has full motion. It's just checking out your bottom carriage to make sure it moves side to side and your top carriage with your sewing machine that's front to back. Now, I need to do one item. I have been quilting with my tablet on another machine, and that's our 21 Pro. I've been keeping us really busy around here. So I'm going to come up here to my help, and I'm going to go into my settings, okay? And I want to change from the 21 Pro to the 19, because that's what I'm using today here. And so I want to find my Unique and go to Unique 19 and say, okay. Now I'm going to get out of this and say, okay, and I have to get out again and come back in. Sorry about that. I didn't think about that till we just opened it up. So now I'm going, so it does accept that machine. I had to go all the way back out. So if you're ever upgrading from one machine to another, that's one step that's really important for you to take. Also, let's talk about good lighting. Man, it would be so nice to have all these great lights out there, but they really don't help you see. But with our light bar, it really, you can move it because it's on casters over where you're working, and it really does illuminate your work surface area, and it's not hot. You know how lights can tend to get really hot, and you're working really hard? Well, our luminous light bars are awesome, so think about that as well. So notice I didn't get that quite down, but I'm going to tack it down. I'm going to come into my select and sew because I'm quilting a block at a time, and I just want to show you the different methods. Oh, such cool ways to quilt. So I'm going to move up to my top left and set my safe area, and I'm only working right here in this area. So I'm just going to make my my safe area not very big, okay? But I want to come all the way down because I want to make sure that I am able to quilt this one too. Bottom right, okay? And I could roll it just a little bit as well. So I'm coming in here. This is your pattern library. This is where you'll find all your patterns and your designs. So I purchased a couple, and I'm going to come up here to my pattern file folder, and I am going to find my hexie file. I have a hexie file somewhere, and it should be alphabetical. Maybe not. Oh, hexie designs right there. And it was alphabetical. I'm going to open it up, and let's look at a couple different designs. I don't want a half hexie, I want a full hexagon. Let's do this ripples and pearls. That's kind of cool, but it's a little more modern than I want. So I'm going to come back in here and let's try this one. Open. That's pretty. I like that. And that's the kind of design that will look gorgeous on your hexagon, okay? And see the little points and everything, so it's going to come up. So we want to place this hexagon on the design on a quilt, but I don't want to use 4-point placement. So let me just show you what it would look like. So we have a cool feature in here, and it's called the marking tool. And the marking tool allows you to mark around your block, and then it helps you to place your design so it's centered exactly just right. So let me show you what it'll look like with 4-point placement and how difficult this placement will be to place your hex, because I don't have 4 corners. It's going to be very difficult. So let's go into my toolbox over here, and I want to come down to marking tool. I'm just going to do one little block just to show you. All right, so I want the marking tool is just going to mark around your quilt. So if you want better placement, just jog your needle down a little closer, just a little bit. Okay, there. It's close, but it's not rubbing against the fabric, so it's not catching. So I turn my needle down with my little needle jog, and the 19s have that needle jog, so do the 21 Pros and the 15 Pros. Great feature. So now my needle is allowing me to see and align and mark around my edge. So I'm going to start here on this corner here, and I'm going to tap on add. See that little brown dot? That's the beginning of my marking tool. I'm going to move across the top, just like to the other side, and tap again. So that's my top edge of my hexagon. Now I'm going to go diagonal down to the next corner, tap my add, and I'm going to mark all the way around this hexagon using my needle as my guide, and I'm moving to the next edge, corner, and back up And one more, and then back to where we started, right here at the top. Okay, there's my hexagon. Okay, so with 4-point placement, if I tried to place it with 4-point placement, look at how hard it would be. Just not the placement to use. Okay, so I'd have to keep coming in. It's just not the right placement. So right over here, we're gonna get out of our marking tool. All right, so I'm just going to come back into my screen and I want to go back up to placements. So this brings me to my placements. I can move up to 1 point and I want center placement. Okay, so now I'm going to take my nifty little ruler and some chalk and we're going to mark a center marking. I have my little marking pencil right here. Now you can use a really light marking pencil and make an X. And I'm just going to go from one corner to the other to make an X to find my center. And that's all I'm doing, okay? So there's my center right here. Make sure it's just a light marking so you don't see it. All right, so now that I've done that, now I can move over to the center and place my design, but notice how big it is, how it's going to sew outside. That's why the marking tool is so great. It allows you to see what your design is going to quilt like. So now I want to size my design to fit within my hexagon. So that's what I'm going to do. I went into Pattern Cat. I just want to tell you what I did with this hexagon, and I rotated it so it's going to sew. So like this hexagon is placed on the fabric, so I just had to rotate it. Then I saved it. So now I have it saved for future down the road. So now I'm ready to quilt it, okay? Because it placed right in the hexagon and we're good to go. Notice all my little points are looking good. And I came over and I placed it again and I'm gonna quilt. Okay, so my hexagon's gonna start and stop right down here. And so I'm gonna kind of guess where it's going to start and then we'll pull up my thread. Now, if you like to use the pole bobbin, be my guest. I do not, so I'm just gonna use my single stitch right up here, or there's one in your toolbox. So because I have rotated my needle down, I wanna jog it right back up. So let's go, nope, wrong way. There we go. Now I'm at the top and I wanna do my single stitch. And I'm going to pull my thread up and I'm going to tap on sew. It's going to engage, do its tie-offs. Once it's done with its tie-offs, you're going to clip your threads, but stand back and let it do its thing. Okay. So if you lean on this pole right here, it could disrupt your design and push it and distort it. So make sure that you're not leaning, because we'd love to see what the automation's doing. It's a lot of fun to watch what it's doing, but don't lean on it. And see, I used the right color thread because you're not going to see the design very much. And while this is sewing, I'm just going to, encourage you to try something new, try something creative. Think outside the box and see if you can't come up with an easier, quicker, faster way and an engaging way to quilt your designs. And notice as it's sewing, how I've got my points and my center nice and aligned. So it's really important to take those extra steps to make sure that you're marking and placing your design correctly. So use those tools that are available for you in the automation. It can do so much more. Thank you for joining me for Extreme Paper Piecing. Look forward for more extreme ideas from Karla and the Grace Company Education. Thank you for joining me, and I will see you next time. If you have any questions, please leave a comment below, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Also, follow our Instagram and visit our website at graceframe.com. or contact your local dealer. I'm Karla Jerome. Thank you for joining me here at the Grace Company. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. That was wonderful, and I'm so excited to be able to be here with Karla for this segment so she can actually talk with you guys a little bit about it, because I know in all the comments everyone's saying, oh, you know, it's wonderful, it's so great to see. And I know when I was on with Nathan earlier, he'd mentioned this is kind of the first time that's ever been done before. I know oftentimes with piecing you have to do or use your own machine to do it. So that was a really cool way to see it with a long arm, and then to see it kind of turn into a pillow. So Karla, why don't you share maybe a little bit about it? And maybe what made you think of the idea of it, or how did you come up with it?
I know, I love paper piecing, and number one, it's a little tedious, and I love the handwork, don't get me wrong. I love applique, I love the little busy work, but I just wanted to try something new. You know me, all game for trying something extreme. As long as it's not an extreme exercise, I'm for it. So anyway, I just thought, hey, let's try some paper piecing and piece it on the frame and see how it goes. And it turned out great. So here is the pillow. Yeah. And yes, I am going to actually do a quilt. And so stay tuned. I will show you on a Tuesdays with Grace how it turns out, but I'm really excited about it. I used the hexagon because I thought it's one of the easier shapes to start with, and it has the sides. It doesn't come to a point. So I thought, let's start with the hexagons, and then we'll get even more extreme as the year goes on. So stay tuned. We'll have even more ideas. So what I did, I learned a few things. I have always said that I don't like basting, but the machine based worked really well. I didn't baste the two that I sewed at first, but the rest of them going on, I did baste using the machine based mode all the way around, and the small base to tack it down. And then after it was tacked down, I was able to take the baste out, and then I sewed the design on it. So the first thing I wanted to say is, don't piece a couple down and then quilt them. You need to quilt them all after they're sewn down to your fabric. And the reason is the shrinkage, okay? This one I sewed to show you how it was, the process and how it was done, and it shrunk a little bit. So I kind of had this stretch a little bit to make the rest of them work, but it turned out really well. And I used the automation. I sewed my design in all the way around, used my marking tool, fabulous tool. And then around it, I used keep out instead of keep in. Like you haven't seen the tree skirts yet, how I quilted them. But this is the pillow, and it turned out really pretty. It was a lot of fun. And I just bought 2 cheap little pillows because Joann's was so busy on Black Friday. Oh my gosh, I didn't even want to go in. So I went down to Kohl's, bought 2 cheap $4 pillows, took the stuffing out of them and stuffed it. So if you need a cheap way to stuff, that was it. And it was my airbag this morning coming into work. So, so if we had any problems, boy, it's a great project. So try it out, and look forward to the quilt coming up. So let me show you my tree skirts. This is kind of my little segment of show and tell right now, or my little trunk show. Yes. So I pieced together a tablecloth and a tree skirt. And I just wanted to show you the tablecloth using the 60-degree ruler. So here's the tablecloth, and I used the gold card, and I think I did a Tuesdays with Grace, showing you how I quilted this. This is the tablecloth, and it's a star as well. I'm trying to keep it off the floor, but look how cute that is. So that's a little table topper, and we can just set that down over the gifts. I promise I'll take them. And then I just used the 60-degree putting them together, and we started out, and it was a little bigger. So I just made it into a tablecloth. Here is the tree skirt. It's all done and quilted and ready to go around our tree that I have partially decorated. So turned out really fun. And I used the gold feature, keep in, keep out. And I was able to use an edge-to-edge design all the way down. And instead of keeping out, I kept it in. And I was able to sew my edge-to-edge design all the way down. And boy, it was quick and it was easy. Then to put the backing on, I just put the wrong, and I didn't put the backing on it. I used a double layer of batting on this. And then when I went to sew my backing onto it, I just did right sides together and then turned it right side out and sewed along the edge right here, just my 1/4 inch seam allowance. So
very cool.
Really easy, lots of fun, lots of things for you to do, lots of different ways to quilt. Try them. It's a lot of fun to try something new and have success and enjoy it. So, yeah. So let me know your techniques.
Just to interrupt, you were using, I noticed a lot of questions on there was for the new Wonderfoot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
I love the Wonderfoot. And the reason I used it is it was the lines on it were able to help me stay right there on the edge. So I was able to stay close to the edge and sew right down there. And you wouldn't even know that I'd used that and sewed right along there. And the Wonderfoot is awesome because it turns and it keeps the fabric down, and it's just so easy to use. And there's several different inserts for them. So you have a clear one if you want to use it to follow a design. There's a 3/8 inch, so you can have an offset of 3/8 of an inch using that, and a 1/4 inch. So lots of different ways to use that awesome Wonderfoot. If you don't have it, we have it in stock. So now's the time to get it with those great prices that we have right now. So it's an awesome foot. It's one that's a must-have because there's so many ways to use it. And you see all the inserts right there. And actually at Fall Festival, I did a little demonstration on how to use all the inserts and what they're used for. So go back and watch that if you want to know more.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, I know Karla briefly mentioned some of the deals we have. That actually does also qualify for our free shipping that we have for you guys. So if you look at getting it, you can get that free shipping with that. So that's a huge deal that we have. And I know this was super fun. Thank you, Karla. I always love to see what you have. And this is my first time seeing a lot of this as well. So it's super neat for me to see. And I'm like, oh, especially on this, I was like, oh, like I've always seen the paper PC and I've always kind of admired it because I'm like, oh, it always seems very intricate to me. And so this, I'm like, oh, you know what? I think I could probably do that. Some of the other ones, I'm like, I don't know. Do I have the time? Right. So this, I think, is a super cool way to kind of get into it, but then to be able to use a long arm machine, that was super cool to see on that. So thank you. And speaking of deals that we have going on, actually, one thing I do want to mention really quick is I know there's a couple of chats throughout today on the deal dash. So these sales that we have and what we're mentioning are actually available for the entire day today. So even though we haven't mentioned it yet, we'll go through a couple more, throughout the day of what is on sale. But you can get those now still at, 40% off with free shipping if it's over $30, but that is throughout the entire today. However, it is specific for today only. So I know earlier we had mentioned some of the rulers in True Cut, finesse thread, the luminous light bar, and then we'll get into some of the cutting mats here. But all those items are available today at that 40% off. And then if it's over $30, it's that free shipping as well. And again, that is for today. These are deals we're thinking of, hey, what can we do for you? These are deals, again, for Cyber Monday, for our Jolly Holiday event for you guys today. So I do want to kind of mention one of the other deals that we're doing is actually on our cutting mats today. So we have a couple different sizes. And Janet, why don't you tell us why the cutting mats are so great?
Well, I'm going to pull up one of the sizes we've got right here. This is our 18 by 24 size, or 12 by 18. Sorry, I pulled the wrong one. This one's our smallest size. It's great. It's got 5 layers. So you're not going to have, with some mats, when you're going through them, they constantly cut through, or eventually you have that one section where the cutter's just always going to leave a line. And so these mats are great because you're not going to have that option or problem of cutting through them all the time.
Yeah, wonderful. I know. And one thing that's great too is they are double-sided as well. So you can easily flip it over and switch to the other side with those mats. And they are great because they're actually very versatile. We have a whole bunch of different sizes. We have this one, or we have a really big one here. So if you're, depending on the space you have or what you're looking to do, really, you can get any mat that's going to fit the size you want.
This is the best size. Get it. You can do whatever.
That's very true. Yeah, I know earlier when we were talking about some of the deals we had, Karla was mentioning that this is really a great size because you don't ever have to like upgrade or anything.
No, you don't have to go buy another one for bigger projects. You have that first one.
Exactly. Yeah. So really great sizes again. If we don't quite have the space, we do have some smaller ones as well. So really whatever is going to fit you and what you're looking to get, we have those. But you can see 40% off. The price does vary slightly depending on what size you're looking at. But if you just go to our website or even our events website, so that's events.graceframe.com, that'll get you over to where you can shop the sale that we have and you can see the different promotions we're doing for you guys for today for this Cyber Monday event. But kind of I want to transition to what we're going to talk about next, and it's actually our Unique machines. Now, this is exciting. We're going to talk a little bit more about our Unique 15-inch machines. And Jen or Karl, why don't you tell us why or what makes that such a great machine that we have?
Well, I love the 15. The 15 was the first one I ever used. It was really exciting because it was, to me, the first quilting machine that I got to try out. And it's amazing, right? It's your best option to go up from your regular machine, your domestic, up to a long arm, mid arm. It's got, I mean, you think 15 doesn't sound very big, but 15 is a lot of space for you to have that quilting area. And then also you get the wonderful stitch modes. You get your precise, your cruise, your basting, and also it has the manual mode so that if you're the type of person that just wants to do manual and go as fast as you want to go, then and you're consistent, then that one's a great one to have as well.
Yeah. The very easy transition from a domestic machine, especially that manual. It doesn't have the stitch regulation, but you don't have the stitch regulation right now. And so you do have on and off buttons, so you don't have to reach around and turn it on and off. It's just a fun machine. You can use the ruler base with it, with the ruler. Not that you can't on your domestic machine, but you do have that little extra inches that you can work with. It's just a great way to do all the quilting that you love to do. And you can also use the Wonderfoot. Now, I saw a few comments out there. No, the Wonderfoot does not work with the domestic machines. It's for the Unique machines only because it's a patent pending product. But, you know, there's lots of great ways to quilt. And the Unique 15 is one of them. You've got the manual, you've got the regulated, and then you've got the pro. So you've got lots of options.
Yeah, I think that's one of the great things about the Unique line that we have is actually that you can start with whatever is going to feel comfortable to you. So if you're ready to just get the bigger throat space like Karla's mentioning, but still have that manual, you absolutely can do that. Or if you're thinking, hey, you know what, I'm ready to move into stitch regulation, you can do that just as easily. And we did, when we were looking to design, we actually wanted to make sure that it was a very comfortable feel from going from your own domestic machine to this. So there isn't, you know, sometimes when you're getting into it, it can be a little bit intimidating, but we did try to keep some features on it nicer and simple for you again, so that transition can be super easy. And one thing that I love in this video is that it actually is a super lightweight machine as well. So it actually can glide very smoothly. So we have a dual wheel on all of our machines. And so that just allows for super smooth stability. So you really can, what I like to say is guide the machine along. So you're not having to pull it along or anything. You really are very simply moving and gliding your machine along. And really, again, depending on what you're looking for, whether it's budget and all of that, or what features you're wanting in there, there's 3 different, 15-inch machines that we have. We have that Unique 15M, so that manual, that Unique 15R, or even that Unique 15 Pro that will fit you, again, what you're looking for, what your budget is, what you're wanting in a machine. So we do have a lot of options for you and what you're looking for.
Well, and I was going to just say, LJ, that I really like the 15s because they fit on any of our frames. Right? They go from the Cutie all the way to the continuum frame. So whatever your size space is required, the 15 will help you grow there. So if you get started with the Cutie and you're just working through that tabletop, or with the Q-zone hoop frame, and then you're moving up to the Continuum when you got that bigger space, or when you're finally get that she shed or quilting room all done, then you have that option that the 15 will grow with whichever frame you're picking from the Grace Company.
Yeah, that's wonderful, and really great sales that we have for you guys. We are doing, as you can see here on the screen, a couple different machines, so they're a little bit different pricing depending on what you're looking for, but they all qualify for our free shipping. And then we actually, if you're doing or getting in a combo, so if you're looking to get a machine and a frame, we're giving you a free light bar with it as well. So great things. I know earlier we talked about the light bar. It's really great because it actually is on casters. So if you wanted to use it over your quilting space, you can, but you can actually easily move it over to if you were cutting space as well. So just kind of some great deals that we're looking to do for you guys with this, because we're just excited to be with you. And actually, because we're super excited here, let's go ahead and do a giveaway, because let's do a giveaway.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think it'll be great. So what we're going to do, it's going to be a little bit different. So Karla and Jan, I don't know if you guys have been here. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a couple questions. We'll ask them, and then we'll choose 3 different winners. So we're going to choose someone from Facebook, YouTube, and then from our Grace platform. And then there's different boxes here. So let you guys choose kind of what one you want to open. And then when we're opening it, you get to choose kind of what the prize is. So it's kind of a fun surprise for them as well as for us in choosing this. So Jan, do you have a good question you'd like to ask everyone watching?
I do.
Yeah.
Oh,
let's
go,
go,
Karla.
Karla. Yeah.
I was using a specific foot in the previous video. If you could name that foot, it's brand new to the Unique Machines, but name that foot and get a chance to win a prize.
Yes. That's a
You said it
great
several
question.
times,
I know, I know.
That's a great question.
There you go.
There you go. Wonderful. Yeah, everyone's got it. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. You're right.
Nice
That's
job,
great.
everybody.
Everyone's definitely got it. Yeah, it's the new Wonderfoot 360 Wonderfoot. So congrats, everyone. Yeah. Everyone's got it. That's great. That's awesome. Good job, everybody. Yeah,
Okay.
This is super fun. All right, so we'll go ahead and choose 3 different winners. So again, Facebook, YouTube, and then from our Grace platform. So let's go ahead and choose our first winner here.
Michelle, great
Woo!
job.
Congrats. Yes, it is that 360 Wonderfoot. And that was what Karla talked about. Some great little inserts that you can use for different projects that you're looking to do. So that is a wonderful new foot we have. So Jana, what box or what present do you want to open?
Let's do the pom-pom one at the top.
Ooh, all
Yeah.
right, all right.
Oh, the Quilter's Creative Design
Ooh,
Pro software.
this is a good one.
This is a great one. Congratulations to Michelle on winning that. That's a great software that helps you design those pantographs and get you all going and set up with your more than just your free motion work.
Yeah, wonderful. And then for those that are watching and any of you that are winning, you make sure you reach out to Melinda at graceframe.com. So it's MELINDA at graceframe.com. She's the one you're going to want to reach out to so you can claim your prize and we can look at getting it to you. So again, Melinda at graceframe.com. Let's go ahead and choose another winner here.
Cinda, congratulations.
Woo, congrats.
Yay.
Wonderfoot 360. Wonderful. All right, Karla, what box?
I want this one right here.
Okay. Awesome.
Reminds me of a plaid shirt, and I have a plaid shirt I love to quilt in.
Oh, yes.
Oh, fun. Is that like your quilting shirt
It's
then?
like my
Yeah?
quilting shirt. I know. Does anybody have quilting clothes?
That should be our next question.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's super fun. Wonderful. Well, do you want to open it?
No, that's okay. I'll let
Perfect.
you.
All right, I will go ahead and open it here. Ooh, this is a great one. So this is our electric
Ooh,
sharpener.
nice.
True Sharp too. So Karla, why don't you tell us a little bit about what Cinda just won?
Yeah, well, you won the electric sharpener, which if you have a lot of blades, you're going to need and you're going to want. It's going to keep you sharp and cutting for a longer time. It's got 2 stones in it, diamond stones, and they're very fine grit stones that's just going to hone those blades to a nice edge, and so you can keep cutting for a long time.
Yeah, wonderful. That's a great thing to use. And it works with almost every type of blade or every brand of blade out there as well. So really there's a lot of versatility and the different sizes that you can use. So that is wonderful. So congrats.
Yeah.
So let's go
Great
ahead
job,
and choose
Cinda.
one more winner here from our Grace platform. So Jan, why don't you go ahead and read off who that winner is for us?
That is Joe Berg. Congratulations, Joe.
Congratulations.
Wonderful. Let's go ahead and choose it. I'm gonna do the striped box.
Yeah, there you go. I'll take that one.
Because I like stripes.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Like father, like daughter. Huh?
Yeah. Pretty much. Oh, okay, this is a great one. So this is our triangle
Ooh,
ruler set. So
yes,
this is a
this is
bundle that you
good.
get. So 3 different rulers, and they're all our triangle ones. So this is a very fun one. Can always use more rulers, right? So that'll be a great one that you can use on that. And I know me and Mark actually earlier today had talked about some of our rulers. So right now they are 40% off. So whether you're looking for just individual or bundle, 40% off. And then we also are doing free shipping if it's $30 or more. So congrats, Joe, on that. That's a wonderful bundle to get there. Congrats.
And just a quick reminder, if you're on the website and anything shows that it's back ordered and you're wanting to place that order, just give us a call at 800-264-0644. And our operators who are standing by, or leave a voicemail, and we'll be able to help you get that order placed.
Yeah, that's wonderful, because there are a couple items I know specifically on that Wonderfoot. We are looking to get more in, but if you want to make sure to get that order at the discounted price, or with that free shipping, make sure, again, like Jana just said here, give us a call so we can place that order for you to make sure to get those deals for you. And Jana mentioned it as well. If we aren't able to get to you today, we will still honor, the sell if you leave us a voicemail today. So make sure to give us a call on that. And then just another quick reminder for everyone that was watching and that just won that wonderful giveaway there, make sure to reach out to Melinda at graceframe.com. She's going to be the one you want to reach out to so we can make sure to get you your wonderful prizes on that. So I also do just want to kind of talk about some more of the deals that we're doing, because really today when we were looking at, hey, what can we do for you? We wanted to do something, and do some special deals specifically for today for you. So one thing that we're doing that we're not going to quite announce the winner yet, but we are going to do, I think we're at the $4,000 gift card. That's huge. If you've been with us, we have gone out through the day and we've actually just built on it. So first hour was 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, and now here at the 4th hour, we're doing $4,000. $4,000. Think of what you can get with that, right? Like you can put it towards automation, get some accessories, you can put it towards a new machine, new frame, right? New combo. We do have some combo pricings we're doing with our 15-inch machines. So really there is a whole ton you can get. What I mentioned earlier, if you're looking for some thread, you can get every spool of thread we have and then some, So really there's going to give you a lot of options and what you can do with that gift card. But I do want to keep you all on the edge of your toes. So we're not going to quite announce the winner for that yet. But stick with us, because we're going to do it here kind of as we move into this next hour segment. And then stick with us throughout the day as well, because we will continue to talk about some of those deal dashes that we have for you. And then we'll give away the $5,000. And then at the very end, to say thank you to all of you, we're going to do the $6,000 giveaway gift card. That is amazing, Jen. I know when I was talking to you, I just like it blows my mind. Like $6,000. I know when I was talking with Nathan, he was like, "Can we do this? Can we do that? Like, is that okay for us to do?" Right? Because it's just really huge giveaway that we're doing for you guys. But we're just so grateful to have everybody here. I know it's so fun to see. Fingers crossed. I was hoping to get my name in that drawing, Carol Stevenson, wonderful. We're so excited to be with all of you. And then actually, Suzanne Munger, congrats. Yes, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. I kind of just really quickly want to go over some of the pricings that we have for you guys. So maybe if we can pull up our website, I just want to go over the amazing deals we have, because I know earlier today, Mark and Melinda talked about our Cutie frame. So that usually is right around $1,000, but is on sale for $689. And so we have some other amazing deals like that we are doing for you guys today. So on whether it's, again, just a machine, just a frame, or if you're looking at doing a combo, or hey, I'm just looking to get a couple accessories, we are doing these deals for you guys today that really are just amazing and blows my mind every time I see them.
Yeah. Well, and even if there's something not on sale, right? Like I've had a couple people ask over the phones or over chat, they've said, hey, is the such and such on sale, right? Like the Wonderfoots, is it on sale? It may not be on sale, but it is on sale because of that free shipping.
Oh, absolutely.
So because of that free shipping over anything over $30, that's like it is on sale. So don't think, oh no, my item's not on sale, I can't purchase it right now. Get it now, get it while the free shipping's happening. Don't delay, because I promise you, when that free shipping's gone and the item still is the same price, that you're going to kick yourself later wishing you'd purchased it when we had the free shipping available.
Yes, absolutely. That free shipping is huge, especially if you're looking to get a machine or frame, because machines are not exactly the lightest thing. So sometimes when shipping them, that can add up the charge pretty quickly. So really, that free shipping is huge on any item that you're looking to get. And as you can see here, as we're scrolling through, really, we have just some amazing deals we're doing for you guys, and that can fit anything you're looking to do. So like if you're looking, hey, I'm ready to upgrade my frame, right? You can get that continuum frame. Or if you're looking to do some automation, this is a great one as well on here because we have the beginnings and pro showed. We also are including the upgrade in that as well. So if you have the beginnings and say, hey, you know what, I'm ready to move to that pro, we will also be doing that 20% off on that upgrade for you guys. Just again, as kind of we get into the holidays. And then our amazing True Cut items. This is, oh my gosh, True Cut. I love True Cut because especially right now, we actually are throwing in quite a few free items. So not only are we giving you free shipping over $30 and the items discounted, we're also throwing in some other accessories. So like on that True Sharp 2, our electric sharpener, that like, oh, it's huge. So that one, you actually get the electric sharpener plus 2 additional rulers. So usually that's right around, I think it's $120 or so, but it's on sale for $55 and free shipping.
It's so amazing. Yeah.
It's incredible. It's so fun. And then, like I said, we have amazing things. So if you're looking at getting a sharpener or, hey, I want to try that 360 cutter or anything, we have those pricings that we're doing for you guys for this event for Cyber Monday. Because I know I'm super excited to do some buying for things. I'm looking last night. I'm like, all right, what's Cyber Monday? Can I get it now? Right? You know? So I'm super excited. I'm going to be doing some shopping after work today. So I'm super excited to be here with you guys. And to do it. And now I know it's a little bit early, but actually I think we're going to go ahead and let's do the $4,000 giveaway because this is super exciting. So let's go ahead, do a drum roll and announce the winner of the $4,000 Grace gift card.
Ooh,
Cynthia Shelley.
Wow, you are now everybody's super jealous of you, as they should be. As they should be.
You're probably dancing around your house.
Yes, wonderful. Cynthia, we will be reaching out to you to kind of help get that in action and show you kind of how that works. But congrats to you. That really is going to be an amazing kind of, you know, holiday event or holiday gift that we're giving to you. So congrats again, Cynthia. That $4,000 is amazing. I also wanted to say thank you to everybody for all your comments. It's always super fun to see how supportive everybody is as well of the winners, because I know we always want to win, but it's super sweet to see everybody saying, you know, congrats. We're so happy for you, because really that is an amazing deal right there. So thank you for everybody for participating and being with us. Now, I know we still have a little more time, and since we have more time, and because I'm kind of, you know, running the show right now, let's go ahead and let's do one more.
To her head.
It is a little bit. But let's go ahead and let's do maybe one more giveaway just to kick it off, and kind of, you know, as we get into these next couple of hours, we're doing some really big giveaways. Let's do another live giveaway. So this is super exciting. So do you have another question, or if not, I think Jenna's got one for us.
Oh, Jenna, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so my question is about the holidays, and I want to know, what was the very first present you ever handmade for somebody?
Whoa.
So it doesn't have to necessarily be a quilt.
That's a
You know,
great
was
question.
it something that you had made in school or something like that? So yeah,
That's
what's
a
your
great question.
first handmade gift?
Now I'm trying to think back. I know my parents, with my siblings, we always, when we were younger, we didn't have money. We always make each other gifts. And so I was trying to think back. I don't know what my first one was, but I always love the homemade gifts. That's what I look forward to. So that's a great question, Jana.
I think my first homemade one was probably a note I wrote to someone, right? And drew a picture.
Yeah.
That was probably my first handmade.
Very cute.
Yeah.
Oh, I know one time I totally mooshed off my brother. He found this super cute, like heart-shaped rock. And so he had like painted or whatever. And then what did I do? I go put my name on it. I was like, yeah, that's from me. I mean, like, my mom definitely knew it wasn't for me, but I was like, yeah, look what I did for you, Mom. So does that count?
There's Christmas ornament, a dress, embroidered scarf. Yeah, lots of great ones.
Baby quilt.
Christmas placemats.
Earrings. That's a fun one. I used to do some of that. Small things, yeah. Very cool. Cross-stitch wall hanging.
Love it.
A pillow. Oh, wonderful. Painted pictures from my grandma. Halloween costume. That's a fun one. Very cool. Pillowcase. Very, very cool. This is super fun to see. Well, again, we're going to go ahead and choose 3 different winners. So from our Grace platform, YouTube, and Facebook. And then make sure for everyone that wins live, reach out to Melinda@graceframe.com. That's how you can claim your prize. But let's go ahead and choose our first winner here. Gary Hinton.
Aw,
I made hand quilted quilts for both my kids when they graduated.
Oh,
great job,
nice,
Gary. That's
Gary.
very nice.
Yeah.
Wonderful. That's such a sweet thing to do. All right, well, Jenna, go ahead and choose a box, maybe one we have not done. And
Let's do the white gold one with the silver. Silver and gold.
Silver and gold.
Oh, excellent. This is our 4-pack of variegated
awesome.
thread. That's an excellent present.
More
I'm
thread for
jealous.
quilts.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we do have thread right now that's also 40% off. So this is a wonderful 4-pack. If you wanted to add on to it, we do have a solid pack of the 4 as well. Or we have just the individuals that we're doing at a discounted price for you guys today. But congrats, Gary. That's
Yay.
wonderful. Just a quick reminder again for Gary and for those others that will win. But make sure to reach out to Melinda@graceframe.com to claim that prize there. So we can, again, Melinda@graceframe.com. To make sure to claim that prize there. But let's go ahead and let's choose our next winner here. I'm going to take that. So that was from YouTube. So Facebook or our Grace platform here. Okay. Yeah, these are super fun. Again, I love to see you guys' comments.
A pot holder.
Great
crochet.
job,
Frosting.
Jenny.
Yay.
Very cool. Fun. Well, congrats, Jenny. Karla, what box would you like to open here?
Let's do this one right here.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Let's do this one. Yeah, this is super fun. I love presents, so this is exciting for me.
You get to open them all up.
Yes. Okay. Oh, this is a great one. So this is our quilters combo.
Ooh.
So this comes with 3 different items. So it comes with our 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler, our 45mm comfort cutter, and then a pack of our true grips. This, as you can see, it's one of our best selling items because it's a great kit to get you started. Now, I know we haven't talked about a whole ton, but Karla, why don't you tell us what can the true grips do for our customers?
Oh, they'll keep you from sliding. I did my little segment on it, how important it is to keep it so your ruler doesn't slide on you, so you get those nice, crisp, clean cuts to make your piecing that much better. Really important.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference. So congrats, Jenny. Just one more quick reminder, make sure to reach out to Melinda@graceframe.com to claim your prize there. You can see up on the screen. So Melinda@graceframe.com to claim your prize. And then let's go ahead and choose our last winner from our Grace platform.
This was a good one.
Toilet paper
Roll
snowman.
That's
Very cool.
awesome.
That's super neat. That would be cool to see a picture of right there. So congrats, Marilyn. That's wonderful. All right, well, let me go ahead and choose. I'm going to do this one because I love little tiny things. Great things come in small packages, right? So let's go ahead and open it for Marilyn here. Ooh, okay, yeah, this is a great one. This is our 360 circle cutter. This is a super fun one. It's actually very versatile as well. So you can do 2-inch circles all the way up to 12-inch circles on it. And then it's really nice. I know it's kind of hard to see in a picture, but there's actually a base that would give you around the bottom. So it helps actually smooth out the fabric. So you're not going to get like a wannabe circle with a little niche in it or something. So that is great. So congrats, Marilyn, on that. Again, make sure to reach out to Melinda@graceframe.com to claim your prize. But thanks everybody for joining us. We've been super excited to be with you. We're going to go ahead and take just a quick break here, but then we'll come back and we'll have Jenna and Mark on, and we'll talk about some other amazing deals that we have for you guys. And then later in the hour, we will also do the $5,000 gift card. So stick with us.
And I just got a 9-inch square ruler, and I'm just going to come right here.
Fabric requirements and cutting measurements are listed within your scalloped placemats pattern. Once you've gathered your supplies, you'll take your accent pieces over to the ironing board. The accent pieces are these skinny strips. Fold these pieces lengthwise, wrong sides together. Once you have all of your accent pieces starched, folded, and ironed, you will pin the accents to the border pieces. Pin all of these in place and then take these units over to your sewing machine. Sew these pieces together using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And I just love my 1/4 inch seam presser foot for jobs just like this.
I love 60-degree triangles. They are fun and so versatile. If you don't have a ruler that is a 60-degree, you need to get one because there are so many ways that you can use it, so many designs that you can make, and this is just one of them. In an earlier segment for Tuesdays, I did a quilt called So Easy. So if you're wondering of what else you can do, you can check that video out and see what else you can do with the 60-degree triangle. But today I'm going to show you this little tree skirt. Now I did do a tablecloth as well. It's a little bigger and it's going to be a lot of fun. But I'm just going to show you on this little segment how to cut and what I did. So it all started with my little hexagon right here in the middle. And I used the 60-degree to sew them together. So as you'll notice, I was going to make it a hexagon tree skirt, but as I was piecing it together, I started changing my mind.
So first quilt is one I pull out in the fall, and I leave this on my table. This is a tablecloth quilt, and I use this from pretty much August through to the end of November. And I'm really looking forward to making more tablecloth quilts because it adds so much character and beauty to my dining room table. So this particular one, this is basket weave with QCT. I created this for Grace Company's Fantastic Fall Festival in 2020. And I mostly used QCT, that is Quilter's Creative Touch, to stitch the designs. Now, if you'd like to make a tablecloth quilt too, I have learned from trial and error, you want to use a really thin batting for tablecloth quilts. Otherwise, when you put your glass down, it gets all wiggly wobbly. So I found flannel was really the best batting to use. It's very thin and you're not going to get a very good quilting definition.
I'm going to open it up and let's look at a couple different designs. I don't want a half hexie, I want a full hexagon. Let's do this ripples and pearls. That's kind of cool, but it's a little more modern than I want. So I'm going to come back in here and let's try this one. Open. That's pretty. I like that. And that's the kind of design that will look gorgeous on your hexagon, okay? And see the little points and everything, so it's going to come up. So we want to place this hexagon on the design on our quilt, but I don't want to use 4-point placement. So let me just show you what it would look like. So we have a cool feature in here, and it's called the marking tool. And the marking tool allows you to mark around.
Then it was like, well, hang on a minute. I really need that quilting to stand out. So even though it was negative and I thought, okay, there was a lot of space there, I still needed it to say, look at me, look at me. So I came back and I put the bias around it. And then I decided to needle turn some of these little circles and to put the bias on. So I actually had a lot of fun doing that, and it was a great thing to learn. I used the marking tool to draw the circles so I could do the perfect placement of the design, and it really was a lot of fun. Then on the edges here, all of this work I just did with ruler work, and I did it with just free motion.
And I am in cruise mode, and I'm using pearl white thread to tack it down so you don't really see it, and I'm just traveling kind of slow up it.
Welcome back, everybody.
Hey, how's it going?
Well, I'm happy to be back with you guys again. I've been missing when I'm off set. I'm like, dang, I like to be on here where my shite briny lights are on me, and I just missed it. But I got to watch. I was watching just like everybody else, and it's been fantastic. I love seeing the comments. I love the participation. I love the questions. I love how we get you guys involved. It's just so awesome. You know, it's probably a little different twist on things, but it makes me smile on the participants and the questions and all the giveaways and the information. So I'm hoping that it's been just as fun and enjoyable as it is for us watching it and being part of it.
Yeah, and hopefully everybody's had a chance to go to our website, check out all the deals we've got going on, because there's so many amazing things. Like, I keep looking at everything and thinking, like, this is the best deal we've had ever since I've started working for Grace. So hopefully you get a chance to check everything out at graceframe.com or at events@graceframe.com and see all the amazing things that are happening right now.
Yes. And today, this hour, we are going to give away $5,000. So
it's amazing.
Yeah, just it keeps getting better and better and better. So
how did we get so lucky to give away the 5,000?
Well,
pulling something right, yeah.
Who's giving away the 6,000? That's the lucky person. I think I'm part of the 6,000 one. So no, it's been great. So hopefully this has been fun. I'm hoping that you guys have already been checking out our deals, taking advantage of all of our 40% off items that we have listed. If you haven't already gone or been there, please go to the event at graceframe.com, events@graceframe.com, to see the events coming up and also to see the deals that we have going. You see some scrolling down now. We talked about the Cutie frame. We talked about the rulers. We talked about the thread. We talked about the automation, the light bars. So go take advantage, because today is it. After today, well, you're going to be pointing fingers at your spouse like, hey, you never got me that. Earlier today, there was one for the whole Christmas thing. So it's very awesome. You know, we're happy to be part of it. Is that Aretha? Do we have to be present for the 5? Well, these are the already, so let me finish that question. Present for the 5 and 6 if we are registered. No, you don't have to be present because it's already those who are registered. So we just need to get information on the pre-registered so we can get you guys the gift card. So you don't have to be present because it's already taken from the pre-registered before this even started. So, okay. So Jana, this segment we get to we're actually going to look at Karla's, was it the tree skirt?
The tree skirt part 2.
And we're also going to look at we're going to talk about the True Sharp electric sharpener, which is the best or one of the best items from the True Cut line. Having sharper blades is a whole lot better than cutting with dull blades. We've been talking about the True Cut product line for a lot of this event. Having sharp blades is the best way to cut, because with a dull blade, your mat's getting ruined. You're putting a lot of pressure down. So
fabric frays. It's just not fun.
It's just not fun. So let's get you the sharpener where we know you're cutting sharp. But before we get into it, let's start by doing some more live giveaways. That's what we like to do. So let's do some giveaways before we move on. And those who already been watching, you guys already know the drill. We're going to open up one of these awesome boxes to give you guys the what the price is inside. So Jana, do we have a question?
Yes. What is your favorite holiday dish for the holidays? Not Thanksgiving, because Thanksgiving, it's come and gone.
Yeah.
We already know that it's, the turkey or the mashed potatoes. But what's your favorite holiday dish for the upcoming holidays?
That's a great question. I'm trying to think about if I have a favorite dish. I'm not sure if I do. Something on the smoker. That's what I would say. So whatever I can.
I think that's your favorite dish anytime, not necessarily just the holidays.
That's right. Well, holidays makes it special.
Yes, special.
The food is always special around the holidays, right? Whatever that is. So.
Wow, we've got lots of great
pumpkin
comments
pie,
coming in.
ham with pineapple, anything chocolate. Becky, that's a good one.
Hash brown casserole, that sounds great.
Homemade pizza, chocolate
Tamales.
mousse, strawberry chocolate. Man, a lot of desserts.
Yeah.
A lot of desserts, which nothing's wrong with the desserts, but
prime
Potato
rib.
casserole.
I don't know. I'll take
Oh,
that one.
prime
That
rib.
one sounds delicious.
Banana pudding.
It must be lunchtime. Everybody's putting it in great
Yeah,
comments.
you're making me hungry here. Well, this is great. Is that spinach pie?
I've not had a spinach pie.
No, sweet potatoes. I like homemade candy. Yeah, homemade candies are fudge for sure. So there's a lot of them coming in, which is good. Now, of course, we're going to be doing it from our 3 platforms. So Facebook, YouTube, and our Grace site. So that way everybody has a chance to win. So let them keep rolling in here. And then our behind the scene person, Bryant, he's going to close his eyes and pick something. All right. So Jenny, sausage stuffing. Yes, we have a turkey at Christmas.
Wow, that sounds delicious.
Yes.
Okay, Mark, I'm going to pick the stripes. Oh, excellent. This is the 4-pack of solid thread of our finesse thread. It's also on 40% off one of our deal dashes.
Yes.
So take advantage of that. So congratulations, Jenny. It's the 4 different colors that are most used in our solids. So that's going to be a great gift.
That's right. And this finesse thread, it is 100% polyester. It is 1,500 yards and it's 50 weight. So it's perfect for your quilting. I use it for sewing. And it's like Jana said, our most popular solid threads, and it's a 4-pack. And those who didn't win, go take advantage of our 40% off. If you're looking at the thread, take advantage of that 40% off to get your thread now. So Jenny, congratulations on that. Let's go ahead and get another winner. This is exciting. I always keep mentioning that this opening up these gifts is
it's like our
just
own
as
little
fun
prize,
for me.
yeah.
Yeah. Jana Stewart, Gumbo.
Gumbo. Wow.
All right. So she must maybe be from down south, maybe not.
Probably, yeah.
Hopefully.
Might be not as great gumbo if you're getting it in
somewhere
a
else,
landlocked
yeah.
state. Yeah.
Yeah, not here in Utah, by the way. Okay, so let's go ahead and choose a gift here, Janice, for you. And I'm thinking if you're in here, you're eyeballing one of these smaller ones, right? Because when you think of small, you think of something big. And we haven't done this one for a while.
I don't know.
Maybe not, but this is what I'm thinking that you're thinking, Janice, that you're looking to get. So I can never hear anything shaking there. All right, so this is our circle cutter. So Janice, you get our circle cutter.
Congratulations.
And that is an awesome gift. Karla's done many quilts with the circle cutter. I have a lot of customers who mentioned already with the circle cutter how nice it is. So Janice, if you haven't done circles, or you have and you haven't had the right tool, then this one's going to be fantastic for you. So congratulations on that. And yes, thank you for putting that up. Email melinda@graceframe.com for the first 2 winners. And then winners going forward, remember that email address. So those, when we do the live giveaways, melinda@graceframe.com. Okay, so let's get one more. This is from the Grace platform. And who is that?
Sandy Lofton cranberry muffins. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, cranberry muffins.
Let's send us the recipe for that, Sandy. I think we'd like to make those.
I think everybody who's mentioned some comments, I like to see some recipes come through, please. Thank you very much.
Email Jana@graceframe.com for all recipes. Yeah, that'd be great.
All right, so Jana, if Sandy was going to be picking a box, what box do you think Sandy would be picking?
Sandy, I feel the vibe coming to this one over here. And it is, can't pick it up, the bundle of square rulers.
Fantastic.
So that's our 6.5, 9.5, and 12.5 square ruler set. It's a wonderful bundle. Really gets you going on your square piecings for your quilts. But also, if you didn't win it, 40% off, part of the bundle for the True Cut rulers. So yeah, don't despair. You too can own the square bundle.
That's right. So great. You got the square rulers, just like Jana said. Great for all your squaring needs. You have all the 3 main sizes. But don't forget, it has that track down the side, Sandy. So if you're looking to get straight cuts every time with those rulers, you could always look at getting our comfort cutter or even our straight cutter. But I prefer the comfort as it's ergonomic on the wrist. So congratulations on that. So wonderful giveaways. Well, we still have a lot to talk about. We want to get one with Karla to do her tree skirt part 2. We're going to play that video. And then we're going to be looking at doing the True Sharp electric sharpener soon after that. But, you know, what a great opportunity it is to learn more with Karla. You know, her education is so great. The quilts that she's doing is fantastic. The processes that she's doing helps all of you, you know, perform and get those quilts that are really nice to make. So
yeah, it's really lucky we have such a depth of knowledge with her to share with us today.
That's right. So without further ado, let's go ahead and turn the time over to Karla with her video.
Hello everybody and welcome. I'm Karla Jerome. I'm here with the Grace Company and I'm really excited to show you, I'll give you ideas of how to quilt either your tree skirt or your tablecloth. Either one. In my first segment, I showed you how to cut out and sew together. You can pick either a tree skirt, you can do both, or the tablecloth, and the ideas are yours. This video, I'm going to show you some ideas on how to quilt it. But you definitely use your ideas and quilt it however you want. I'm just trying to spark some creativity and pull that out of you so that you can try something new. So with this, it's an odd shape, okay? Tree skirt or tablecloth. This is what I'm quilting today, is the tablecloth, and I'm going to use the automation. Now you could free motion quilt, and in my instructions on how to piece it, I will write down the ideas for quilting so that you can have those. If you can't come up with a design or anything like that, I will have a few for you to try out and use. So notice that we have a lot of empty negative space here on our backing. Now if you don't want that negative space, you can do, like I said in the cutting video, fill it in with your 60-degree triangles and make it a hexagon shape. And so then it will just be a little bit bigger. I liked the idea of having a star for a tablecloth, so that's what I'm doing. You do it however you want to do it. Just a little bit more piecing, but it's not going to take any time at all. So let's talk about threads and thread colors. As you're quilting, that's one of the biggest struggles sometimes we have is what color are we going to quilt our design in. And so I pulled out a few different threads and just brought them so that you could see and you could decide. So this is what I do at home. This is kind of my process, is picking out my thread colors. I will open them up and I will lay the threads out, having the strings, and see what I like on the quilt. I have chosen the red, as you'll notice right here, to quilt it because I want the design to kind of pop, and I think that will look really fun. But if you didn't want the design to pop, this smoky quartz would be a really good one to use. Notice that it just kind of lay in the background. It will kind of pop on the red, but it would be a good one. Then we have this variegated grays, so it's a little darker grays and a little lighter, just like in my quilt here. So I'll kind of draw some interest and ideas from my fabrics that I'm using, and that's why I pulled this other red. Notice that I have a little bit of this little salmon pink in this. So this red here is a variegated red, but it has the pinks in it as well. So it might be kind of fun to use and draw a little more interest. Now with the variegated, you're going to have it go dark to light and light to dark. And so it's going to add a little bit more texture onto your quilt. And if you don't like that, just use the plain old solid colors. But try a variegated once in a while, just change it up. And then I pulled out this this spearmint. Now it's probably not the one I would use, but it works and it adds. So what is your color scheme for Christmas? And you might want to choose something kind of off the grid and go kind of a little wild and choose something like the spearmint and add a different look. So all of them will make the quilt look different. If I showed you the same quilt quilted in the different threads, you would see totally different quilts. And your eyes would be drawn to different areas areas. So that's what threads will do. When you're using threads, use the right size needle. So find out what size needle is recommended for the threads that you're using and use that needle. It will eliminate the thread breakage. So let's jump in and get started on picking out designs and ideas for quilting. So I've opened up my automation. And I've come into my big design library. Now, hopefully you have made your library a little easier to use than I have. And make sure that you're making your file folders easy to jump in and read and look at. But I just jumped into my batched folder. These are designs that I've purchased and that I like. And we're just going to go through and kind of talk about the different designs and how they would look on the quilt. So this quilt, you could quilt a couple of different ways. Now, you can quilt an edge-to-edge design all the way across and all the way down. It being the same design, you can decide how tall and how wide across do you want it, the spacing and everything. But remember, I have a lot of negative spacing here, so it's a lot of quilting that you'll be cutting out and not using. Okay, but you could make maybe a placemat because I have a piece backing under here. You could do a placemat. You could use it for little coasters. So there's lots of ways you could use up this excess if you wanted to do that. So don't let that stop you from, because we don't want to waste our fabric and our quilt, and it'll be a beautiful design. So if you want to quilt it edge to edge, go ahead and be my guest. And I'll show you how to set it up for an edge-to-edge quilt. And that's the first one that we're going to run into. So let me get out of here, my file folder, and let me just pull a design. And I was in Select and Sew, but I'm going to come back out here. And I'm going to go into Pantograph. That's where you're going to set up your edge-to-edge design. But before you put your quilt on, you need to measure it. You need to measure the length and the width of it and write those numbers down. Okay, mine is 82 at its widest point. At the center point where the stars, when I folded it, it was 82 inches. So, okay, so I'm going to go into my Pantograph. And I've already set my safe area. So when I set my safe area, I want to say this too. I went all the way up over here off of my quilt to set my safe area, my first one, and then I came all the way down as far as I could, as far as it would reach, and set my other one. All right, and I have my quilt clips to hold my quilt up off the floor. All right, so my quilt is going to be 82 by 82 because that's at its longest and widest, okay? So my total width, see, I just barely have enough room. So it's going to be 82, because this was my safe area right here. And I'm going to put in my 82. Oops, sorry, that was 80. All right. So when you touch on this, your little pop-up window will open up, and that's where you can put your measurements in. Okay, so notice right over here it says the Panto mode. That's the Pantograph mode they're using. I'm using basic mode. For this one, I could use Power Panto. I could use Easy, so either one of them will work. Let's use Power Panto mode and show you what it's like. Okay. So I've selected my Power Pounder mode, and I have my total width is 82 and my total height is 82. So let's go in and now select our design. So I'm going to come over here and I tapped on Select Pattern, and now it's going to open up my library, and I'm just going to scroll down and see if I can find a design. Now, remember, this is an edge-to-edge quilt. So I want a design that's called a continuous line design. A continuous line design is a design that has a start point and a stop point that allows you to connect your next design to. So when you're looking for designs and you want to cover your whole quilt, make sure you're purchasing a edge to edge, and it'll be an E2E design. Okay, so some of these are blocks, you can see, and some of them are edge to edge. And I'm just going to scroll through and find one really quick. And I may not even use the one that I'm going to show you, but I wanted to show you how to set them up and give you some ideas. So here's a little star one. That could be really fun, and it's a little star one that has a little loop in it, and because this is a star quilt, that could be really fun. So let's pick that one, and I'm just tapped on that little file, and now I'm going to tap on open. Oh, wow. You can't even see the design because it's scaled it because it was such a big quilt, but I can zoom in on it, but that's a little small for me. So what I'm going to do, and my stars are going to be 6 inches, so that's a pretty good sized star all the way across. It just looks really small because my quilt's pretty big. So let me zoom in and show you what it looks like. So this is your window that if you want to see what the design looks like, you're going to zoom in on. And see this little plus over here? We're just going to make it bigger and bigger. And see? That's a cute little star design. So I could use that. So notice the little stars all the way along. But I could space it, so it's spaced out a little bit more. So instead of them touching each other, notice right along here, you see a little darker line? That's where they're touching. So my spacing, and I want to space it vertically because I want to pull them apart. So then I'm just going to tap on my plus sign right here on the vertical spacing and see how it's just pulling them apart. And I kind of like that even better. There we go. And see how much nicer that is? So if you don't understand how the automation works or what the design looks like, play around with the buttons. It's not going to hurt you to touch them and to see what they do. So just, and I really like that, and that would be a cute design all the way across and all the way down my quilt. And that's in the power panel mode. So with the power panel mode, it's going to sew all the way across and come back and forth and sew all the way down, and the only time it's going to stop is when you need to roll it for your next section and when you need to change your bobbin. Well, it's not even going to stop then. So you just need to watch it, but have fun designing your quilt. Okay. So that's with an edge-to-edge design. Let's go in and pick out some, or look at some triangle designs for our 60-degree triangle and see how that would look on the quilt so that you can decide the best way to quilt your tablecloth or your tree skirt. Okay, so let's get out of here. That's what's so great about the automation. I mean, there's so many different ways to quilt. Don't limit yourself. So now instead of the pantograph, we are going to come in here to select and sew, and that's where you'll quilt a block at a time or a set. So let's go in here, and now let's look for a little design that would look good. Now this is a block design, so it will have a start and stop point, but a point where you can't add another section onto it. So it's not like a continuous line design. So in that, and we want it to be a triangle design. So I have these little feather triangles here that you could use if you wanted that look, that are triangles. I have a little pinwheel shape you could use. I can't use a hexagon shape or a circle shape because, like I said, it is a triangle. I could use this little fancy marquise if I wanted to. It probably wouldn't look as good, or just this little up-down could be kind of fun as well. So as you're scrolling through, so let's go into our main library and see, you see across the top here how I have some file folders that, this one has patterns, this one says block, continuous line, and then I have another set, triangle. So there's a whole set of triangle section in here that you could use. So you can go in and pick one of these out that you liked, that you thought would be kind of Christmassy and kind of fun. Oh, I'm having a hard time. This is one of the harder things to decide and do. Like this one, this little bubbles right here could be kind of fun because it could be like little ornaments all the way along it. So you could pick that one, or you could pick something really simple. But let's just pick the little bubbles, okay? Right here. Okay, that's the little bubbles, but notice it's not in a triangle mode, okay? For quilting, it's in block, okay? So block, it has an upper left and a bottom right to place it. Now that wouldn't work for my triangle because I have 3 corners. So I want to move down, just using my little arrows, to triangle. Okay, so there's my triangle. And see, it's a 60-degree triangle, but my design here is a 45-degree triangle design. So try and find a 60-degree triangle design. And I think I have some out there, but I just wanted to show you this. So then if you want to change it, and this would work as well. So if I place this, it's going to stretch it. I'm just going to use my 45 as my 60. So I'm just going to come over here and place it and show you what it does, okay? I'm going to go up here, right there, and then I'm going to come down here and kind of show you what the design does. So it's going to stretch it and make it work, but I could free motion quilt that and make it, you know, a little bit funner and a little more exciting. So this is an idea that you can use, or let's go find a 60-degree triangle out there in our designs and see what that looks like. So I'm going to come back up here to my select pattern, and I'm going to come over here to my patterns because that's where I'll find my library of my patterns. We're going to come into this little folder. When you import designs, it will import into this batch folder. So let me open it up and see all these cool designs that I have. Here's another triangle that could be pretty cool and a lot of fun. And let's see what it looks like. See, it's a 45 degrees. So how you can tell it's a 45 degree, I don't have a lot of 60-degree triangle designs, but like I said, we can use the 45 degree and make it 60. So here's another little design. It's a little more intricate, so you could place that one as well. And just come over here, do the same thing, and see what it looks like. So it's totally up to you and how you want to quilt your quilt. You can quilt it a block at a time using a triangle design. You could quilt a little section of the triangles first, make it a little longer. So here's another idea. Notice right here, I have a triangle right here, and I could make it even larger. So I could go up here and set my top, but then I could make it even larger. So totally, again, up to you and how you want to quilt it. And it makes it even larger, but it's kind of a fun look, and it's very decorative, just like at Christmas time. So this could be a fun design for you to try as well. I am going to tack it down as I go, but I'm not going to show you what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to let you wait and see what it's going to look like when I join you live. So if you have any questions, please leave a comment below, and don't forget to share and subscribe. Also follow our Instagram and visit our website at graceframe.com, or contact your local dealer. I'm Karla Jerome, and thank you for joining me today. I'll see you. Bye-bye.
Well, welcome back. That is always a good video. Karla does an amazing job with her process and her teachings, and it's good to have the technique that she was doing with that.
Yeah, and as we saw previously when she came in and did her trunk show, we got to see the finished product.
Yeah.
So that was pretty awesome to see it all finished out and how it looks, and all the things that she did to make it look so wonderful.
That's right. All right, so we've been having these wonderful deals throughout this Monday. We're going to also talk about another great deal, which is our True Cut electric sharpener. So our True Sharp electric sharpener is 40% off. So that's big. You can see right there is $47.97. Normally it's $79 on the sharpener.
That's so great.
You think about blades, right, Jana? Blades are expensive. You talk about buying a 5-pack of blades or even just a double pack. Blades can get expensive. And I'm curious how many of you kept your blades already? You dull your blade, you keep it in a container, and now you have all that money in a way sitting in a used container, right?
Yeah. What was it? Someone said one time they started collecting baby food jars because that was a perfect size for the cutters, and so they had a whole bunch of those.
So let's do you all a favor. Get on there, purchase that electric sharpener. This is, I cannot tell you, literally this is probably outside of True Grips. True Grips is our #1 sought after item in our True Cut line. The electric sharpener is our second. Everybody wants to get those blades sharp again. Now, being skeptical or asking questions, we do get 2 questions asked a lot every time. Well, yeah, I say a lot every time. Every time we talk about the True Sharp Sharpener. You know what those 2 questions are, Jenna?
Let me think. One question is, can it sharpen all blades?
Mm-hmm. Can it sharpen all blades? And does it work? Does it work, and does it sharpen the blades? And so the answer to the one, does it work? Absolutely, it works. And as far as the blades, your standard 28, 45, and 60 millimeters. So it's a quick and easy process. We have one right here in front of us. I'm going to go ahead and just show kind of what this is. So we have the electric sharpener. Now, what's nice about this is it takes the diamond stones. That is the key ingredient, Jenna, as to the reason why this works. You know, for centuries, we've sharpened blades from using ceramic stones, diamond stones. This one in particular uses the diamond stones, and there's one at the bottom and there's one at the top. Having one top and bottom sharpens both sides of your blades at once. And that is really huge because blades are double-sided and we want to be able to get the sharpness out of there. Now, it won't sharpen it to a factory sharp edge, but it will sharpen to a near factory sharp edge. And that's what we want. It's a whole lot better than what we had before. We've had dull blades. There's a lot of them sitting in the cupboards or your jars. But let's go ahead and get those blades back, save the money, and sharp and cut with sharp steel. So very quick and easy process. It does come with really good instructions, as you see there, so you can hold down the lid. There's a button on the back, so it is powered by plug. So you go ahead and press a button on the back to operate it. And in the process, in the instructions, it talks about how to do it. So follow the instructions and you can't go wrong. And there's a button I was talking about. And then there it is right there where you plug it in. So go ahead and plug it in. You press this button down for 15 seconds. And depending on how dull your blade is, just repeat that process again. It's that simple. If you have a really dull blade, it may take you 2 or 3 times of doing it. If you don't have that dull blade, it doesn't take as long. So just be patient with it. It does work, and it absolutely will longevity of the blade, use them more often, cutting with sharp steel without dull blades.
Now, the most blades, now we talk about that it can sharpen most blades.
Mm-hmm.
There are a couple that you can't sharpen. So if you have a blade that has notches in it already, it can't sharpen those pre-notched blades. So do watch for that. And then some types of material aren't able to be sharpened. And those would be titanium is one of them. And there's a couple other, if it's a very poorly made metal, that also won't sharpen very well because it's just not able to be sharpened.
Right. So the titanium part already has a coating. And so you can, if you wanted to, sure, you can do titanium, but it would take a long time for that titanium coating to come off. And then what Jan was saying also with different brands out there, different types of steel, some are stronger than others. The weaker ones, they don't do good. I mean, you can, but the process will be a lot longer. So just make sure when you do have the blades, if you have several of them, sharpen them all. Don't give up on the one because you won't be able to get a true, you won't understand really on all the blades unless you go through them all. So if you sharpen one and you come across maybe one of those blades that the steel isn't strong, then you're going to find that it didn't sharpen as well. It will still sharpen, just won't hold the edge like a nice quality steel blade would. So you want to be able to hold that quality. So 40% off. It has everything you need from tweezers to oil to cloths to be safe, So you're going to be accurate in all that you do, but most importantly, we want you to be safe in all that you do, especially with handling the blade. So 40% off. Get it now today while it's what, $47.97.
And it's already pre-qualified for that free shipping because it's over that $30. So
that's right.
You don't have to add anything else. It's already set to go. You can get that free shipping in there.
Perfect. Okay. So that is the deal dash for the sharpener. So get on there, get it. Now, Jana, we're going to talk about the 21.
I love the 21.
Yes. The Cutie 21. You know, I always get asked, like, what machine do you like the best? Then they all are awesome. You know, you got the long arm, you have the different screens, you have the touch capability. So they all offer different varieties of techniques, but the Cutie 21 is our top of the line, our 21 Pro. We also have our 21R. So we have two machines that you can get, and they both come with an accessory pack.
Yeah, it's an amazing accessory pack. Not only is the machine discounted this month already, but then you get this great accessory pack that includes the light bar, right? So that's going to be the 10-foot light bar because the 21 only fits on the Continuum 2 frame. So it's already, you're bumped up to that light bar to the 10-foot. Then you're getting an 8-pack of finesse thread. That's the 4 solid and the 4 variegated set. Then you're going to get the 21 ruler base, the 4-piece hopping foot set that includes the ruler foot, the micro stippling foot, and the open toe foot. And then we also threw in, just because you've got the ruler base and the hopping foot set, you get a set of 3 Leah Day rulers to go along with that as well, so you can get started.
That's right. So the Cutie 21 Pro, a couple of features that really stand out to me is first, the screen. It has a 5-inch screen with awesome qualities, features built into it that no other machine has. It has a bobbin sensor, it has a needle jog, has a measuring capability. So there are quite a few features in the screen that the other ones don't have. It's on sale, as you saw there, for $74.99. That's $1,000 off.
It's amazing. Yeah, just by itself. And then you include that accessory pack that's already throwing in like another $1,000 off. The best price of the year, the best price of the time. And it's over $30. So that includes that free shipping. So why wouldn't you take advantage of it right now, right?
That's right. So if you're looking at getting a long arm, or if you have a Cutie machine and you want to upgrade, now is the time to do so. So you have 21-inch of awesomeness. You have that touchscreen. You also have adjustable handles. I always like to point out, you know, you want to quilt with comfort. So if you are a shorter person,
like me, I'm shorter,
like Jana, and you want to go all the way to the back of your quilt, you want to be able to have handles that adjust out, so you're not stretching all the way back. So those handles will adjust out about 2 inches, so that way you're quilting in comfort. You're not stretching all the way. You can just stay where you're at and get comfort as you're quilting. So the adjustable handles is nice. Not only do they pull out, but you can also you can bring them in for micro stippling. You can move the handles. So basically, all of the handles are adjustable to your level of comfort. So you can customize your handles the way you want. So the handles are adjustable in your quilting. Outside of the handle, we also have the regulation that's built in.
Yes, it's got the 4 different stitch modes on the machine, 3 with the regulation. So you've got that precise mode that's great for just regular quilting. Then you've got your cruise mode, which is going to help you follow along with those feathers and other pieces where you're wanting to fill in that smaller section. Then you've got the base mode, and then finally the manual. For those people who just want to sail and they've got that speed going with their manual, you have that option as well.
That's right. So you have the 4 different stitch modes, and that's all built in. So you can do your precise cruise, which are both, like Jana says, are regulated, or your based and manual mode. Outside of the regulation, it is very easy to thread, very easy to maintain. And don't let the 21-inch of long arms scare you. Don't let the Cutie machine intimidate you, especially when you think of the word long arm. That can creep up to your mind of, you know, you're intimidated, it's too much.
Size,
yes.
Yeah.
The machine is super easy to handle and maintain, right, Jana?
Well, and I love that when we were talking about the handles, you said that they were adjustable to the sides. That's also part of the beauty of the 21 is it is so easy to handle that you don't have to grip onto those handles to make sure you're moving the machine back and forth. You can easily move it. I remember the
Mhm.
very first time that I saw the 21 demonstrated, someone who was looking at it had arthritis, and they said, well, I just can't grip these handles. And the demonstrator said, well, you don't have to grip them. You can just slowly move it along. And it was amazing that their face was just, what, I can quilt
Mhm.
now, even though I don't have to grip onto those things.
That's right. So we try to think of it all to make your journey a whole lot easier. So the machine itself, again, is easy to maintain, easy to thread, easy to use. There are handlebars on the buttons. There's 3 on each side. They operate the menu. They operate the needle down, and it has a start stop button on there as well. So they're very easy. There's no intimidation. I want you to even get rid of that word. If you are really considering getting a long arm, now's the time to do it. The Quilting 21 Pro is over $1,000 off. Plus, you get that free accessory pack and free shipping.
Yeah, and I love what someone said just a little while ago. They were saying with that price where it is, 5 or 6 quilts, it pays for itself.
That's right. And the reason why I keep saying easy to maintain is I've been around enough machines and understanding when you invest in Grace Company, we definitely don't want you to have a headache. We don't want you to constantly need a manual open and you're trying to read what you want to do. The machine is really, really easy. And one of the reasons we did that too is because we deal with a lot of hobbyists, right? You buy our product as a hobby. We want to make sure it's easy for you to understand and maintain throughout the life of the machine.
Also, the other thing that I love about the Quilting machines is you don't have to take it in to be serviced yearly, right? There's a lot of machines that people will ask, well, where do I have to take this? Because I don't have a dealer near me, or where do I send it so it can get its yearly maintenance? And that's the beauty of the Quilting machines, is that it doesn't need that. You are the one that are maintaining it, as long as you're following those oiling instructions and keeping it, watched over and cleaned of the lint and different things, that you can maintain your machine and keep it running beautifully.
That's right. So I want you guys to really, sorry, ladies, I would say guys, but all you quilters who are watching, please consider, if you're looking at upgrading your machine or even purchasing. There's a lot of comments coming in that they love the 21. A lot of them have 21 Pro. I love it. We get that a lot, and you're going to be just like that person. When you get your own 21 Pro, you're going to be commenting, I love my 21 Pro. I'm so glad I bought it. Now's the time to do so. Holidays around the corner, great Christmas present, but take advantage of our free shipping, because shipping one of those out can be well over $300 depending on where you're at. So,
and then you include that accessory pack, right? It's the 10-foot light bar, like we were saying, the ruler base, the 8-pack of thread, the hopping foot set of rulers. It's an amazing, amazing offer.
It is. Okay, before we get on to Sarah Maxwell, to learn more about the Quilting 21 Pro, because we couldn't go over all the awesome features of it.
Yeah.
There's so many nice features and benefits of the 21 Pro. Please check that out on our website. Go and look at the 21 Pro. Look at the awesome benefits. Look at the feature sets that the 21 Pro has to offer. And hopefully you'll be making your decisions with that wonderful discount, with the accessory pack and free shipping. It's a win-win-win. That's a triple win right there. So take advantage of that. So, okay, Sarah Maxwell, awesome person. She'll be teaching today about her holiday trunk show. So before we go any further, let's go ahead and turn the time over to Sarah.
Hi, it's Sarah with Designs by Sarah J. Thanks so much for visiting with me during the Grace Quilting Jolly Holiday event. I'm here to tell you about my favorite holiday make. And the very funny thing about that is it's my only holiday make. I discovered over my last 30 years of quilting, I had never really made a holiday quilt until last year. And I think the primary reason for that is I don't love the color red. And so with many holiday lines focusing on the classic red and green color combo, I was just never drawn to a fabric line to work with. And for me, my quilt designs often originate from fabric line inspiration. I see a line I love, or I create a fabric line, and that's what I base my pattern work off of. Well, last year, with so many events canceled, I was spending more time on social media and just had a little free time to actually sew for myself, which doesn't happen often. And as I was scrolling along, I noticed this pattern, the Modern Snowflake Quilt for Modern Handcraft. And I loved how that snowflake was a little bit offset in the design and how it just made such a statement. And I also loved that the designer showed a lot of different ways to color the background so you could personalize this quilt. So I purchased the pattern, and then I did what I often do with any pattern that I'm using. I redrew the quilt in the electric quilt software. I love working with electric quilt because it allows me to audition fabric choices on the screen before I ever buy fabric or cut into it. I can get an idea of what the quilt's going to look like, how color and value interrelate, just what the project might be and what I could do to make it better. And as I thought about making the quilt, I decided I really did want to make this a scrap quilt. I've always loved scrap quilts. You know, there's so much fabric on the market, and why not try to use all that you can in every project, just so you're getting to play with a little bit. And I have a large stash, like a lot of quilters. And I wanted this to be a quilt that reflected the fabrics I love that I've collected over the years, including some fabrics I hadn't ever cut into, and I really didn't want to have to buy anything for it. So I started playing, making all the background squares in the quilt a different fabric. And I mentioned I don't like the color red. So as I looked at the design, I discovered that one of the center rows had a very few number of colored squares because that snowflake continues across the whole body of the quilt. And so I decided that's where I was going to focus the color red. And then I just worked in a color progression, laying out fabrics. And with this design, because I was going to use so many fabrics and I needed to see how they work together, I used a design wall. And if you have the ability to lay out your fabric either on a wall or on a floor or a table, I really recommend doing that, especially with scrap quilts. I was able to see how the fabrics played together and did something I think was a blue really read as a blue when it was next to other prints. Now, by using that idea that I mentioned of finding the smallest place where color squares appeared and making that red, I then worked through the rest of the color wheel, and that put my favorite colors up near the top where there's no snowflake or very little of the snowflake. So the quilt has a lot of the teals and turquoises and blues and purples that I love. It gave it an overall cool tone read, which is my favorite colors, very little of the warm tones, and then it fades back into green at the bottom. So this has become my favorite quilt that I made during 2020. I actually leave it out all year long. The quilting on it, the snowflake itself has kind of a wavy, irregular line. You can see that in the picture. And then in the colored part, it's got snowflakes that just kind of swirl around. So it maintains that holiday theme, but looks really fresh and crisp. So consider that if you've never made a holiday quilt. Go find a pattern you like and see what you can do to make it your own. Now, if you're in the holiday mindset and you're thinking about gifts, next year, this is a quilt that you could gift to someone. This is my Fantasy Flights quilt. It uses my fantasy fabrics. It's coming to quilt shops everywhere starting in January of 2022. I am so in love with this fabric collection. It's my favorite line I've ever designed for Marcus Fabrics. And it has a series of blocks where you're going to get to do some skill building on rotary cutting and machine piecing. And then it has this setting that interweaves color. It looks difficult. I assure you this quilt is not hard to make. I'm going to be with people every step of the way next year to make it. So look at your favorite local shop for this. If you can't find it locally, reach out to me and I'll direct you to some shops that are carrying it. And that's what I have for you for the Jolly Holiday event. I hope you've enjoyed learning a little bit about my process. I encourage you to make a holiday quilt of your own if you haven't. I really enjoyed it, and like I said, it's become one of my most treasured quilts. It sits out in the house year-round even though it's holiday because I made it something that works for me. So there we have it. Enjoy the rest of the event, and I'll see you soon.
Well, thank you, Sarah. That was awesome. She's always great at what she does. So energetic, so smart, and just so fun to watch.
It was, I know I was watching the comments and everybody was talking about how those beautiful fabrics, they're going to look for them now.
That's right. Speaking of fabrics, earlier in the very beginning, we had a lot of questions asked, you know, with the patterns and stuff, how you can purchase them or get them. And we mentioned tomorrow that they'll be up. Actually, we're faster than that, and they should be up now. So on the events webpage, events@graceframe.com, if you go and you want to go and watch later, you will see that the patterns and stuff that we had already listed is up, so you can get the pattern that way. So any pattern that we had available will be listed on the events@graceframe.com, where they're follow the layout, and you can go and you can hit download right there, and you can go ahead and get the pattern and the instructions. So that is awesome. So we wanted to get that done today. So that's great news. Okay. So we're able to now look at doing the $5,000 giveaway. Yes.
I'm so excited. I can't believe it. I mean, with this gift card, you can win exactly the system that you need, right? They can get everything from the frame and the machine. It's perfectly priced. So
that's right. And or it's a good down payment if you're looking to get the 21 Pro, then you can put $5,000 towards that. So there's a lot of things you can do $5,000. Remember, December 31st is when it ends, and it is all for Grace product, you know, whether it's a machine, a frame, accessories. So take advantage of that. And just what a great opportunity to be a part of, you know, Grace company and be able to have these wonderful gifts and giveaways during this nice, jolly holiday event.
Yeah, I think it's going to be amazing. And for whoever gets it, don't despair if you don't get it right. We've got one more at the next hour, 6,000. Still have a chance to win. So don't despair if you're not at that 5,000.
That's right. All right. So let's go ahead and let's do our drum roll on that.
Woo!
All right. Congratulations. Is that Marianne?
Marianne Creighton.
Marianne Creighton.
Congratulations. Oh,
5,000. So
I bet you're about to faint right now. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm hoping that you're sitting. So if you do faint, it's not that far on the ground. Congratulations again. So again, we just need you guys already pre-registered. So we should have a lot of information. We'll reach out to you on getting that taken care of. So congratulations on that. What a great opportunity is to have all these wonderful speakers and the stuff we've been talking about. Take advantage of all that we have going on today. Once you add it to your cart, I know some questions have come in. Once you add it to your cart, you will find that the discounts were taken off. So anything you want to add to the cart that was dealing with our deal dash has already been taken off. You just got to add it to the cart. You'll see that the money's been subtracted from the total amount. So what a great opportunity. But we still have one more segment. The last ones we're going to do $6,000 giveaway. Wow. We're also going to be talking about our 19th machine. We'll have Janessa in here as well, talking about her quilt that she did. So there's a lot of information that we still need to bring up. So stay with us. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back.
Hi, my name's Nicole with So Much More. Today I'm going to be sharing my scalloped placemats, and these are actually easier to make than you think. Let me show you how. I've been using the True Cut system for a few months now, and I've got to tell you that I really like the fact that it's more ergonomic and safer style of cutting than what I've tried in the past. And my True Cut Comfort Cutter works great with my True Cut ruler. The ruler track and cutter guide system gives me straight cuts like every time. You see, on each side of the ruler is a track that works with the guide on the rotary cutter. And as you move the cutter along the ruler's track, the guide keeps the cutter from veering away from the ruler's edge. And we all know how important it is to cut accurately. Fabric requirements and cutting measurements are listed within your scalloped placemats pattern. Once you've gathered your supplies, you'll take your accent pieces over to the ironing board. The accent pieces are these skinny strips. Fold these pieces lengthwise, wrong sides together. Once you have all of your accent pieces starched, folded, and ironed, you'll pin the accents to the border pieces. Pin all of these in place and then take these units over to your sewing machine. Sew these pieces together using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And I just love my 1/4 inch seam presser foot for jobs just like this. Back over at the wool pressing mat, press the seam allowance towards the border strip, extending the accent beyond the border edge. And now for the mitered corners. So we're going to want to lay this out in the proper orientation with all the accent flanged towards the middle. Place one border unit on top of the other right sides together. You're going to add a pin to keep these from slipping around. Now if you're not comfortable with miters, let me show you how easy they are to be done. Place the 45-degree line along the raw edge of the stacked border piece, and then take your friction pin and mark the angle. You may find you need to be really specific with your measurements when making mitered corners, so go ahead and take your time lining up your fabrics and making your mark. I do like to pin this generously so when I take it to the sewing machine, the project materials don't slip in between my workspace and underneath my machine and the sewing needle. Once you have these both marked and pinned, you'll sew these in place. You'll notice I don't have my 1/4 inch presser foot anymore. I have a regular presser foot. And you'll also notice that I did some back stitching there, especially on the folded part. You're going to want to make sure you do that back stitching to ensure the folded corner stitching stays intact. We're going to sew the other corner exactly the same as the first. Once you're happy with how they turned out, you're going to give yourself a 1/4 inch seam allowance from the seam that you just sewn and trim away the excess fabric. I use my ruler edge and my rotary cutter to do this, and this handy little cutting mat. You're going to do this to both corners. And now we're going to add the last border piece to our existing unit in the very same fashion we did the first two corners. Remember to take your time so that you don't have to spend any of it redoing anything. Once you have everything aligned, marked, and pinned in place, go head back to the sewing machine to secure those corners into place. And don't forget to do your back stitching or your back tacking. And trim away that excess fabric from the last two corners, and then we're ready for the next step. Press your seams for each mitered corner, press them open. I like to use spray starch to get them nice and flat. Now we're going to be working on the back of the placemat. Pin the border strip set right sides together to the backing fabric. I align my corners first and then start pinning towards the middle. Stitch around the entire perimeter using a 1/4 inch seam allowance. And you'll notice that I switched back my 1/4 inch seam presser foot as it's ideal for this step. Now we're going to be working on the front part of the placemat. You'll take your exterior front fabric, wrong side up, and attach the double-sided foam fusible scalloped placemat onto it, and then grab your Teflon sheet. You'll definitely want to invest in a Teflon sheet. This is something that you'll want to have in your sewing room, and it's rather inexpensive. It comes in handy for multiple uses. So take your time ironing. You're going to be using your Teflon sheet so that it doesn't The other side of the fusible doesn't stick to your ironing board or anything else. Once you have your front exterior fabric fused to your placemat, you'll take some sharp, pointy scissors and trim away the excess fabric. Follow the edge of the foam scallops and trim away the excess fabric. Okay, now you're going to center the wrong side of the backing unit on the unfused side of your placemat. Your foam placemat should be facing right side up, and you're going to clip all around the exterior of the placemat. Using your clover clips is a really good time to do that right here. You're going to flip the placemat over, take your project to the pressing mat, and fuse from the right side of the back. Now using your zipper foot, this is where I'm changing out to a zipper foot here, because you're going to want to get right up next to the edge of the foam scallop placemat. You're going to sew right along the edge of this foam scallop placemat. You're going to sew around the entire perimeter, all of the scallops. Now when you come to a corner, you're going to come up to a corner, you're going to make sure that your needle is in the down position. Once it's in the down position, you're going to lift up your zipper foot, pivot your project, and then put your zipper foot back down and continue sewing along the scallops. Once you have everything sewn, you can trim away the excess fabric. I recommend trimming about 1/8 of an inch away from the scallop seam. You're going to want to get close enough to where you don't have an excess of bulk when you flip this, but you don't want to get too close where the seam will fall apart in the wash. Remember, these are placemats and you'll be washing these, so you don't take your cuts any less than 1/8 of an inch. And once you have everything trimmed, take your sharp snips and clip the corners. Then take your fray check and drop fray check into each of those snipped crevices. Now it's time to flip the project. This is where the magic is happening. Flip the corners first and then continue flipping the rest of the placemat. Now I love using the point-to-point turner. It helps get all of the curves all the way turned out. You can give it a nice press if you need to. And now we're going to do some top stitching. I changed the presser foot to the regular presser foot, and I also changed my thread color to match my fabric, and I changed my stitch length to 3. Once you get all of this top stitching done, you're finished. This is such a fun and easy project to do. They make great gifts. They're perfect for creating your own custom decor for the holidays and any day as well. Thanks so much to the Grace Company for hosting this virtual event. I hope you found inspiration and encouragement so you can make some placemats for yourself. I just love sharing these projects with you. For more sewing and quilting inspiration, head over to my website where there is so much more in store. Bye for now.
Well, welcome back. Thank you, Nicole Moore. She's awesome. You know, it was fun to watch her do. Like, everybody's so excited to watch.
And I love the fabric. I was just going gaga over that mustache fabric. It was fantastic.
I know what my next project is.
Exactly.
Seriously, that's so cute.
That's right. Well, we brought in a third person. You guys may have seen Janessa before, but
Hi guys, yeah, I'm Janessa. I'm in the education department, and I'm super excited to be here for our final Cyber Monday segment. So super fun.
That's right. We brought her in for the large giveaway, $6,000 on this giveaway.
Yeah,
so
amazing.
A lot of information was happening. So thank you for those who stayed with us, for all the comments, participating with all the answers. I just love how everybody supports one another. When people win, they always say congratulations. So what a lovely community the quilting is, with everybody being helpful and just excited to see everybody's comments throughout this whole operation. So Thank you. Being our last segment here, we do want to talk about the Unique 19 as part of it. Janessa has her quilt that she's going to be talking about. But before we get into any of those, just like always, I want to give away, let's do some live giveaways. So we want to do 3 more of these live giveaways from our Facebook, YouTube, and our Grace platforms. So questions, ladies.
Ooh, I have a question.
Yes.
I love to hear what everyone's favorite traditions are for the holidays. My family is really big on traditions. We do like the Christmas jammies. We do like all the special treats and a cooking day. Before COVID, we used to always go and sing really badly. None of us are musical. We'd go sing at the old folks' home, and it was just awesome. So yeah, I want to hear what everyone's holiday traditions are.
That's a great question. I'd love to see those too, because I'm always trying to mix up in my family. So maybe I can take a couple of these ideas.
I love that
to do that. So let's get them coming in here, and then we'll go ahead and pick a few winners. And light peeping, that's bingo. We play bingo at my house. We do bingo every year. So bingo is a big one in my family.
Oh, I love the cutting down a fresh Christmas tree. That's so awesome.
Cookies exchange. That's awesome. Decorating sugar cookies.
Choosing an ornament for the year. Oh, that's a great idea.
I do that too. I love that.
Gingerbread house.
Awesome. Well, should we pick some people to earn some of these giveaways?
Yeah, they are going. We're just want to try to get a couple more in here, and we'll get Bryant behind the camera. He's the one that closes his eyes to pick a lucky winner here. So I just love seeing all these come in. Cookies and fudge.
Oyster stew on Christmas Eve.
That sounds great.
Christmas light tour. Yeah, a lot of lights. Cinnamon buns for Christmas morning. That's great. Baking cookies. I just love that. Yeah, decorating trees. Okay, so I think a lot of them came in. So let's go ahead, Bryant, and let's pick a winner.
Yay,
Judy. And I don't even dare say the last name without making a mess of it. So we'll just stick with Judy. Congratulations. It says reading the nativity set and putting a set of ornaments on the tree.
Love that.
Beautiful.
That's awesome.
Okay, Janessa, this is your first time here. So
what box Judy would have you pick if she was here? What's one is screaming Judy's name?
Judy, I gotta say, you're gonna have to go with my favorites, which is the white and gold. Those are kind of my colors. So let's go
Silver
with that
and
one.
gold.
White and gold, which one? This one?
Yeah,
right?
that one. That's the one. Oh, I can open it?
You get to
too?
open it.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Judy.
part of the fun.
Yeah, there you
Let's
go.
see. Oh my goodness. And you get a lovely ruler set, the square ruler set. Awesome. That's one of my favorites.
Yes, square ruler set. So Judy, if you don't already own the True Cut rulers, you're going to get 3 of them. Get the True Grips as well with those. Get the Comfort Cutter. There's a lot you can get with just having our rulers, but you're going to find that they're going to be easy to read. You can mark through the holes. You can hold through the holes, but more importantly, it has a track down the side so you can cut with more accuracy and being safe.
Well, and I think the beauty of our rulers is, yes, they are incredible for all of your cutting needs, but I love mine for my free motion ruler work. So if you're a big fan of ruler work, get that ruler foot, and these are perfect for that.
Excellent.
That's right. All right. And then as always, please email melinda@graceframe.com for those who've been winning these live giveaways. Everybody who's won a live giveaway, please reach out to melinda@graceframe.com so we can reach out and get your information. All right. So let's do the second winner. And the lucky person is
Leanna. Congratulations. Appetizers for Christmas Eve and watching Elf the movie.
Oh, Elf is a classic.
That's awesome.
That's a good one.
All right. Which one would she pick,
Let's
Jana?
see. I'm going to go with the stripes. You know, it's funny. We keep opening these, but it's a surprise to me every time. It's the triangle ruler bundle.
All
So
sorts
that's
of rulers.
all 3 of the triangles as well. That's going to be excellent with the True Grips. So that's going to be excellent for you. Congratulations, Leanna.
There you go. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Now let's go to our Grace platform. And we'll just get a winner coming up here shortly. And our Grace platform, Bonnie Brown, 7-inch fish dinner Christmas Eve.
Ooh, very nice. I haven't ever heard of that one.
I gotta find out about it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I want to know what that myself. I wonder what that would be. 7-inch fish dinner Christmas Eve. Anyway, Bonnie, congratulations on your win. And I think, Bonnie, if you're here, you're probably streaming at, I'm going to take these top two off. We'll go this one. You didn't do this one, right?
No,
okay.
I did the stripes.
That's right. I just have to shake it first. Oh, geez. I hear something in there. The Quilters combo.
Ooh, nice.
So the Quilters combo, this is our best selling combo. It is very, very useful. It has the My Comfort Cutter 45 millimeter. It has a 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, and it has a set of true grips. So Bonnie, you get the Quilters combo. What a great way to, if you haven't done a lot of cutting, that's perfect. Or if you've done a lot of cutting in the past, this is going to be a great addition, one that you won't want to step away from. You're going to love the Quilters combo. So again, please email melinda@graceframe.com for all those who've won the live giveaway. So melinda@graceframe.com. Congratulations to all those who won. Janessa, I'm excited to hear about what you have going on. Maybe you can share with what you have over there.
Yes, I would love to. So I was lucky enough, I just got to upgrade my whole system. So this was actually my very first project on my new quilting system. So I just upgraded. I've been quilting on the Cutie, which I have loved, and realized that, man, I'm using this a lot and I really need some more quilting space. And so now I've got my 19 and I've got the 10-foot frame and just all the bells and whistles. So I love it. So this is
before you get on,
yes,
I thought, because this is what all of you guys are thinking about when you think of a frame. I know in your mind you're thinking, I have no room for it. Janessa had to make room. So what did you have to turn? Like you turned.
Oh man. Okay. So if you've been to our events before, you've probably heard me say, I just got to talk my husband into letting me take over more space. And you did it, you guys. I did it. I wore him down, and now I've taken over not just half of our basement, but now our entire basement. And so I've got my sewing and my crafting room, and now I've got a full quilting room with my quilting frame, and it's great. It's really great. So just keep working on them, guys. It'll happen eventually. But no, I love it, and I'm super excited. So this was really one of the first projects that I did on my quilting frame at home. And I love like holiday decor and banners and things like that. And I'm going to say I'm a pretty impatient quilter. I like that kind of immediate gratification. So really long piecing projects and stuff like that. I do them every once in a while, but I really enjoy just kind of like that really quick, fun things that you can finish really in a day. So this was my, let's see if I can have y'all help me hold it out.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is the back side. This was the backing, and then we're going to flip flop it. Ooh, thanks for your help, guys. And so on this side, you can see kind of all of the fronts. So what I did was I used our Quilters Creative Touch 5 program. And I had Amanda, who's one of our fantastic team members on the education team. She helped me create this little pantograph design. And then I just quilted it out and cut it. So let me kind of show you some of those little steps here. So I'll grab this back from you guys. So all I didn't use my domestic machine at all. What I did is I took my backing fabric, loaded that onto the machine. Then I put my batting, and then I have 3 different colors of my top fabric. And I just laid it on top, tacked it down, and then just did my pantograph edge to edge across the side. And so you can see they connect. And all I did from there was I took these are the coolest scissors ever, by the way. They are like a jagged edge fabric scissor. I just got them on Amazon. I think they were like $11. And I just cut out the different sizes. So you can do this using automation. And I've actually linked the automation file, so the digital design that you can download if you'd like to use that. So that will be in the watch again portion, or if you scroll down, it should just be in the bottom little download if you are on the Grace platform. If you're not, go and get that free downloadable. So you can use that if you have the QCT. If not, you could definitely do this just using ruler work. And it would be really easy. You just want to kind of mark and then use your rulers, and it would be really, really quick and easy to do that. I went through and I was kind of playing around with it, and like I did a few different kind of designs, and I'm pretty, I don't want to say boring. They get mad at me when I say boring. I'm not boring. I just like things kind of simple. But I did try a few little testers on here. And so I did just some really straight, just some straight lines on one of them that you can kind of see. Whoops, can you see that all right? Just like that. Or on this one, I actually used the automation and I did a triangle design and just stretched it kind of wonky. So you can kind of see that. And this one, I just did some really basic little loops. But after trying and testing out a few different things, I just decided that I just wanted to kind of keep it simple. Just for this specific design. What I thought would be really cute is if you went through and did like some fancy like embroideries, if you did like some French knots. I also thought it would be really cute if I kind of want to put little buttons on the top. I want to go find like some little star buttons.
Yeah.
And the other thing I really liked about this is you can have the kind of, sorry, it's kind of a mess. All of the different designs like this if you wanted to lay it this way. But I liked that it also matched on the back side. So I was thinking it could be really cute if you did like Christmas design and different like red and green patterns on one side. And then maybe if you did like a white or like a really light green or something like that, and you could flip it and then use that for January, kind of for like wintry or something like that. So you can kind of reuse and just get the fun different colors. But yeah, I love kind of different like mantelpiece decor or little table or cabinet decor. So this was something that I had just come up with. And this is a Christmas tree, but I was thinking, I was like, it would be so cute if you did like candy canes or if you did bells or really any just cute little holiday pantograph that you could find or that you designed or that you marked and did ruler work. There are so many options with all of our incredible tools. I was also thinking you could use the couching foot and add little sashing and stuff like that. So really the possibilities are endless. You get to use your creativity to do whatever your heart desires. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with this one. I'm excited to display it at my house.
That's great, Janessa. You know, you've come into this education part of it, and you've now grown really. You got your machine, you're becoming a quilter, you've been doing this. For those who are watching who's probably new, what would probably be some good tips or some basic training that someone would need to do to start this own process?
Just to get started. Well, just get started. I'm going to be honest, and I've used our quilting machines a lot. And after it took me a few days. I broke it up into a few hours to get everything all set up. And then I just looked at it. And I just stared at it, and then I would kind of go hide upstairs and get really nervous. And you guys, I've sewn on these before. I'm very comfortable with these machines. And for whatever reason, I just was so nervous. I don't know why. But as soon as I got started, I remembered why I loved it so much. And I was like, oh my gosh, what was I doing? So just get started. Just play around with it. Do something really simple like this. That would be my number one recommendation is don't jump in and do your first quilting project on something that you just spent hundreds of hours piecing. Because it's an adjustment and you learn things as you go. And I make tons and tons of mistakes every single time I quilt. I'm like, what are you doing? But then I can take that and apply it to my next quilt that I work on. So I would say that the main thing that we are reiterating over and over and over in the education department is making sure you are doing your pre-quilting checklist, which is making sure that you have a sharp needle, that it's threaded correctly, that you've checked your tension, that you've cleaned your machine. And I just did those all totally out of order. But you really do want to kind of create that process that you do before each and every single quilt so that you make sure that your machine is in tip-top shape, working condition. And it'll just help you avoid kind of that heartbreaking moment after you start quilting and then you flip it over and your tension's off or something like that. So just going through those steps to make sure you've done everything you can prevent, everything you can do to prevent any of those little glitches. That would be one of my biggest recommendations. I love, someone just said the first stitch is the hardest.
Yes.
And man, you are so right. It is. And again, I felt so kind of silly because I've used these machines a lot, but for whatever reason, because it was mine and it was there and I felt all of this pressure that I had to do it perfectly because
it was yours.
It was mine. And I say this all the time, I'm a recovering perfectionist and I'm still fighting it really hard. But yeah, just get started and just enjoy that process. And I would love in the comments, what is your guys' tips and tricks for people to just get started or beginners?
That's a great question.
I love that. I always want to hear that because I need them for me. I'm still very much a beginner. They look intimidating. Once you get going, you realize they are not as hard to use as you thought it would be. Just give it a try. You're totally right. And just start with something fun. And I love that I did this for my first project because, like I said, I did it in one evening, and it was super quick and easy. And I felt really good about myself just right from the get-go. Donna says, I had trouble at first starting to cut all of that beautiful fabric. I am really good at buying beautiful fabric and then letting it sit on my shelves because it's the same way. I'm like, I want to use this for something really special, or I want to have the perfect project for this fabric. And I'm really trying to train myself to just jump in and get going.
Those are wonderful tips. You know, I love seeing all the comments, you know, so Cindy says, so 10 minutes at a time.
I love that.
And that's good. So you're just taking a little bit at a time. You're not diving into the deep end. It's always nice to have these little subtle tricks and to make it even better. But more importantly, take your first stitch, you know, take that first step, getting to where this is at, because you could always look at what maybe you should have done or what you could have done on the next time you do it.
And something I want to be better about doing, because I have the memory of a goldfish. I can never keep everything going up here. So I'm going to start writing down as I learn things and as I remember things, like, hey, remember to do this. Hey, remember to do this. So then I've got my little kind of reminders list next to my quilting machine, so I can make sure that I avoid those little mistakes the next time around.
Go ahead, what Wendy says. I love that.
I call my seam ripper my forgiveness stick. Just like life, we all make a few mistakes, but it's all we have to do is ask for some forgiveness, and we get to work right through it. Oh, I love that.
That's wonderful.
Y'all should write books. Seriously, these are so motivating. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's great. Well, it's fun to see all the comments. Thank you for sharing. Any other thoughts you have on that little project?
I don't know. I love seeing holiday projects. So if you have something really cute and fun that you've done, I would love it if you guys could send it to education@graceframe.com so that I can see it. Again, I love at the Fall Festival, I got to be the judge for the holiday quilt section. I love seeing holiday projects. So please send them our way. We'd love to see them.
That's right. Well, wonderful. Well, it's fun to listen to your journey, Janessa, as you started that. It's fun to hear your process because she's not kidding when she's a perfectionist and she gets scared and nervous. She is not kidding. So for her to do this, and it looks great. It looks like it was
it's very basic. It's very beginner, and I'm very proud of it, right? It's really easy to compare yourself to, like, it's really easy. I mean, look at these quilts, Karla's beautiful masterpieces around us, and it would be easy for me to say, oh, I'll never be that good. I'm not even going to try. But just got to jump right in and go for it.
That's right. No, that's fantastic. Well, thank you, Janessa. That is very awesome. And I love the trees and those scissors that you got to make those little designs around it. So that's
shears.
Pinking. Yep, those are great. Okay, so we also have another deal dash we're going to talk about. It is our 10-foot light bar. So 10-foot light bar, 40% off, as you can see right there. So normally it's $600 on sale for $359.97. Lighting is we can't never get enough in lighting, right? You're in your quilting room. We have either a light above our work area, or maybe one behind, or maybe have a couple. But this is a true light LED, up to like over, I think, 20,000 hours, something like that you can get from it. But the best part is because it's true light and it's LED, it doesn't get hot. You can leave it on, but it brightens up your work area. It helps you line up your fabrics. If you want to find out what fabric works best, you can now get that true light to see where you're at. So, and it's movable. You can move your light bar anywhere you want. Be careful because your husband may take it elsewhere if he needs some light somewhere else. But what a wonderful gift this can be for yourself, for some of you might know, for only $359, 40% off, and free shipping. Get yours today.
Yes, you guys, I have so many fun new things at my house that I just love. So I just got the 10-foot light bar to go over my quilting frame. And now I'm seeing that, oh man, I need one over my domestic machine as well. I guess I could just move it, but I think it'd be better to have two, right?
Yeah, get a second one.
It really does make the world of difference, especially because my quilting space, it is in the basement and there's not a ton of natural light. It really does make a world difference, especially when you're trying to like thread your needle, anything like that. Any of that extra light is so helpful.
It does. Nita, yes, Mark, my husband wants. Yeah, see, Nita, I knew it.
You can buy him one for Christmas.
There we go. I love that.
They are adjustable, so you can raise and lower it. It's on casters. You can set it up to be an 8-foot. You can even set the 10-foot up to be a 5-footer. So the versatility is really big. What's also nice about the light bar is because it's on caster, like I said, you can move it. But it is one that softens the shadows. And so we talk about like lining your fabric up. There's so many shadows that could happen from either light from your needle of your machine or just a couple that you have around. There's still shadows that come across your fabric top. The LED luminous light bar, it softens those shadows, pretty much takes them away so you can see exactly what you're doing without having those shadows. So the light bar is something that everybody should have in their quilting room.
Yeah, I love that it has that true color match system, right? I can't tell you how many times I've taken colors that seem like they're the same red, and then I get into a different light and one's red and one's orange, and I'm kicking myself now because they don't look right. And so that's the beauty of the luminous light, is that it gives you that true match so that it'll always be able to match those same colors exactly how they look.
That's right. Now here's another thing. I know there's some handy husbands out there. But you know what, honey, I'll just build you one. How many times?
I have one of those. Yeah, I have one of those.
And how many times we hear those words like, "Oh, I'll just build you one." I told that to my wife. "I'll just get you one or build you one." Well, days turn into months, and then and then years. So do you know what? Save the trouble. Get this one. Probably with materials and the labor, you'll come out ahead with buying the light bar now for 40% off. Do your husband a favor and free shipping.
Right?
Yep. Do your husband a favor. Say, "You know what, honey, thank you, but you know what? Let's just give me this great Christmas present." Because I know, like I said, like Janessa said, we have husbands that could make stuff, but 40% off, now's the time to do it. Okay. With the Dillo Dash, we also had other throughout the day.
Yeah, I missed them. Can we go back through so I can get? I would love.
That's
to
exactly what I'd love to do. So we started out with our rulers. Okay, so rulers and any ruler combo. So there they are. So rulers is 40% off. Don't forget to also get true grips with those rulers. 40% off on the rulers. You can get all the rulers you need at a great price. So from the rulers, we also did the thread. Thank you for popping that up there. I was trying to remember myself. We did so many. The thread. So we have solids, we have variegateds, and the pre-wound bobbin. So the M class, 40% off. Great price. You can see $837 for the bobbins.
And that's a package of 12. That's not just one bobbin.
That's a good point.
So don't think that you're only getting a bobbin with that. You're getting a package of 12.
That's a great point.
And I have to say, one thing that I really do love using the finesse thread is it was built really for our Grace machines. And so there aren't all of those adjustments and needle changes and all of that you have to make. Like it's great for that. So I love our finesse thread.
Yep. You'll love it too. 50 weight, 1,500 yards, 100% polyester, and again, 40% off. The next one we did was, I believe, the 5-foot light bar, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 5-foot light bar. Okay.
Oh, so this is the one I need in my sewing room. All right.
Yeah, 5-foot light bar. So 40% off, $269.97, free shipping. Again, LED lights, true light, over 20,000 hours. They won't get hot. Adjustable, movable. You're just going to love the 5-foot light bar. So get that while it's on 40% off today only. The next one we had going on was the, I believe, sharpener, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yes. Good.
Good memory.
All right. So the sharpener, the electric sharpener. So plug it into your wall. Sharpens your 28, your 45, your 60. Bring the blades back that you've kept. That's a lot of money sitting there. Bring them back. You may not bring all of them back, but you'll bring a good chunk of them back to a near factory sharp edge. So keep in mind when you're cutting, we don't want to deal with dull blades. You want a sharp blade every time. Get the electric sharpener. Normally it's $80 on sale today for $47.97, 40% off. You see the other line drawn through there. We normally go about $56, so we even went below that, so $47.97, and you get the free shipping. You factor in how many blades you got to continually buy. This will pay for itself, guaranteed. So this will pay for itself. Make sure you get it. Again, it's a perfect holiday present, 40% off. Janessa started doing a lot of cutting. She may be working her way getting one of these because dull blades are not fun.
Yeah, it's so true. And I sound like a broken record, and I've said this a million times, but I hated the whole cutting process, hated it. And now with TrueCut, I really do love it. And I think you're right. I'm ready. I'm just upgrading left and right. It's time, you guys. It's awesome.
Good.
I love it.
That's good. And if Janessa can do it, I know you can do it as well.
Yes.
And then the mats, so 40% off on the mats. Our mats, I love our mats. It's basically you're getting 2 mats for the price of 1. They are double-sided. They're thicker, so they'll last longer. They're easy to read, easy to line up, and they all come. You can have the 3 sizes: the 18 by 24, 12 by 18, 18 by 24, or 24 by 36 are the 3 main sizes. Double-sided, 40% off. We all know how expensive mats can be. This one, you're basically getting 2 mats for the price of 1. So that's great.
And free shipping, right? Like, because when you look at how easy it is to ship a mat, that's kind of harder to do. It's the bigger size. So just get the bigger size to start with. Like Karla said in the last segment, she was saying, just get the bigger one. You're going to go there eventually.
That's right.
It's on 40% off, so you can make it happen.
That's right. And the free shipping. And then we went to the, I believe, 10-foot light bar, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, good. All right, the 10-foot light bar. Again, same as the 5-foot. It's only now it's in 10. So LED lights, true light, adjustable height. You can raise and lower it. It's on casters, as you can see there. Move it around. And again, I can't stress enough. I know people said they can make one. Get this one while it's on sale. It's already done. You'll get it.
Make it a happy Christmas.
Make it wherever you're at. Probably take 2 or 3 days to ship. So you can get it probably a lot faster than one being made. So I'm not trying to give any ideas out there. I just keep hearing that myself. Let's just get what we already have. Is perfect. You'll love it. And you can't go wrong with that. So.
Well, and I think, I've gotten almost all of my Christmas shopping done in the last little chunk of life and save some money. Get those deal dashes going. These are really great items for all of your quilting friends for Christmas.
That's true. Okay. So now let's move on to our 19-inch machine. One that Janessa said that she just has or received now, right? My wife uses the 19, and she absolutely loves it. She's been using the 19 now, I think, for a little over 1.5 to 2 years. She upgraded from the 15-inch machine to the 19. The 19 is a phenomenal machine. It's very lightweight, and it's just easy to use. Let's look at some of the features our 19 has, Jenna.
Well, one of the things that I love that you can kind of see there is that it gives you the threading instructions on the side of the machine. So your instructions are really easily taken care of. You're going to be able to follow them. It just like the 21 Pro and the 15 Pro, the 19 also has the touch screen. So you have that ability not only to use the handlebars, but also to be able to go from section to section and all of your different stitch lengths and modes back and forth easily.
Yes. Now, Janessa, I'm going to ask you a question because you just got it. So why did you, all of our machines are great, but why did you end up going with the 19?
Oh man, that's tough. I think it just was the machine that I'm most comfortable on. It's that quilting length is kind of what I was looking for with the 19. Also, it is a little bit more lightweight than the 21, which was perfect for me, especially I was kind of setting it up on my own. So it was great for that aspect. And yeah, it has all of the amazing features that you could really ever want. So I love the 19.
Yeah, that's perfect. The 19, as you can see right there, it comes with the accessory pack as well. And I don't know if you guys can see the normally. I want you guys to look at that. Normally it's $7,000 on sale for $58.99 with the accessory pack. That accessory pack is the light bar, the 8-pack of finesse thread, the ruler base, the hopping foot set, and 3 rulers that you get with it. That's over $1,000 accessory pack that you get for free. You also get free shipping again because it's over $30. But $58.99, what a wonderful opportunity it is to move into the 19-inch machine.
I love the 19 too, because just like our 15 we talked about earlier, it can go on any frame, right? If you've got the tabletop Cutie, it can go on there. If you've got the Continuum, the 19's available. So you can have all that stitch length and space for your quilting without having to have just only the large machine and frame, or you can be on the smaller ones as well.
Well, and I love that accessory pack really is everything you need. You've got the ruler base, you've got the different hopping feet, the thread. Seriously, you're jumping in with everything that you could possibly want to get started. Of course, just like anything else, you'll want to add 700 things after the fact, but to get you started, it's perfect.
That's right. So let's look at the 19 a little closer. I go the easy way, easy to maintain. I keep bringing that up, which is very, very true, because I know how intimidating these long arms machines can be, especially when you think of the word long arm. So just note the Qnique series, the 19 in particular, is very easy to use, very easy to maintain. And like Jana mentioned earlier, it has a threading guides on there. So it shows you how to thread the machine. And the best part is maintaining it. It's very simple to maintain in your own home. Nothing can be a little more frustrating when you're quilting and you have to take it in, put it in your vehicle and drive it somewhere. We provide all the tools needed. We have tutorial videos on how to support and maintain your machine. We have paper as well, PDFs that you can also read. So you're going to be taken care of either through the Grace Company or just through the manuals and tutorials that we have provided for you to keep the machine up and running while you have it in your home. So within your own home, within your walls of your home, you can maintain the Qnique 19 by yourself. And that's really big. I don't know what you guys think of that, but that's big for me because I don't have to take it somewhere to move in. So just so you know, Janessa, with your machine, you don't have to bring it back.
I can do it all by myself. Well, and I think that really, I was, again, super intimidated and really nervous to start that setup process and set up my machine and set up the automation and all of that. And I did it, guys. And I am not tech savvy. I am not good at following directions. I am not, it seriously took me 3 hours to put an IKEA bookshelf together once. And you guys, I put it together. I did it. So it really is just that easy. It's easy to maintain. It's easy to take care of. You can fix that tension. I love that. I love that about our machines.
It's perfect. The 19 has adjustable handles. So let's look at now some of the features the 19 has. So the 19, you can adjust the handles. You can pull them out about a couple inches. You can move them down. You can move it up or down as well. So you have the adjustability, full comfort with the handles, which is really, really nice. Jana, you mentioned the screen. So this is a 3-inch touchscreen. And on the screen, you also have a couple features that's really nice. You can change your modes. There's a needle jog, so you can jog the needle down if you wanted to get lower to the fabric. There is a way to go from your precise to cruise to base to manual. Outside of the screen, you also have the handlebars that can get where you want as well. So you can also adjust or go through the different modes with your machine with the handlebars, or you can touch your screen. Either way works perfectly.
Yeah.
Well, and that's one thing that I really do love about really all of our machines, but we're talking about the 19, is just how much it is possible to adjust to make it fit your quilting needs. And that is so important because it's not one size fits all, right? We all quilt differently. We all are shaped differently. And so you need to be able to adjust it to what is going to work best for you. And you need to figure out what's going to work best for you. And same with the different modes. I thought that I was only ever going to use the regulated precise, which I love. However, as I've done different types of quilting and different designs, you want to have all of those different modes and abilities because some work better than others. And someone was asking, does it work on the Cutie? And absolutely it does. It does not work. The 21 does not work on the Cutie, but the 19 does. So that's another thing you can add on there.
Yep, you can adjust the Cutie. Find more information about that. You can go to our website, but the Cutie can be adjusted. So for the larger machine, and is perfect for the Cutie as well. Okay, so the 19, easy to maintain, easy to use, at a wonderful price. outside of that, the throat space is one that's really, really nice. You have 19 inches. The weight, you mentioned earlier, the weight, so it's really lightweight. That's what when I was using the machine, you're going to feel that right away. Moving the machine around the carriage is going to be super easy because it's not like lugging around a heavy machine on the carriage. This is going to be really, really light. As you mentioned earlier, you can just grab your fingertips. You don't need to have white knuckles holding those handlebars. You can simply grab your fingertips and move that machine around. And I'm being serious about that. You don't need to hold the handles like you would normally, or you think you would have to hold them, right? You just can move around with your fingertips. It's that simple.
Yeah, one of the other things I love about the 19 is it looks cute. I'm sorry, but that's a fun thing. I like that it has a little bit more blue on it and it's fun. It gives it a more stylized look, and it makes me feel like I've got a promotional piece of special designer thing happening in my quilting area.
I love that. And also cord management. The 19 has a really cool feature that if you're using automation, it has a way that you can loop the cords kind of back through the top of the machine. So I also really like that about the 19. It's another cool thing that the 19 has.
It stitches 2,000 stitches per minute, which is really fast. So you get 2,000 stitches per minute. There's just a lot of wonderful things with the 19. We came out the 19. We wanted that nice long arm at a price that's affordable for you. So the 19 is very easy. As you see there, you got buttons that you have the micro handles, what I talked about. You can move the screen. You extend the handles out. So there's just so many wonderful features of the 19. 2,000 again is really, really fast. So if you are looking for the faster machine, 2,000 will get you where you want it to be with the touchscreen. Easy to adjust on the handles, easy to operate, and easy to put together. Out of the box, that's one thing about all of our machines. And since we're on the 19, out of the box experience, you're going to love out of the box experience. Most of the machine, you do have to assemble some of it together, but the machine itself comes on one piece. Obviously, the handlebars need to be put on the screen and a couple of the thread pieces and the wheels, but very little. What's the word I'm looking for? Very little attachments that you have.
Yeah, definitely. Like if you already have a frame, or if you have the Cutie already and you're hoping to upgrade to the 19, that is for sure the easiest part of the setup process. As someone who just went through it pretty recently, but yeah, definitely awesome. And really, there weren't any adjustments or anything needed. I took it out of the box and was able to start sewing right then and there.
There you go. With the machine, you can see right there too, is perfectly paired with any of the quilting frames. So if you have the Cutie frame or any of our hoop style frames or the Q-Zone Queen or the Continuum frame, the 19 will fit on any of those frames. So if you already have a machine on that, you're looking to upgrade, now's the time to do so. Upgrade to the 19-inch machine.
And amongst all that wonderful stuff about the 19, then there's also the accessory pack available with it. So not only are you getting that great machine at a discount, you also get that over $1,000 of accessories with the light bar, the ruler base, the 3-piece hopping foot set, the 8-pack of thread, and then also those 3-pack of Leah day rulers, which, like Janessa said, it's everything that you need to get started, to get quilting and make beautiful quilts for your friends and family.
And some people might be thinking, well, I don't even know where to get started with that. Okay, I've got all the stuff, but now what? The education team's been working really hard to create resources to help you get started, to get more comfortable, to jump right in. Obviously, I'm still working on that myself, but that education is there to help you be informed and be able to use it to the best of your ability. So.
I'm glad you brought that up, Janessa, because that could be also intimidating on, what resources we have available. And like you'd mentioned, Grace Company, we as a whole, we want you to succeed with our product, or we have a strong education team. So you're going to find that we have a lot of these videos, tutorials. Not only that, but you have support from the community. We have a lot of Cutie users out there that's going to support you in the community. So you're going to have that support that way with the Grace Company as well. So you're not going to be left alone. Just like, just ordered the Cutie or my 19 5 minutes ago.
Yay, congrats. Congrats, you're gonna love it.
Yes.
And I love that you talked about the community. We talk about this all the time. Man, the quilting community is just such an incredible and supportive group of people. I am probably a part of 10 different quilting grace specific groups. There are so many for each machine, for each frame, for beginners, for advanced, for ruler work. There is so much support out there of quilters just like you. And seriously, there's probably hundreds of posts per day of people saying, hey, what would you do with this? Or how do I do this? Or look what I did. And it's just so cool to see everyone kind of rallying behind each other and supporting each other. It's really cool to be a part of it and to see.
Well, and we have so many great ambassadors too, who do a wonderful job of not only the videos that we've done, but also that they have. And so you can go to their sites and see the videos that they've put together to help you create new and wonderful quilts.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So with that, we'll love to see if there's any questions too regarding the 19. We'll love to answer for each one of you guys. But I can't stress enough what a fantastic deal. $58.99 on sale with the accessory pack. So get that accessory package with the 19. Upgrade your machine. Enjoy it. If you need to talk to your husband, if you want me to talk to your husband, I'll be happy to, as long as he's smaller than me and I can feel.
Oh my God.
Well, and free shipping, right? Like all of
Yes.
that also is free shipping, which right there can save you, like we were saying earlier, $200, $300. That's
Wow.
exactly what you can use to go buy more fabric and, you know, other accessories.
And who doesn't want more fabric?
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
Janessa's going to be in that
Serious.
same boat. She's going to buy a lot more fabric now that she has a 19.
Yes, always. And I just need to start using it so it doesn't just continue to build. Yes, the 19 does have a stitch regulator.
That's
So-
built in, actually.
Yes, it does. So it has those 4 different settings. It has the regulated precise, the based, manual, and cruise. So it's got those 4 different settings. And if you're wondering what those settings are, what that is, Karla actually did a Tuesdays with Grace on this last Tuesday that can walk you through all of those different modes and when and why you would want to use those.
Mm-hmm. And it's all built in. Mary, what is the minimum space needed for the 19 as far as a room size? Great question. I would think as you're talking behind the machine. So if you're looking to get behind the machine, you want at least probably 4 feet from front to back to really be clear. If you want to be able to go behind the machine, you probably want more than that. But 4 feet of clearance is what you'll need to have with the 19 in your room front to back.
And it really depends more on your frame size, I would say too. If you have the Cutie or if you've got a 10-foot frame, I think that kind of even more so will decide.
Yeah, it'll vary. I say 4 feet because it's the machine will go back about 6 inches, the end of it, and then the rails that need to extend out. So what you guys all
tell
laughing
my
at?
husband
Jennifer?
I want a new machine because I ordered one, and I'm going to say that I want it absolutely, Jennifer.
Send him my way. I got you.
Congratulations. Yes.
Oh, I
Yeah,
love
good
it.
questions. Overall, the 19, as we keep talking about it, the stitch regulation that's built in, easy adjustable handles, easy to maintain, easy to thread, easy to oil, easy to follow along. You get the pattern here. Everything is going to be easy. So excited. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and talk about our last giveaway, right?
Is it time? It's time for $6,000 gift card giveaway.
Oh my goodness.
That's
I'm
true.
so happy you got to be here for this.
I am too. Actually, in the comments, can we just hear, if you were to win the $6,000 giveaway, what would be the first thing you would do?
Ooh.
What's the first thing you would purchase? Let's hear it.
That's a great question.
6,000 likes. I love that, Kira.
6,000 likes. That's so awesome.
Because with that, I mean, I think there's a lot of people with that $6,000, then you can make that she shed or convert the basement into that section, because now you're going to use that money for that instead of on your Grace unique machines.
That's right.
So I'm seeing a lot of people saying the 19 or automation, a new long arm, 21 Pro, QCT. Oh, I love it. Great choices, everyone.
Now I got a question to back up that question. If you don't win 6,000, would you still be looking at the 19 and the 21 and the automation? Are you still interested on getting those products, right?
And just like we did for Jennifer, if you need to tell them that you won a prize, we got you. We got your back.
Mm-hmm. That's right, we do. Well, it's fun. It's fun to be a part of that. There's a lot you can do with it. Keep in mind, you have until December 31st to buy what you want to buy. But now's the time to buy while it's on sale. Take advantage of that right away.
Yeah, include all those accessory packs and that free shipping. Get as much of it as you can at this time.
That's right. Okay, so I feel like I want to keep stalling to keep these guys like, oh, did I win? Did I win? But we probably should get to those or to the person who's going to be the lucky winner. Now, again, remember this person who won is from the registration. And so we'll pull the name up. But I think we should do a big drum roll for this 6,000. So you guys ready for a drum roll? Because I want to get this going. Here we go. So drum roll. Deborah Lay.
Oh my goodness. Congrats, Deborah.
That is, so Deborah, I didn't see if any of your quotes or your, what would you do with 6,000? So if you didn't answer that question, what would you do for this $6,000? What would you do with it? What machine, what automation, what frame, or all the above?
We want to hear from you.
Congratulations, Deborah. Well, we want to be able to get into our last part of it. We're going to, so sad to have this closing. We had a phenomenal job talking, learning, getting tips and tricks, you know, not only from Janessa, but from all the other educators that were on here. So it's just been so fun. I've been loving every minute of it, and I know you both has as well.
I'm so happy that I got to be a part of it today. I know that we've had a long day, it feels like, but at the same time, it feels so short of all the things that we've watched and listened to. And so don't forget to keep going back. You can watch the information again. We'll have those reposted, and then all the patterns will be posted as well.
Yeah, can we actually show that one more time? I would love to kind of walk people through how they can see all of the patterns. You can rewatch the holiday trunk shows by our incredible ambassadors. So let's see that. Thank you to, and we should probably give a shout out to Bryant and all the amazing work that he is doing. Thank you to our fantastic production team over here, just making our job.
You can't see him, but I feel like taking one of these cameras and just turning it around. So good job, Bryant, on getting all this up.
We appreciate you. Okay, so it again is at the events.graceframe.com website. And you'll go to events schedule. And then you'll go to watch it again, which is just right there at the top in the middle. And then you'll be able to see all of the different workshops and holiday trunk shows. You'll just click on watch now. So you pick whichever one you want to watch. You'll click watch now. And then right there, there is the free download. You'll want to make sure you get to those pretty quick. I'm not sure how long they'll be staying online. So make sure to go in, register so you can get those free downloadable patterns.
That's right. Well, I don't know about you two, but I want to bring everybody back on who's been part of this wonderful event before we close. And to get them on, I'm glad you said that, Brian. Brian just whispered in my ear. And I was hoping there would be. There's nothing on the agenda for a break, but yes, we do have a break. So we're going to take a quick break to bring everybody back on set, redo my makeup and powder my head a little bit, and then we'll be right back. So we'll see you in just a couple minutes.
And then it was like, well, hang on a minute. I really, really need that quilting to stand out. So even though it was negative and I thought, okay, there was a lot of space there, I still needed it to say, look at me, look at me. So I came back and I put the bias around it. And then I decided to needle turn some of these little circles and to put the bias on. So I actually had a lot of fun doing that, and it was a great thing to learn. I used the marking tool to draw the circles so I could do the perfect placement of the design, and it really was a lot of fun. Then on the edges here, all of this work I just did with ruler work, and I did it with just free motion.
And I am in cruise mode. and I'm using pearl white thread to tack it down so you don't really see it, and I'm just traveling kind of slow up it. And I'm going to go that point there, and then I'm just going to turn, okay? And tack my hexagon across the top. So I'm going to stand on my tippy toes. This frame, when you set up your frame, don't set it up so tall, but this is one that everybody uses. We have tall people, short people, and you know, I'm in between. So I'm just going to stand on my tippy toes, which is fine, and I'm just going to move across, tacking it down as I go. But notice how it's just, oh man, it's going to keep it. And then I get to that corner, then I'm going to turn my ruler.
So the quilt has a lot of the teals and turquoises and blues and purples that I love. It gave it an overall cool tone read, which is my favorite colors. Very little of the warm tones, and then it fades back into green at the bottom. So this has become my favorite quilt that I made during 2020. I actually leave it out all year long. The quilting on it, the snowflake itself has kind of a wavy, irregular line. You can see that in the picture. And then in the colored part, it's got snowflakes that just kind of swirl around. So it maintains that holiday theme, but looks really fresh and crisp. So consider that if you've never made a holiday quilt. Go find a pattern you like and see what you can do to make it your own. Now, if you're in the holiday mindset and you're thinking about gifts, next year, this is a quilt that you could gift to someone. This is my Fantasy Flights quilt. It uses my fantasy fabrics.
So when you touch on this, your little pop-up window will open up, and that's where you can put your measurements in. Okay, so notice right over here it says the Panto mode. That's the pantograph mode that you're using. I'm using basic mode. For this one, I could use Power Panto. I could use Easy, so either one of them will work. Well, let's use Power Panto mode and show you what it's like. Okay, so I've selected my Power Panto mode, and I have my total width is 82 and my total height is 82. So let's go in and now select our design. So I'm going to come over here and I tapped on Select Pattern, and now it's going to open up my library, and I'm just going to scroll down and see if I can find a design. Now, remember, this is an edge-to-edge quilt, so I want a design that's called a continuous line design. A continuous line design is a design that has a start point and a stop point that allows you to connect your next design to.
So you may wonder, how can a quilt you just quilted have so many memories? So that's what I want to share with you is this Christmas quilt, and I'll hold it up where you can see it. So this quilt was pieced by...
Hi everybody, welcome back.
Hi.
We thought we would get a little Christmas colors going on here, or holiday colors, right?
Holly jolly colors.
That's right. But we want to give a big shout out again for everybody who participated. Thank you for joining us. We know it's been a long, long day. Thank you. I can't say enough about the quilting community. Appreciate all that you've done for Grace Company, being part of the Grace Company lives, whether you bought a product or looking to buy a product. But so thank you for being a part of this wonderful Jolly Holiday event. Not just for us who's on camera, but also want to give thanks to Bryant. We mentioned him earlier. Bryant, he's behind camera. If I could just turn one of these guys around, you'll see him. So Bryant's done a wonderful job getting everything queued up, getting everything ready. So thank you, Bryant. As well as everybody else here took time out of the day. So thank you, right?
Absolutely. I really do want to say thank you to all of you as well, because really that interaction in the comments is super fun for us to see. I know that's what makes it enjoyable for me to be able to see all the comments saying, oh, thanks, we loved being with you. So thank you all for those comments. And I do know, because everyone's getting into their day, I know we have to go, but we want to do a quick giveaway to say thank you for sticking with us. So this is another little bonus giveaway we're doing just because, again, we're super excited and we loved being with you. So Jana, why don't you tell them what the surprise giveaway is going to be?
Dun, 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 dun. So we're bookending our Holly Jolly event today with the ultimate cutting collection. Dun, dun, dun. Right? thank you so much for, like LJ was saying, thank you for staying around. We wanted to do something amazing for all of those who are still watching, who stuck with us the whole day. So we're going to do another Ultimate Cutting Collection giveaway.
That's right. That just pays for those who stay around, right? So in the future, just remember when we have these long events, stick around because we will give stuff away for those who support this event, and we want to support you guys. So yeah, the Ultimate Cutting Collection. As you brought up screen right there, go ahead and bring that back up on screen there, Bryant, so we can kind of name kind of what that is. So here's the Ultimate Cutting Collection. Melinda, what are some of these items that they're going to be getting?
So probably our number one product is the 45mm comfort cutter. Everybody wants this. The pairs nicely with our rulers, with the track and guide system to make cutting easier, safer, smoother, accurate, all of the above. So again, that's probably the number one item most people are after. Followed by the various different rulers that are included, the cutting mat, the 360 circle cutter, the additional blades. I'm going to sneeze. I apologize. I can feel it in the back of my nose.
Get excited for the giveaway.
But it's a wonderful package that truly encompasses what we believe every quilter is going to need at some point. You have your true grips, and just everything to help the quilting process be as smooth as possible as you're piecing together your quilts, cutting fabric, and the whole 9 yards.
That's right. That is an over $400 value, $400 of cutting tools that you're going to use every time you piece your quilt. So now here's the thing. This is the Ultimate Cutting Collection, and so we have a doozy of a question. Okay,
Have you been paying attention?
That's right. We'll see how well you paid attention during our live event through this whole entire day. So, LJ, what is the doozy of a question we're going to throw out?
Yeah, so throughout today, we had kind of it broken out into different hour segments. And within that, we actually had mentioned a couple different items that we're doing for a deal dash today for our Cyber Monday. So what we want to know is we want to have you list out 3 of those items. So 3 products that we're highlighting today for the Cyber Monday or our deal dash. So again, 3 items that we talked about that are our deal dash. Again, that's a special we're doing today for you guys.
That's right. So 3 of those. We'll let the answers come in. So give us just a couple minutes here for them to trickle in because we're going to go ahead and pick that winner. So again, 3 deal dash. What were the names? I think we had like total of 6.
I think so.
Like 6. So we're only having you name half of those.
We'll see if we can get it, you know?
So keep them coming in. Keep them coming in here.
You
we'll
have to
see.
have all 3 on the same answer. You can't give one and then another one and another one. So you got to put all 3 in there at the same time.
That's right. We want to make it hard. So they're coming in. All of our eyes are glued to the set as we're looking. This is fun.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, Mark, I don't think it was that much of a doozy because
everybody's getting it.
They're getting it.
You know, it never is with the quilters.
Yeah.
We have some smart listeners.
All right, cool. And so for this one, because it is the ultimate, we're going to choose one winner because it is the ultimate collection. And so just to say thank you again, we're going to do this completely free, and we're going to choose it from, the 3 platforms, just one winner. So let's go ahead and do a drum roll and pick the winner here.
Bryant, are you ready? Better pick the right one, Bryant.
Excellent job,
Light bar, thread, electric sharpener.
Congratulations, Carolyn.
Sullivan, good job.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much for sticking around and watching.
Yeah, we
and then
appreciate
actually,
it.
really quickly, since Carolyn did do it, but why don't you all just list off one of the items we've had so all of our wonderful viewers that are sticking around know what we are highlighting today. Melinda, why don't we kick it off with you?
So our wonderful light bars. They're phenomenal. They provide that much more light, and I would use them for everything else, above and beyond quilting, but definitely one of my favorites.
Wonderful.
I'm gonna go with the cutting mats. They're my favorite. I'm so glad I got to talk about them. They're usually not on such a great special. I mean, all these things are fantastic. The 40% off, the 3 different sizes, 24 by 36, 24 by 18, and 12 by 18.
Yeah, wonderful. Another one that we had that we actually talked about this morning, so we're reaching way back, but is our rulers, any of our True Cut rulers. So that's whether it's in a bundle or individually, we have it 40% off. And so I know me and Mark talked about that a little bit earlier today, but they really are some pretty unique rulers that kind of help make your cutting a lot easier, safer, and more accurate.
That's right. And I'm going to go ahead and throw the electric sharpener in there because I like to stay sharp myself. So the electric sharpener, again, I can't stress enough how important it is to use sharp blades as you're cutting. So if you've been using dull blades, get the electric sharpener. $47.97 normally is $80. So get the electric sharpener. And you're going to be the popular one out of your group. You're going to have people coming over to your house to sharpen their blades. You're going to have friends and family, hey, sharpen my blade for me. So keep that in mind. Once you get the sharpener, you're going to be sharpening everybody's blades.
And last but not least, our finesse thread, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Both the solid and the variegated and the pre-wound bobbins at 40% off, 1,500 yards on the cone and 50 weight thread. It's fantastic. That strength of the polyester, but looks like cotton. And so that's an excellent, excellent deal.
Yeah.
That's right.
And Carolyn, I'm so excited for winning. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for sticking around, Carolyn. We appreciate you sticking around all throughout the day. You deserve that win. So congratulations.
And don't forget, Carolyn, to send me an email, melinda@graceframe.com, with your contact information. I will be getting processing all of today's winners here in the next day or so, and hopefully have all these prizes shipped out by the end of the week. So thank you again, everybody, for participating.
Yep, thank you. Keep in mind, though, we had a lot of people who won, a lot of money going out. Don't feel sad if you didn't. We do have wonderful options for you to buy what you want. We do offer financing. So if you're looking to finance these large dollar amount items, you can absolutely finance it. But we have we use Synchrony, so make sure you have a Synchrony card. But get it for Christmas, so you can finance it. But there's other ways for you to be able to get the items that you're looking for. Financing is one of the best ways.
Absolutely. And we just want to say thank you for everybody for joining. If you're with us for Fall Festival, thanks for joining us again. We are going to have events like this in the future. So I just want a reminder to sign up for our newsletters. That's how you can be notified of when we're going to do some fun events like this again, and possibly win one of the live giveaways or even one of our registered giveaways for futures events. So again, make sure you sign up for our newsletter so you can be there with us for our next live event that we have.
And don't forget, today at midnight, these fabulous deals do end. So don't forget to take advantage. Don't wait another minute. If you didn't win, we're sorry, but we have these amazing deals for you to take advantage of.
That's right. Wonderful. Well, we all just want to wish happy holidays to everybody who's watching. So happy holidays wherever you are. Enjoy the weather wherever you are. If you like it sunny, like it cold. Enjoy family time. You know, it's very fun for us to be able to be here. You know, this is one big family for us. You know, we enjoy it. We love seeing the comments, but enjoy family time with you guys. But happy holidays. Have a wonderful time. Be safe. And we can't wait to see you as we continue to do these videos.
Yeah. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.